这里有每日的直播预告、重要的赛事报道、精彩的视频剪辑、有趣的主播八卦、定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SCBoy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐，不要告诉别人哟。
Finals for MSO. I recommend the VODs if you did miss out on it. And we were able to crown our champion. Because of that, we missed out on Team Vitality versus Mystery Gaming, or Mystery All Gamers. We will put that broadcast aside. We'll be catching up via replays another day. Instead, we are here live casting the second match of the evening. Live casting Psystorm Na'Vi versus Starlight Twinkle. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, oh my god, predictions are open and we're jumping right in the top left hand corner. We have Cristiano for Starlight Twinkle, and in the bottom right we have Geralt for Psystorm Na'Vi. Here we go, just making sure that, yep, there we go, the predictions are looking solid, so best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, it's a best of two format, so you have 3 options here, either 2-0 in either direction or a 1-1 score. When it comes to the previous match, when it comes to Vitality versus Mystery All Gamers, I suggest, you know, holding back on any spoilers of that series. Again, we'll be catching up in a couple of days on that previous match. But here we are with our first best of 2 of this best of 7 series. Again, when it comes to the format, of course, it is a best of 7 overall, constructed by all these best of 2s, and a potential best of 1 ace match at the end of the series. Oh boy. We are settling into the tried and true Polish on Polish action here. Cristiano and Geralt, they face off many times in online weekly tournaments, in events like our own, like Sparkling Tuna Cup, like the ESL Open Cups, OSC events as well. Plenty of events out there, plenty of history between these two players. They both rose through the ranks almost in unison, and they're both at the upper echelons of the European region. Not quite at the level of your Showtime, your MaxPax, and your Skillus, but right under those 3 players, you have players like Cristiano and Geralt. Now, historically, or at least in recent history, Cristiano has been getting the better of Geralt. Cristiano has been having the slight edge over Geralt, and some would even say, I think he's even ranked on a league like top 4 Protoss in the EU at the moment. Top four just underneath Skillus, Showtime, and MaxPax I just mentioned. But again, Geralt does threaten him from time to time, and in a best of 2, in a PvP, anything can happen. Anything is possible. For the time being, 2 gate openers. It's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Cristiano, 2-gate opener out of Geralt. We have double adept here from our blue Protoss player, so a bit of a more aggressive start from Cristiano. Double stalker out of Geralt. The way this dynamic works, ideally the 2 adepts, they bypass the stalkers, they get across the map, they can threaten the mineral line, they can threaten the workers of Geralt. Meanwhile, Geralt with the double stalker can shut down those adepts, can keep up, can shut them down, will win in a head-to-head fight, and can pick them apart one after the other. We'll see if we can keep up, we'll see if we can catch the adepts, or if they bypass the main army. Ooh, as we are doubling down, that is not just a double adept opener. It's going to be a quadruple adept opener. There's a 3rd and 4th adept on the way behind this, and we also have a Stargate as a follow-up as well. Both players actually opening Stargate. Okay, so this means that both Geralt and Cristiano, they delay their expansions. Speaking of a delayed expansion, Geralt is doubling down, going for the cyber block on the low ground that will scout the initial double adept, and it does keep them busy as well. Really nicely done here by Geralt. He does confirm the opener, he does delay the push. I think he might, I don't think he saw the additional adepts yet, but he soon will. As I say that though, Geralt is going to have to get the hell out of here. 4 adepts, they will be able to overwhelm these initial stalkers. Yeah, they have to recall the hell out of here. We have overextended and the Stalker will escape. Does take a bit of hull damage, will get away in time. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Jadolf. Oh my god, Papi. God. Big shout out. Congratulations, Papi. Congratulations to Jadolf, as he is our reigning MSO champion, I believe for the first time. So congratulations, Papi. You played well, you played amazingly, and I hope to see you in future MSOs to try to hold on to your crown and hold on to your title. Wish you the best. Wish you the best, Papi. GG, GG. For those that are tuning in, of course, we are going over World Team League. WTL is currently live, and we are going over our second series of the night, our second broadcast, our second of 3 after WTL, after World Team League, we have the WardiTV Summer Bash. Wardy is unavailable this weekend. That's also why Wardy is not casting this event live, WTL I mean. And Wardy did reach out and ask if we could cover the group stage, if we could cover a group of the WardiTV Summer Bash. And as soon as he said anything, I was like, yo, we're always ready to cast. Papi, say no. He's like, yo, can you say no more? Say, I'll cast, Papi, of course. As the Oracle does get across map, 3 probes going to be going down. Not bad here, especially with a slow warp in to defend. The Oracle will escape. Nice damage dealt so far by Cristiano. Meanwhile, behind this, Cristiano, he sneaks out with a, I was going to say third base, that is his unnatural natural because of the Cybercore block. Big delay there on the expansion for Cristiano. Massive delay there on Cristiano. Meanwhile, we have the Oracle of Geralt moving up, but Cristiano's in position. He already scattered. He already confirmed the tech of choice. Ooh. And the Oracle takes a lot of damage. Doesn't get any worker kills yet. Likewise, Cristiano has to get the hell out of there. One-handed. Oh my god. Cristiano. He's he's like cleaning his monitor or something. There we go. Oh, good. One-handed, Pop. One-handed. He will be able to come out slightly ahead here in the overall economic trades. You can see that reflected now in the economy. In the worker count, Cristiano has a 6 probe lead compared to Geralt. So a nice economic advantage here for Cristiano. But from the side of Geralt, interesting. He's going to be doubling down. He's going for a Phoenix. Phoenix ideally is designed to shut down this Oracle. I'm curious if we invest into a 2nd and 3rd Phoenix, as for now it is on the way and should be shutting down that Oracle. Yeah, the Oracle's going to be caught out. Meanwhile, the double Oracle of Geralt heads for the natural base. Heads for the unnatural natural. No shield, but our Stalkers are busy. Stalkers are otherwise preoccupied. We get 9 probe kills. Oh my god. We get 9. We get 10 probe kills here at the 3rd base. We're at the natural. Ay. Suddenly that worker lead that Cristiano once had, not there anymore. Not there anymore, papi. Ay. I can't go with the chat. Like, you had me at the can you? I'm like, wait. I'm like, shh, Woody. Enough words. I know what you want. It's fine. You can have it. you can have my casting. Let's go. Ay. You're an animal, Papi. You're an animal. As behind this, we do have a Geralt. It's going to be threatening a dive into the main base. Let's have high ground vision. We can see that Cristiano's in position, though, and Geralt does confirm. So Geralt wisely does back off. He backs off. He does retreat. We can see Cristiano doubling down with some stasis traps. And thankfully, Geralt is going to rotate over towards the 3rd base, likewise taking his own 3rd instead. It's going to be on location. Meanwhile, does end up out-positioning Cristiano. Yeah, Cristiano heavily out of position, does rotate over the base, taking a lot of damage, a lot of hits, and can the base go down? Oh, it's close. That Nexus, it's very close to going down, very vulnerable to another dive quite like that. Cristiano has to be that much more on point, has to make sure he leaves some units in position, otherwise that could be a dead base. So Cristiano is up against the wall, he's defending. Again, both players are expanding, both players are taking their 3rd bases. Economically, the worker counts are quite similar to each other here at this point. We are able to stabilize in the economy at least, but Geralt is still shocking around. Bearing in mind, there is that stasis trap lying in wait. Ooh, and does catch a good chunk of those Stalkers. Around half the Stalkers do get caught out, but we still depower that pylon. We depower the gateways. And Cristiano's rotation is going to be a little bit late. It's going to be a little bit delayed. We're going to be able to get the hell out of there. And Geralt, again, he wants that Nexus and even catches the Oracle. Oracle does go down. Oracle does at least spot and confirm the army. Geralt does go for that 3rd base location. Still not fully topped up with their shields. And we have the overcharge. We have the overcharge. We'll hold our own. Cristiano is holding behind this, building up towards a Stalker Immortal-based army. Both players are taking up into +1. Both players are taking up into charge. Honestly, really similar unit compositions here between Geralt and Cristiano. Cristiano will have the Immortal advantage, that is true. He does have, I believe, 2 Immortals and may even further invest into additional Immortal production. But Immortals aren't the most mobile of armies, and we can see that once again, Geralt, he picks off the pylon for a 2nd time. That's a kill, another cancel on the pylon. Meanwhile, he's going for the forge. Ooh, a bit ambitious here. Looks like we will respect the army. Stasis is spotted, and Cristiano will not get baited, and Cristiano does defend. Does defend for the time being. And soon Cristiano will break out. And what I'm most concerned about is that breakout. I said like, oh yo, just 2 Immortals. It's 3. 3 Immortals. We're about to have 4 Immortals as well. That's a hefty army that Cristiano's working with. Again, these key units are something that Geralt doesn't really have of his own. He will have some Chargels and some Immortals, sorry, some Chargels and some Archons available soon, but Cristiano should be pushing before that does occur. Before Geralt can really embrace that kind of higher form of tech. I mean, we'll see. It's going to be close. It's going to be close here, as Geralt is taking his 4th base. Again, he's taking into those Archons. The Prism is on the way. I imagine once the Prism does arrive, that Cristiano will be breaking out. But before that happens, Geralt, once again, he kills the Pylon for the 3rd time. For the 3rd time, the Pylon does go down. Ooh, we do get a surround. Those Stalkers are getting picked off. Geralt, he is going to bleed out quite a bit of supply here. And as he gets cleaned up, I am concerned about that counterattack. And speaking of, here it is. Immortals are moving out. +1 about to kick in. And yes, Geralt does have a lead with +2, but +2 may not be a factor, may not come to play. As Cristiano, he breaks out, he's sending everything across the map. And now the pressure is on Geralt. Can he hold? Can he survive this? Again, we do have the Mass Immortal that's going to work amazingly when it comes to target firing Stalkers and target firing the Archons. Meanwhile, the Archons have a lot of work to do to buffer for Geralt's army, to take down the Zealots if possible. We'll see. See how this all comes together. Army supplies are quite similar, but the compositions, that's where, we have quite a difference. As Geralt is relying a lot on those charge lots coming in for a surround. Does run a collapse on the army. Cristiano, he will back up, will retreat. Rotating around, trying to find a better angle of attack. Doesn't want to get caught out. Rotates over towards the 4th. Geralt, he keeps up. Also in position. And again, we only have the 2 Archons for Cristiano. Likewise, they have a lot of work to do as we are mainly relying on those Zealots. Stasis did catch a few of them. Meanwhile, we're collapsing on the base. Geralt late to rotate. Yeah, he's a little bit late to respond. Zealots, they get into the mineral line. Immortals going to be pulling back, and Geralt, just a really awkward fight here. The SimCity working against Geralt. The Concave, it's too good for Cristiano. He takes an insane fight, and he's breaking through. He's breaking through the Zealots. He's getting on top of those Archons. Immortals, likewise, they pull back, and Cristiano is snowballing out of control. Geralt, he's barely holding on, but the Zealots have all been cleaned up, and now we can get on top of the Stalkers. Cristiano, looks like he has done it again. I was most concerned about this eventual breakout. GG gets called, and Cristiano will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano will take a lead here in the series. Again, even though Geralt was doing a great job at keeping Cristiano busy, at picking off pylons, at threatening bases, Geralt wasn't getting any major damage when it came to the economy or to the main army, and Cristiano was building up towards that 4 Immortal move-outs. That's a hefty amount of Immortals, and again, we saw there that Geralt was mainly relying on a mineral-heavy composition with Mass Zealot, and Zealot is a melee-based unit composition, and with that SimCity at that 3rd base, the Zealots, they could barely get any service area on Cristiano. The Stasis Trap working against Geralt there as it created a choke point, and it just funneled those Zealots into their deaths, into the Archons, into the army, into the Concave of Cristiano. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano takes the lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Gonna be loading in to Dynasty. Oh boy. An interesting map choice. As a reminder, the format here is loser's pick. It is loser's pick, so Geralt, his map of choice is Dynasty, has a pocket goal base that we can embrace later on. Likewise, has some interesting attack paths as well. I'm curious as to the plan of Geralt. I'm curious how he wants to spice things up. We can see here, Geralt's a little bit stressed out. He wasn't too happy about that first game, and Geralt has been known to be a bit of an emotional player, but hopefully he can bring it back here. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have Cristiano for Starlight Twinkle. And in the bottom left, we have Geralt for Psystorm Na'vi. Here we go. We'll see if Geralt has anything crazy in store for us, like a hidden proxy, some hidden tech. We have seen Geralt really flex his PvP prowess, specifically in the mid game. If you remember, I mean, we've casted Geralt plenty of times here over the course of the past couple of years. But Geralt, he does thrive heavily in the mid game when your opponent's on 3 to 4 bases with DT and Zealot harass. We've seen Geralt pull players like Cristiano apart left and right with just non-stop aggression, non-stop harassment, not just with the big stalkers, but also with chargers and DTs. We'll see if Geralt can get to that game state. We'll see if he can actually stabilize and, you know, embrace that more aggressive style once he's solid back at home. Catching up in the chat. The Polish Protoss against each other. Oh, the Civil War, Pappy. The Civil War. That's the first time he didn't call you a filthy mech player. I mean, I could. I mean, if you want me to, I can, Pappy. True, Jadolf, the MSO champion, and also a filthy mech enjoyer. But I didn't bring it up because, unless I missed it, unless I'm mistaken, I don't believe Jadolf, I don't believe he embraced any kind of dark mech builds in that finals. I don't think mech was really involved. It looked like Jadolf, there's a reason why it went all the way to the ace match, and the reason why it looked close. It is because Jadolf did hold back and did not make it happen. We all know that once he does, like, I mean, who can stop? No one, no one. Cyril equivalent. Hey. This is Tuna Cup or WTL. If you, it's WTL. It's on the overlays. It's on the title. What do you want from me? It's World Team. Tuna Cup is tomorrow. Sunday, puppy. Sunday is Tuna Cup. Sunday. Shaking my head. Alright, we're settling in. We are going to be settling into game number 2 here, and for the time being, we do see a 2-gate opener from our 2 players. It's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Cristiano, standard opener from our blue Protoss player. Meanwhile, Geralt doubling down, opening up double Stalker once again, ideally hoping to catch out the Adepts, hoping to try to catch out any stray Sentry as well. Geralt will have the DPS advantage, and interesting, is he even moving out towards that gold location? Nothing quite there yet, though. Oh, the World of Tuna Cup. Ah, let's go. Ryang was playing earlier, true. Ryang was playing earlier. As Geralt has arrived, but by now we have additional units, so Geralt has to respect this, has to back off. Again, you can see Geralt, he is looking, is checking for that goal base. Likewise, Geralt, he's also known for throwing down proxy pylons to warp in directly into the pocket base as well. Speaking of, I believe the probe is designed to set it down, and there it is. Pylon is on the way. Pylon has been thrown down at the gold mineral line of Cristiano, and again, that does allow Geralt to warp in over the wall and right into the main base of Cristiano. This is a bit of an iconic move here for Geralt. He does enjoy this quite a bit. He's known for it. I'm sure Cristiano is aware, and I hope that he will check. Hope he will eventually come across that pylon. But now he's moving out across the map. Oh, shield battery, that's going to be killed. We do force a cancel on the low ground as well. That's a massive denial here. Geralt stuck on number ace. Oh, and you can see Geralt, he's not happy about that on the cams. Not like this. Yeah, a little bit frustrated there, and Geralt forced to expand at the goal base location. Will warp in Adepts across the map, but Stalkers, they are in position. They're ready for this. As I say, that probes are going down. Ooh, that's going to be 4 dead workers. Likewise, Cristiano trying to force his way up the ramp. Did I say 4 dead workers? We're getting up to 5, almost up to 6. Yeah, 5 workers go down, but Cristiano, he's pushing his way up into the main base. We catch another Stalker as well. Stalker's going down. Things are looking a little bit bleak here for Geralt. Even going for the pylon. The pylon's going to fall. We depower the gateways. Boys are being pulled in a moment of desperation, and Cristiano, he's popping up. And he gets another Stalker, and even more. Here come the reinforcements. Cristiano snowballing out of control. Catches out some more workers on the low ground as well. Oh, I mean, Geralt, sure, he has the goal base on the way, but it's not even done, and I don't think we can get it saturated. It's not going to happen. Not anymore. We do have a force field just in time. We do force field the ramp. That's going to be keeping Cristiano at bay. We're buying some precious time right now to try to warp in, to try to reinforce, but we're out of force fields. Yeah, we're out of force fields, and there's nothing to stop Cristiano. He just waddles into the main base, past the pros, past the army, into the gold. And he's camping the gold base mineral line as well, ensuring that there is no economy, there is no mining. Yeah, Geralt, he's trying to hold on, but it's an uphill battle. He's down in Stalkers, down in Army, and down in economy. In a mirror matchup, it's that much more difficult to come back. I spoke earlier how Geralt, he really thrives in the mid game, but we're not even going to get there. We're not even going to get to the mid game as we have control of the gold base. Pylon goes down, and Nexus under fire. Ah, man. Geralt showing his frustrations on camps as well. Now, Geralt will eventually deal with this army. He will eventually clean this up, true. But he's still so far behind. Blink coming into play. Let's go. Does avoid those shots. Does preserve those stalkers. Christianity pulls back to the safety of these two immortals. Oh my god. Yeah, the immortals, they have arrived. They're going for the Nexus. They're gonna get it. No shot. The base goes down. Stalkers, immortals, they hold their ground as well. They take down some stalkers. Now Geralt can try to chase this, and he will, but it's going to come at a cost. It's going to come at a cost here. As the Immortal does stand strong, GG gets caught, and Cristiano, he takes the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano, he will take a 2-0 here. A strong lead for his team. A strong lead for Starlight Twinkle. Now, in saying that, I will say that Cristiano is, I would go as far as to say he's the ace player. He's the ace player of Starlight Twinkle, so he starts off with a 2-0, a strong start for his team. But now here come the heavy hitters of Psystrom Na'Vi. Up next, we have Cham versus Spirit, and Wayne versus MaxPax. Spirit and MaxPax, they are some of the best players in Europe. Spirit, he's top 3, arguably top 2 Terran in Europe. MaxPax, number 1 Protoss in Europe, arguably number 1 in the world as well. I mean, Hero has been cooking. Here's, but yeah, for now we're just getting our players ready. Of course, this is going to be our final best of 7 of the evening of WTL. Tao, as Cham is a little bit absent at the moment. In. As for now, game 1 is going to be to commit a little bit extra to making the noodles. But here we go. We're jumping in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have Cham for Starlight Twinkle, and in the top right we have a Spirit for Psystrom Na'Vi. Here we go. I just realized if you put something or someone on fire, you light it up. Oh no. I'm gonna need you to calm down, Papi. I mean, oh no. Not like this. Yo, I saw you plaguing the chat earlier during MSO with your puns. I noticed. Ahí está. And so now we are going to be settling in. I did speak earlier about how aggressive and how unorthodox Cham can be, and I stand by that. But here in the early game, going to be a standard opener. It's going to be a hatch gas pool at a Cham to kick things off. Likewise, we have a Spirit opening up with a Rax expand as well. Spirit has been known to cut corners and go for a CC first. He has done that in the past. I appreciate that he's not doing that here against Cham, just in case. Oh. Alright, this is what Cham does. As Cham is going hatch pool gas, a slightly different variation of opener, but nothing too crazy here from Cham. Just what he goes for. Moving out his Overlord across the map, trying to scout for any kind of crazy proxy shenanigans. We have seen Spirit spice things up from time to time, but it's very rare. It's very rare for Spirit to go for all-ins and to shake things up too much. I mean, I'm always reminded of his finals versus a laser during the House Galactic battle at the start of the year, or even last year, where Spirit did go for, like, you know, 2-port BC opener into mech, and where he cheesed, and where he went for like a 4x 2-base all-in. Like Spirit, he was wild that day. And he clowned all over a laser. Like, it was impressive, very impressive, but very unlike Spirit, and we rarely get to see that side of him. So I don't expect that here. I don't expect too many shenanigans out of Spirit in this best of 2. Don't expect it. For now, the Reaper's moving out across the map, is going to get eyes on the hatchery on the low ground. Can't chip away those drones. Lings are ready. Queen is on the way. And so far, Cham does micro well. Pulls away, keeping that drone alive. Oh my. I spoke too soon as one drone goes down. Barely not there in time to morph in that gas geyser. And with that, a very strong start for Spirit. Very strong start. Gets one drone kill. Reaper is still alive. Is going to dip back into the natural. Queen's a little bit further out. And we may even catch another drone. Drone's under fire. Ooh, we do morph in that Spore. Cham this time real quick to morph that in. It doesn't want to lose another worker. Back at home, Spirit going for a third CC before Starport. It's a very economic opener here out of Spirit. But has done quite well so far with this Reaper and will keep it alive, will dip away. And the curious thing about this follow-up here, though, is the Spirit going to go, is he going to go 3cc into Banshee or 3cc Liberator instead? What kind of variation is going to be going for? How aggressive is he going to be as the follow-up? Now Reaper dipping in, gets some hits off on that Ling. Ling does survive, Reaper gets the hell out of there. And we do have the tech lab on the racks, so we should be setting up for the add-on soul for Banshee production. We'll catch a glimpse of that, I'm sure, in the coming seconds. Yeah, there it is. We do have the add-on soul. You can see in the production tab, Banshee is on the way. So it's going to be Hellion Banshee as the follow-up. It's going to be ideal against Roach-based play, which I think is really smart. Cham does like to embrace Roach production quite often in this matchup. So just really safe play here by Spirit. Nothing too out of the norm. Meanwhile, Hellions, they go for the dive. Ooh, they get 3 drone kills here at the natural, and they almost, oh, they get a 4th. 4 drones for 2 Hellions. Not a bad trade here for Spirit. Bearing in mind he has more Hellions where that came from. Reaper dips in and gets, ooh, not quite another drone. There we go, Lings are in position. We shut down the Reaper. Nicely done there at a Cham, but the Hellions have still done well for themselves. And we're not done. We have more Hellions on the way. We have Cloak being reached, second Banshee as well. Spirit's about to move out with his Hellion Banshee. Meanwhile, Cham trying to keep up, still droning, going for the lair. Is going to be a lair first, so Cham is playing safe. He's not rushing into double Evo chamber, he's not rushing into upgrades. This could mean that Cham may even skip some tech and may take extra gases and go Ling into Muta. I'm not ruling that out, but there we go. We have a Baleen Nest now on the way. Okay, we're good. Baleen Nest is on the way. We are taking 4 gases, which is quite a bit, but that should just be enough to facilitate the upgrades for the double Evo chamber, assuming they're on the way. There we go. Double Evo Chambers on the way. If it was Spire, we would typically delay those Evo Chambers and skip them and throw down a Spire instead once the layer is done. So it's just going to be Ling Bane for now. Just Ling Bane for Cham. 4th base has been thrown down. Oh, never mind. So I guess being a little bit skeptical was a good thing here. I was like, is he going Mute? Is he going Spire? I was thrown off by the double Evo chamber, but yes, it is going to be the Spire. Now, the downside of going for a Spire in this manner is that we are spending gas elsewhere. We're spending gas on Evo chamber upgrades, and that is going to delay how many mutas we can really amass. Which is why usually we skip the double Evo chamber. Or we delay it, I should say. But the upgrading Evo chamber is revealed to the Hellions, so that is going to help hide the build. Hellions go for a dive. They get 6 drone kills already. Oh my god. 6 drones go down. Banshees, they were putting in a lot of work as well, but the tech structure has been hidden. And what I appreciate, even though it was double Evo chamber, we only have +1 carapace on the way. We did not begin +1 melee, intentionally so. I mentioned before that I was concerned about the lack of gas that Cham was going to have, and that the upgrades would eat into that gas, and that is the case, which is why Cham did not go for the melee upgrade. Here we go, the Spire is about to finish, so far unscattered, so far so good. Oh, we catch out the Hellions! Yeah, the Hellions, they get cleaned up, but Spirit is going for his push, and I'm concerned because Mutas do not do too well defensively. They do amazingly harassing across the map, getting into mineral lines, picking away at some reinforcements, and catching stray units, that is true, but against a mass by a ball, I mean, that's what we need Ling Bane. Banelings are on the way. We have 9 mutas in production. Jamie checks for the 4th on the right-hand side, does not find anything, does not find a way in. 4 CC now on the way, and the Marines, they clear up a lot of creep. And Spirit is going to be able to push forward. You can see his tanks repositioning at the same time we're trying to catch out the army. We're trying to, but yeah, these tumors are going to be shut down. Morling Bay Muta still amassing. +1 carapace is done, so is Bailing Speed. These mutas have to be so very careful here. We don't want to throw any muta away. We're still amassing more Ling Bane. And Cham, he's up against the wall right now. Leads out a queen, and this is the danger of going into mutas here in this matchup, is you are vulnerable to pushes like this. Because you need, oh no! As we bleed out some Bailings. Every Bailing is so precious. We collapse, so precious. We collapse on the Marines, we pick off some of them, but the tanks, they stand strong. Spirit is pushing in. Cham likewise, oh, threatens a dive. Cham not committing yet. More Bailings on the way, as we bleed out more as well. And Spirit, he's gaining ground. Gonna be reinforcing as well. Nice pickups there with those mutas. Gets 2 Marines. But the reinforcements have arrived, and this position that much more secure here for Spirit. Meanwhile, Cham splits up his army. He wants to try to collapse on this from multiple angles. And he's committing. He does collapse in. He'll get on top of the tanks. Tanks are going down. The Bailings, they connect with the Marines. A very nice engagement out of Cham. He will shut this down. Not just the Bio Army, but also the Medivacs. I say that Medivacs will boost away. Mutas will intercept. They try to. Yeah, we go. We clean up those Medivacs. Cham with a very nice fight. And we gotta go. We have to get some counter damage. But back at home, we have Marines. We have a Thor as well. Turrets are done. It's not gonna be easy. Meanwhile, Spirit, he's going for the gold. Oh my god, he's so greedy. He's crazy. The gold base is being taken by Spirit, and if Cham was aware of this, he should knock it down. But for now, Cham is in the dark. He is not aware of the base, not aware of the 4th location. You see Cham, he pulls away, but he needs to be more active than this. He needs to figure out what's going on. The turrets, they're finishing up. Oh, and by the time Cham checks, the turrets are done, so it's a planetary. We do deny 2 of those turrets, though. But there's a lot of pressure here on Cham. Gets 5 SCVs, not bad. But the base is up and running. And Spirit, he's looking quite secure. Cham is maxed out. Now, he could try to ignore the planetary. He could just ignore the gold and go for the 3rd, go for the natural. Could try to hit a different base. Cham has potential. Behind this, Hive is on the way. We're getting to +1 melee, +2 carapace. Cham has a good economy, but this army is still quite fragile. Breaking this entrenched position is not going to be easy, but he's got a lot of Ling Bane. And it looks like it should be enough to break through. Where are the tanks? Where are the Widow Mines? And we have none. Without splash damage, the Ling Bane, it crashes on in. The Planetary is going to go down. Planetary does fall. The Thor as well, just barely. And not a bad fight here for Cham. Even catching out some of these tanks. The tanks, get out of here. Oh my, where's the anti-air? Where are the Marines? The tanks, they're getting caught out. Marines out of position. And Bailey's, they're going for the mineral line. And Cham, he's snowballing out of control. The mineral line goes down. 32 SCVs fall. The planetary as well. And Cham, he can back off and remax. And Spirit, he's in trouble. Spirit, he may be one of the best Terrans in Europe, but he's up against El Chamaco, papi. Let's go. Let's go. As Cham, he's remaxing with his Ling Bane. His mutas, they haven't paid for themselves so far. They have to be careful though. Oh. Again, I did mention that, I mean, these tanks were a little bit lackluster. When you're up against Ling Bane muta, typically the answer would be these Widow Mines. Instead, Spirit trying to go for a more secure, more fortified, defensive kind of setup with these tanks and Thors. But so far, not paying off. The tanks, they did reinforce a little bit too late. Meanwhile, Cham going to be taking up towards Ultras to make use of those melee upgrades. We have Adrenal on the way, Ultra Cavern on the way as well. Cham about to max out. This time, though, Cham is going for a split push, which makes sense. A bit of a difference here when it comes to this new 4th base is, as it's about to be a planetary, this time there are tanks. This time there are tanks in position. This time we have a nice spread as well from Spirit. He's a lot more in position, a little more prepared for a push. As we have 3 tanks in position. So Cham may not want to commit into this. He may want to threaten the base, and as he threatens, going for the run by at the natural. And we'll see how we can bring this all together here. As The run by does hit the natural base. Banelings are getting caught out. Nice spread there by Spirit. And the Banelings get into the third. Oof. Oh my god, once again, no reaction. The full mineral line goes down. We get the tanks. Massive pickoffs. 2 tanks going to be going down as well. 17 SCVs. And again, Chem, he may not have broken the 4th, but the natural in the 3rd, that was what was exposed. That was what was vulnerable. Abusing Spirit's lower army supply here. He doesn't have enough to defend all bases at once. He has to pick and choose. And Spirit, he picked the 4th base. And unfortunately, he wasn't where he needed to be. Cham setting up another run by. And again, I do think it's a wise choice to just ignore this gold. Like, this 4th base, it's just so heavily fortified. It's going to be a bit of a waste trying to break that location. So just ignore it. Just ignore it and go for these other bases instead. So far, so good for Cham. Do see it. Muta's going to be dipping in from behind. Oh, we do get caught out. That's going to be 2 Mutas going down. Good pickups here by Spirit. Catches out some of the Mutas at the same time. Lingmei tries to roll in. This time, Spirit is in position. Yeah, big snipes here on the Mutas, and looks like we're throwing them away. Yeah, the Mutas are going to be cleaned up. At the same time, it looks like the Ultras, they hit the Planetary. We missed it on cams there. But the Planetary did fall. Nicely done. Spirit was distracted, the Observer a little bit distracted as well. Now we're embracing the Ultra. Now, Spirit may have Ghosts, but the problem is the economy. The problem is the supply. Because of the low worker count, because of the low base count, Spirit cannot keep up here when it comes to these trades. And Shem has to keep the pressure up. He has to break the space again and again and make sure he does not allow Spirit to max out. Otherwise, Spirit will recover. Speaking of, here we go. A bit of a rough angle from Cham. And again, Spirit, he's rallied his entire army here in position. Tanks, Thors, Ghosts, he's got it all. Cham rotating around, looking for another angle of attack. Cham is maxed out. Again, I would not be opposed to pushing into the natural of the 3rd. But we'll see what we go for. There we go. Cham is soon to pull the trigger. Okay, we have a really nice spread here by Spirit. I don't know if Cham really wants to commit up the ramp. He may try to go for the Planetary again. We'll get some Ghosts. He's going to commit. Yeah, the Ghosts go down. He goes to the Planetary. He bleeds off a lot of the Banelings. At the same time, the Lingmei army coming in from behind. Really weird angle here from Cham, but he will break the base. It does force a lift up. Not the most efficient trades here to Cham. Lose a lot of Banelings into the tanks, Banelings into the Planetary, but he will deny the expansion. He's going for the mineral line. He's going for the mineral line and SCVs. Oh my god. They get shut down. Another 15 SCVs do fall. The bases do survive, but again, Spirit, he just doesn't have an economy, doesn't have any money left. He's broke, Bappy. Is going to be broke here. Corruptor's going for the CC, but we have some repairs going on. We should be able to barely save it. Alas, the Ultras are getting sniped. Not bad. Ultra's going to be going down. Cham overextending a little bit here. Bleeding out a lot of Lings. Oh. Yeah, now we realize what's going on. Now we pull away. Cham has to calm down. He's doing well, though. Cham is doing well. Pulling away, massing up his army. Who needs spellcasters? Who needs Vipers when pushing into tank lines like this? I mean, to be fair, without enough bio army to really support the tanks, I mean, we can abuse this location. I'm liking the idea of Cham just building up, maybe even almost purely Ling Ultra, minimal Banelings, and we can break this. See Cham spreading out. Infestors now in the mix. A handful of Corruptors. We have fungal growths available. And now we go for the tithe. Yeah, the Ultras, they get on top of the tanks. Banelings as well. They're going for the bio army. And they crash in. Oh, they take down the mineral line. They take down the Planetary. And GG gets called. Cham popping off takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, Cham, and making the mutas happen, harnessing the inner Jaime, Bobby, harnessing the inner Jim Rising. Able to take game 1 here against Spirit. Again, I was so concerned early on when it came to the first buy push. Remember, Spirit, he saw the mutas, he was aware, he was pushing right through the center, and Cham was up against the wall. He was bleeding out Lings, bleeding out Banelings. Things were looking a little bit dire there for Cham, but eventually he was able to get a surround. He was able to shut down the first push, and then from there, able to knock down that planetary time and time again. Unfortunately for Spirit, he did reinforce that planetary a couple seconds too late. If you remember, winding it back, Cham, when he knocked down that planetary, that was just as the tanks were rolling over. As the tanks were coming over to siege up, they were not yet ready. There was 0 splash damage at that planetary, and once it got knocked down, Cham had been. I didn't make the noodles from scratch. I just put them in boiling water, mate. What are you on about? I'm not an old Italian grandma. You could have fooled me, Pat. You could have fooled me. I can see you already. I can see you, Steel, with the chef's hat, with the apron, behind the kitchen counter, with the Italian music going on in the background, the Italian opera, even. I can see it already, Pat. Cooking with mold. That's spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have Cham for Starlight Twinkle. And in the top right, we have Spirit for Psystorm Navi. Here we go. As we are going to be opening up, and do you see what I see? Oh, no, we're good. I was like, is Spirit going to go for a CC first? No, we're going Rax and Band. Standard opener out of Spirit, and Cham opening up Hatch first as well. But as we settle into game number 2, I mean, hey, we're loading into Crimson Court, so this is going to be the map choice of Spirit. This does make a lot of sense. Crimson Court is a very defendable map here. It is very difficult to go for these split pushes and to try to deny the 4th base and deny the 5th base. The reasoning for this is because of the map layout. There's a lot of rocks and a lot of minerals that you have to break down to gain access to some of these fringe bases, which makes them that much more fortifiable. Not just that, but also choke points. There's so many choke points here on Crimson Court. There's a reason why we have seen a lot of late game matches on this map. We've seen this go the distance. Even last night, we casted an hour-long game between Goblin and Raynor on Crimson Court. Just again, because of how defendable it is, how macro-oriented it really is as well, how easy it is to split the map in half and to go for, you know, a 30-plus minute game. So this does make a lot of sense, especially with the kind of player that Spirit is. Spirit, he's known for his patience. You know, famously, he took down Raynor in EPT Europe. It was on not Post You. Oh god. Yeah. Neo Humanity, that's it. On Neo Humanity, on also like an hour-long plus game. He did the same thing to a laser as well. Spirit, you give him an opportunity, and he will pitch his tent. He'll pitch his tent, and he'll camp, Bobby. He'll camp all night. Pitch the tent, Bobby. So now the Reaper is going to be jumping into the natural, does throw in the drone. Oh, this time we will not get the drone kill. Oh, I spoke too soon. Okay, we're good. Whew, we're okay. We're okay. Reaper does rotate over. Heading into the main. Picking away at the drones. Sorry, at the Lings. Getting 1 Ling so far. Oh, gets a second Ling as well. Not bad. And can we get a worker? The drones are getting low. Oh my god. Oh, Spirit's a little bit too greedy. He wanted that drone. It was 1 shot away from going down, but the Reaper does fall. A nice defense out of Cham. It cost him 2 Lings, but that is worth a Reaper. This is where Cham takes a gas and throws down a Roach War. This is where... Aye. But the Reaper does go down. Cham settling into a 3-base setup. Likewise, in the main base of Spirit, we do see a 3rd CC on the way and a starport. So once again, a 3 CC before starport. Very economic follow-up here at a Spirit. And based on the tech lab, it looks like we might set up for another add-on swap for Banshees. As my eyes are on that Rax. Yep, there's the add-on swap. So this is the same build 2 games in a row. This time, the early game for Spirit is not as successful as game 1. Remember, game 1, he killed a drone. This time, didn't kill a drone, and he lost his Reaper. So, slightly worse start for Spirit, slightly better start for Cham compared to the first game. Catching up in the chat. Typical tent picture. Yeah. He likes it, man. He likes it. wearing a tank top and flexing my biceps as I need the dough for the pasta. Get your head out of the gutter, like. I did not go that far, Fabi. Oh my god. Es tío. For now, we are going to be calming things down. Sham going for, once again, a lair first. As a reminder to the previous game, it was also a lair first opener. Lair first into a Baneling Nest, into double Evo chamber, into a fast Spire with only the one upgrade, with only +1 carapace. Talking about Crimson Court, because of the map layout, because of all these rocks and all these choke points, and because of the terrain, I would not be opposed to mutas if we didn't embrace mutas in game 1. Like, I'm not too fond of going for the same playstyle 2 games in a row from the side of Cham, but we'll see. Oh my god, that's giga late speed. Wait, what? Am I crazy? Speed started at the 5-minute mark. What just happened? I do think that was a mistake. Yeah, Cham, he had plenty of gas. He had plenty of gas to work with, so Ling speed was delayed accidentally. It's not like we were saving the gas and we didn't rush into the lair any faster because of the delayed Ling speed, not by any means. So that is a bit of a slip up. This does mean that Cham is vulnerable to a dive. If Spirit dives in, then the Ling's gonna have a hard time keeping up. But now the base is gonna be cancelled. And Cham is going for the same build, except for the forgotten Ling speed, which I do believe it was just forgotten. Aliens, they poke in. Banshees, they hit the natural base, and they scout, they confirm everything. Yeah, big moment here for Spirit as it does get eyes on the Spire. But it is the same build 2 games in a row from Cham. And Hellions, they go for the 3rd, and Ling speed is still not done. Oh my god, the mineral line gets roasted. We get 17 drone kills, 8. Oh, we're not done. Not even close. 22. 23 drones go down, 24 workers in total. Ay, over a mineral line worth of drones, and we're not done. The Banshees, they come back in. They're going to get even more worker kills. As I say that, they just deny mining time, but there we go. Another drone goes down, and another. And this is game-ending damage. This is game-ending. Again, unfortunate here. Because of the forgotten Ling speed, we could not keep up with the Hellions. We were vulnerable to a dive, as we mentioned, and Spirit, he embraced that dive. Quite hard there. He was able to get away with it. Back at home, he's settling into his own 1-1-5 upgrades, getting into combat shield. Stim is done. As much as I was talking earlier about how Spirit, if you wanted to, we can just slow the game down. We can be here for 45 minutes. We can take a 4th base, take a 5th base, max out, turtle up. He doesn't need to. After this kind of start, Spirit, all he has to do is build up towards a 1-1 timing, move out in a minute or so, and I'll be honest, I don't think Cham can survive a push. Not with that 1-1 timing. As Cham is trying to recover, he's squeezing out some mutas, he's been re-droning this entire time. And Cham has been able to drone up to 81. Like, Cham has a really nice worker count, but the army supply is what is concerning to me. You know, the soup does lie. The numbers may look a little bit even when it comes to the overall supply, but Cham, he's got barely an army to work with. Creep is being denied. We are amassing out more Ling Bane as we speak. Cham desperately amassing an army. And here comes Spirit. Slowly pushing forward, sieging up those tanks. He can even try to get behind the mineral line. It's going to be an option. For now, he's already within range of the gas geyser. Cham still amassing more Ling Bane. I believe Baneling speed is done. Yeah, the gas geyser goes down. We do catch some of these Marines. Up! We tried to at least. Yeah, but we do fight off of creep. One tank goes down, but the bio army is just rallying across the map. Cham is barely holding on. As Spirit does edge ever closer. Moving forward with those tanks. All Marines are amassing. The muta's having a hard time engaging. We can see Cham set up a surround. He has a flank on the right-hand side. He's ready with his Ling Bane. And we'll see how Spirit does kite back, how he responds. I mean, honestly, kiting off a creep like this, I still feel like Spirit should be okay. And we're collapsing in. Bailey's a rolling forward. They crash into the tanks. It's some rough trades for the Bailings. Nice spread here from Spirit, and he shuts down the Ling Bane. We stim on forward. There's barely any Bailings left. And without Bailings, there's nothing to stop the Marines. The man with gun is here. And we can stim. We can win. We have, I think, one Bailing left over. The Mutas, the Lings, they melt against the Bio Army. The handful of Bailings have morphed in. And again, there's nothing to stop Spirit from just pushing forward. Just keep on pushing. Keep the pressure up. And head deeper into creep. As Cham is down to 3 bases, Evo chambers are exposed. Mutas, they cannot engage. And Cham, he's even supply blocked. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, brutal supply block for Cham. We get some okay Bailing connections, but it's still not enough. Oh, some better Bailing connections towards the end. Takes down the tanks. Oh my god, once again, some impressive connections there out of Cham. The splits were not good enough there from Spirit, and Cham, he barely holds on. Barely. It's not a pretty trade out of Cham. It's not pretty at all. Not the most efficient fight out of Cham either, but yes, Spirit, his control did slip a little bit there in that final fight. Was unable to spread out those Marines. Did underestimate the power of those Banelings, but we still just rally across. We don't even care. Spirit, he's still just rallying across the map. 4 CC now on the way. Sorry, the main base being floated over as the 4th. Mutas do rock up. But Spirit's in position. Spirit is in position. Does defend his new would-be 4th. Rocks are being knocked down. I mean, Cham is finding some reinforcements, though. He's came to the production. And the Mutas are not doing too poorly, but at the same time, the Spirit is making his way towards the new 4th. The tanks are in a brutal position. Does Cham have enough? It's hard to say. We can see Cham getting ready from behind once again. Going to be crashing in. Tanks are going to be cleaned up, but not the Bio. Yeah, the Marines are gaining ground. Not many Banelings left over. And this time, Spirit, he does pre-splits. He pre-splits his army. Banelings, for the most part, are cleaned up. And the Lings are being shut down as well. Looks like we have finally done it. GG gets called. Spirit overwhelms. And Spirit ties it up 1-1. GG. Again, Spirit having a brutal start. Or I should say Cham having a brutal start. And Spirit having a brutal lead. As Spirit was able to just barbecue that mineral line. Again, we had no link speed. We had a hard time keeping up with the Hellion movement, harassing the bases. Queens were out of position as well. And we roasted, what was that, 27 drones? I think in total. It was like 27 workers go. We have Wayne, we have Max Pax. They are getting ready. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe or how you think the series will unfold. 2-0 in either direction or a tied 1-1 score. As we are jumping in and spawning in the top left hand corner, we have Wayne, Starlight Twinkle. And in the bottom left, we have Max Pax for Sidestorm Navi. Here we go. At least it's not a refrigerator. Wait, what? What is a refrigerator? I'm not familiar with the Terran vocabulary. What is a refrigerator? Let us know, Papi. Let us know. The ways of the Terran. What does that mean? As for now, we're going to be settling in. It is going to be a standard opener out of Wayne, forcing the unnatural naturals. It's going to be a hatch gas pool out of our Zerg player. Meanwhile, from the side of Max Pax, going for a gate expand on his side. We're loading into Amphion. Amphion also known for being quite a defensive map as well. I spoke about the advantages of Crimson Court. Now it can lead to longer games because of how fortifiable some of those bases are. Similarly here on Amphion, it is difficult to break a 3-base setup, especially if the triangular third is taken. So we'll keep an eye on MaxPax's expansion pattern. As likewise, there are also mineral walls and rocks that have to be knocked down and mined through to gain access to some locations. Likewise, a lot of choke points are available as well. Can be quite difficult to really break through. Okay. Okay, I understand. Not StarCraft related, just someone who is always taken. Okay. I understand. I'm sure we can make it StarCraft related. I'm sure we can make it that way. It's fine. We'll figure it out. But now, we're going to be calming down. Be calming things down. Again, settling into our openers. No major tech choice yet, but we're about to embrace that. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a standard Stargate opener. We have seen MaxPax embrace Twilight Council openers in the past, that is true. Even in the near future, he has been embracing Glaive Adepts. But not this time, not this game. Not this game. As we have our Stargate thrown down for MaxPax, should be an Oracle-based opener. Triple Oracle into a third base, into a Forged Twilight Council. That's kind of what we're keeping an eye on. That's what we imagine that MaxPax will embrace, just a standard setup. Really, my eyes are on Wayne. As Wayne is known for being the aggressor. Known for being all-in at times as well. Yeah, if it does see an opportunity. I don't think this is the best map for an all-in, I'll be honest. But, you know, we'll see what Wayne's been cooking. We'll see. As it upstate, we'll shade across the map. Oh. And this is a brutal position as well. We do deny mining at the natural. As the Adepts, they have the high ground. So a brutal position and some nice damage dealt here by MaxPax. Doesn't kill any drones, but does deny mining. So some nice damage dealt. Meanwhile, the Oracle is on the way. We have a second Oracle in production. MaxPax setting up for his third base, setting up for his soon-to-be expansion at the triangular location. We spoke about it, but that is a very defendable base. Has the high ground, has a ramp, has rocks as well. Very difficult to punish. As the Oracles get across the map, they deny the Lings. Very nicely done. MaxPax catching some tumors, picking up some Lings, trading well, doesn't lose anything. And there is the follow-up. The third base hasn't even been thrown down. And do you see what I see? A Twilight Council, 3 more gates. I believe that's going to be 4 gateways alongside Glaive Adepts. Whether it's Glaives or whether it's a Blink, regardless, going to be hyper-aggression from MaxPax. Again, this has been a very trendy build amongst the Korean Protosses and the European Protosses alike. It's been very trendy over the past 2 months. Basically post-DreamHack Dallas. The build has been around for over a year, but for whatever reason has really risen in popularity as of late. As we get 6 drones go down, aye. Gateway's about to finish up, Twilight Council is done, and show us the upgrade. So, show us what you got. Yeah, there it is, Glaives are on the way, so it's going to be that Glaive Adept follow-up build. Again, players like Classic, Trap, MaxPax. I don't think I've seen Showtime do this, but again, even a lot of the more mid-tier Protoss players like Christiana, Geralt, Skillus, they've all been embracing this build. Say mid-tier, I'm referring to those that are not MaxPax in Europe. Just still very good. And even MaxPax himself. Now, the scary thing about this follow-up, of course, is if we have no roaches, it's going to be a tough defense. And there's no roach warren. There is no roach warren here for Wayne. There is a Baneling Nest, though, that is an alternate way to deal with this, but we have to be in position. The Banelings are quite slow. They have to be able to keep up with the Shades. They have to be able to shut down the Adepts. Without them, the Adepts are going to get out of hand. They're going to get out of control, and they're moving across the map already. Baneling Nest is not done. Uh-oh. The Baneling Nest is not ready, and neither is Wayne. We're getting into the mineral line. Drones are going down. We shade into the natural as well. Lings are being completely shut down. And this is merely the beginning. Merely the start. We have more Adepts walking across the map from the side of MaxPax. We shade into the main base. Once again, Lings, they struggle to deal with those Adepts. Glaives are popping off. More drones are going down. And this is already becoming too much. We get 19 drone kills. Oracles, they come in from behind to help support. Getting 27, 28. GG gets called, game-ending damage, and MaxPax takes game number 1. GG. Again, this has just been a very trendy build as of late. Wayne, unfortunately, his Baliness was too late. Unfortunately, Wayne chose to skip the Roach Warren. We saw +1 melee on the way. I should have pointed out that that meant that Wayne was going into Ling Bane Hydra, and that is vulnerable. Ling Bane Hydra is straight up very vulnerable here to Glaive Adepts. As you can see, Glaives, they just pop off so well here against light units, against Lings, Queens, and Hydras as well. I mean, we didn't even have Hydras to speak of. But yeah, Wayne just had no answer. He was caught with his pants down. The pants, they were down, Papi. They were down. And now we're settling into game 2, and it's going to be Wayne's map of choice. We're going to be loading into Post-Youth. Makes sense. Post-Youth has been a very common map choice here from Zerg players in ZVP. It is a map, of course, where you can embrace the faster hybrid base. Minerals are a little bit more valuable to Zerg players than Protoss players in this matchup. Likewise, very wide open. We're very Protoss players very vulnerable to getting surrounded on Post-Youth, and we also have the center gold base that can be taken as a fort. So Wayne, I'm sure, is going to be a lot more comfortable on Post-Youth, but MaxPax is still the favorite player coming into this, and we'll see if he makes it Adept once again. We'll see if he does make use of those Adepts for a second time as we're leading into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Wayne for Starlight Twinkle. And in the top right, we have MaxPax for Psystorm Gaming, or Psystorm Navi. Just catching up in the chat. If the harassing worker steals minerals from the enemy base, it is hereby Fridge Raider. True. That would make sense. Yeah. Along the lines of a worker stealing resources. Fridge Raider in SC2, someone who used that that trick where you mine your enemy base's mineral patch by putting it in the stolen gas geyser. Exactly. Aye. Smooth. Doesn't happen too often. But we do appreciate whenever it does. Usually you see that trick when it comes to breaking down a mineral wall. It's for a bit of a cheese, for a bit of a proxy. That's what comes to mind, in my mind at least. I think most recently Eon. Eon did it. Sorry, I say Eon. Eon Blue. Eon Blue did it during Home Story Cup on Crimson Court, where he took the gas next to the natural base of his opponent, of course, took the gas, then it was mining minerals and gas back and forth, slowly working through that mineral wall, while Ryung was unaware. Then he went for the Link Flood, went for the all-in. It was beautiful. But he did it against Ryung. It was a thing of beauty. Didn't work, didn't kill Ryung, but it almost did. it almost killed him. Big shout out to Eon Blue. As for now, we're going to be calming things down. Going to be expanding. There's going to be hatch gas pull here out of Wayne. And likewise, a gate expand out of MaxPax. And so far, everything's looking quite standard for the time being. Once again, a Stargate open out of MaxPax. Just because we saw a Stargate opener into Glaive Adepts in Game 1 does not mean that we're going to see it here in Game 2. It is still viable, definitely, but typically it isn't really wise to rely on the same cheeky build 2 games in a row. Your opponent is a lot more prone to defending against it, is a little bit more aware of the potential of that kind of build. But that could also mean that maybe Wayne skips the Roach Warren again. True, it could mean that. The mind games, Papi. As Wayne, he's going for the gold as his third. Ooh, that is quite greedy here. I mentioned it before that you can take the gold a little bit more securely as a fourth base, but as a third, that is risky. And the Stalker will confirm. Yeah, it does get eyes on the gold. And the pressure is about to be on Wayne, rushing into an Evo chamber. That should be for fast +1 melee. Okay. Very fast Evo Chamber here out of Wayne. Rushing into +1 melee, rushing into Lingbane aggression. Which makes sense if we're making use of the gold minerals. Meanwhile, MaxPax, the onus is on him to try and deny mining at the gold base. We'll see if he can. There's that +1 melee that we spoke of. Again, this should be for hyper Lingbane aggression in the mid game. Or even just a Lingbane all in. We'll keep an eye on the Baliness timing. As well as on the Ling count as well. As we do Maynard over, gold base is getting saturated. Likewise, Oracle dipping in. The Queens are for the time being keeping up. Ooh, but the Oracle does hit the gold. Only one Queen in position. We get 5 drone kills, 6 drone kills. Oh my god, 7 drones. The vast majority of the workers, they do go down to 1 Oracle. The Oracle escapes, and suddenly Wayne is in a rough position. Wayne is down to 27 drones. There's that Bailey Nest. It's going to be for the all-in. We spoke about it, but rushing into +1 melee does typically lead into a Lingbane all-in. And Wayne should be doubling down, but his economy is going to be hindered here. Is going to be slowed down quite heavily. And here come the Adepts. Oh boy. Do you have a mass amount of links on the way? MaxPax making his way towards the gold. Does reveal himself. Force to pull the workers away. Lings do get a decent surround. Queen's waddling forward as well. Adepts make their way into the main. When they get 4 drones, they scout at the Bailey Nest. And Wayne, he has to do something about this third base. He has to get some kind of counter damage, as he's so far behind in the economy. And Wayne is still droning. There we go. Bailing's now on the way. His goal should be to break down the third, but I'm not sure if he can. Yeah, more shield batteries. Cannons on the way as well, but the Lings, they have arrived. The Oracles are going to get a lot of damage dealt though, as we do get a third Oracle in the mix. Bailings are waddling in. They bring down the pylon. They go for the mineral line. But the base stands. The base does stand. We get 11 probe kills, but MaxPax still has a worker lead. As we even got up to 4 Oracles. MaxPax, aware of the Lingbane aggression, was the correct call to go for the 4th Oracle. And Wayne, he's massing up more Lings. He's getting ready for the 2nd wave. And again, he needs to break down that Nexus. The side defense wasn't rebuilt. Bear that in. I mean, we saw some of it though. We have 2 cannons and a shield battery. We do have a decent setup there for MaxPax, but not ideal. Oracles are moving out. Lings getting ready for the dive. Getting ready to commit. There we go. 10 Bailings on the way. Is this enough to finally bring down that 3rd base? As it's all or nothing. Like, we have no other further tech behind this. No extra gases. No lair. And we're crashing into the Stalkers. Our blink is done, though. Our blink is done. Overcharge is popped as well. And we're shutting this down. Yeah, the Lingbane, it's barely getting any damage dealt. We get the shield battery, but not much else. Oracles, they activate their pulsar beams. We get 19 probes. Oh my, they were stacked up. They were stacked in the gas. Oh my god, okay. That wasn't too bad. We got the mineral line. 19 probes go down. Suddenly, that was some good damage, and Wayne, he's going to be able to get into his lair. He's going to be able to drone up. We're still behind, is what I will say, is that MaxPax is still in a better position, which is crazy. But it shows how all-in Wayne has been. So Wayne needs to do that again, basically. We need to do that for a 2nd time. We do catch out some of these Stalkers, but oh, the Mass Oracle was brutal. Like, the Mass... We had to have a 5th Oracle, and it just completely shuts down these Lings. Like, what can they do? We have to back off, and we have to embrace Lingbane Hydra. Now Wayne is droning, but I would give the edge to MaxPax. Not just an edge, like he's ahead. We have the Bay on the way. It's going to be for Colossus production, ideally. Meanwhile, there's that Hydra Den. Wayne just now working towards Hydra production as well. And the scary thing here is that there should be a window where Max Packs can move out before we have Lurkers with like 2 or 3 Colossus. Like, that's what I'm worried about. Is that eventual Colossus timing. It may even be worth it for Wayne to skip some of these upgrades and go for Lair Tech Lurkers. That may be the best option considering the game state. I know Lair Tech Lurkers are not ideal. Definitely not ideal, but in this kind of situation, it may just be enough to like survive, to stabilize, get into a hive thereafter, and then get into more upgrades. Otherwise, Wayne's army is going to melt. For now, trying to pull off some of these run-bys. Getting ready with his Ling Bane. Likewise, the Max Pack's poking in. And we're going to be just relying on the Ling Bane Hydra. No infestation pits and no lurkers. Oh, we shut down the Lings. And it looks like Wayne is just going for a second all-in, as he has cut workers at 66. So that is 3 base saturation. That is the bare minimum amount of economy to max out. And we won't really have much of a bank to work with afterwards. Oh boy. Now, the ideal for Wayne is for Max Packs to push into him. Like, Wayne, ideally, he wants to fight out in the center of the map, ideally on creep. So Max Packs is moving out a little bit here. Bailing speed just now kicking in. Stasis traps being set up. Ooh, they are not triggered. And now we're committing to the dive. Stasis trap's going to be going off. Ooh, does catch a lot of Ling Bane. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the stasis traps are brutal. Ling Bane does not collapse on the main army. And Max Packs, he pulls back to the shield batteries, and Max Packs does defend. Yeah, these stasis traps, they were ideal here for Max Packs. At least the army does survive, and you can see Wayne, he's getting ready for wave number 2. Or for wave 3? Is this wave 3? Wave 4? What's he's getting ready for another push. He's still all in. Gonna be collapsing him from behind, going for the mineral line. Probes are going down. We got the gold mineral line. We're pushing in towards the main army. Shield batteries go down, but the core, the backbone here of Max Pack still stands strong. He still has the Archons and the Colossus. He's still perfectly fine, and yeah, we're going to be harassing across the map. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Max Packs, as Wayne has not been teching and has not been droning. So Wayne is just being outscaled here as the game progresses. As they move out, so they hit the mineral line. Ling Bane cannot push into this. That's 4 Colossus. We have a 5th Colossus on the way. It's a little bit of overkill, getting into 5 Colossus, whereas we could maybe work with, say, Storm, for example. But it's fine. Does mean we can just move forward that much more. And, I mean, there's no reason not to against this kind of army. It's so fragile what Wayne is working with. The one thing that I will say is that maybe we could do with it more sentries. The downside of Wayne's army, or one of the big downsides, one of the many downsides, is no Ravagers. Without any Ravagers, oh, so we shut down the mainlings. But without any Ravagers, Force Fields are king, and GG gets called. We don't even get a final fight, as Max Packs will take the 2-0 and will force the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Max Packs does survive the aggression of Wayne. Did begin early on with getting, what was it, like 9 drone kills? We got so much economic damage. Could maybe make an argument for Spirit instead, but we're going to be loading into Ghost River. Ooh, a very aggressive map. I'll be honest, I could see Cristiano taking this. I'll be honest, Papi, but we'll see, as we have yet to determine Who will our ace players be? My money is on Cristiano and MaxPax, but it's up to our teams. It's up to our players. It is up to our players here. As we have... As who's that Pokemon? Who is that player? Who's it gonna be? Our teams do have a little bit of time here to determine how they want to approach this. I mean, the first map is already revealed, so they can discuss the kind of map, the kind of game state, the kind of game that will unfold depending on the matchup. They might try to snipe MaxPax. Because MaxPax is the obvious ace for Psystorm Na'Vi, Cristiano, Wayne, and Cham, they can discuss amongst themselves if they have a specialized build to whip out on Ghost River. I'm still leading towards the PvP. We have seen Cristiano pop off before, but again, it's possible that we could embrace like a German taxi, right? Or a Roach Queen walk across the map. Like, we have seen a lot of ZVP all-ins on this map as well. There we go. And so we are getting ready here for that ace match. For the final best of one. Ugh. Just catching up. Catching up in the chat. MaxPax is the real GOAT. I mean, hey, he's an amazing player. He's the ace for a reason. Is the ace for a reason. Which is why he has to be the ace map, the ace player pick here, right? It's like it's gotta be no one else. Question mark? I know. The money stasis. Yeah, the stasis traps were brutal. Life is so addictive, papi. Oh, gracias, papi. Gracias. But here we go. There's maybe a world out there where we could maybe go for a Zerg pick, but there it is. Yeah, no surprises here. We have our ace players. It is, in fact, going to be Cristiano versus MaxPax. And I will quickly get those predictions ready. And honestly, I can see this going either way. I'll be honest. Like, Cristiano, he is also the ace player of Starlight Twinkle. He did amazingly earlier. He 2-0'd Geralt, already warmed up in the PvP. But MaxPax is known for his PvP as well, and this is most likely going to be a short one. I'll be honest here. I can already see that MaxPax is going to be opening up greedily, and then Cristiano is going to go for the one base all-in. And then it comes down to, will MaxPax survive the one base all-in, or will he fall? That's the question. We have seen Showtime bring MaxPax down with one base all-ins in the past couple of weeks. Like, Showtime has been popping off versus MaxPax. Oh, I mean, it's been back and forth. But here we go. We're jumping into our next game. And in the top right-hand corner, we have Cristiano for Starlight Twinkle. And in the top left, we have MaxPax for Psystorm Na'Vi. And here we go. This is it. It all ends here. It all ends on Ghost River. We're tied up 3-3 in this best of 7. And these are our two ace players. Let's go. Cristiano and MaxPax. Ace versus ace. Whew. And my eyes are on MaxPax here. Now, he is going for the gateway on the high ground. That does not guarantee it's going to be a 2-gate opener. This is most likely still going to be a gate expand, or a gate cyber, second gas, Stargate into expansion, as second gas has been taken. MaxPax goes for this opener on Golden Aura. When I say this, I'm referring to the wall off on the high ground instead of the low ground. The reasoning for this, as we have confirmation, Cristiano's opening up 2 gates, and MaxPax is going to be going for a single gate opener instead. So MaxPax is going for his greedy style. But the reason why this is done on Golden Aura and on this map as well is because the natural is actually pretty exposed. It's a little more exposed, it's a little more vulnerable as well to aggression, which means if you set up on the low ground with your wall off, it is vulnerable to being broken down a little bit easier by your opponents, and then you're on a bit of a deficit. So this is a bit of a safer, greedier opener out of MaxPax with the high ground wall off. The downside is that your natural is still, like, in some way compromised, as there's that much less to defend it. But we'll see if Cristiano takes the bait, and if he goes for the one base all in. We'll keep an eye on Cristiano. As there we go, it is going to be a double Stalker opener. The probe is moving out, and this probe is looking poised to throw down the pylon. Meanwhile, MaxPax, we do have the Stargate now on the way, and up next we should be seeing the Nexus from MaxPax. There's a no, the pylon's on the way, but the Zealot is... Will we scout? Uh-oh. Will we come across this? The pylon gets thrown down, the Zealot does move away, and we will not scout the proxy, just barely. If MaxPax was there, like 1 second later, just in time to come across the pylon and to shut it down then and there, that could have been game. Oh my god. I mean, the Stalkers have arrived, they would have been able to protect it. There we go. Gateway has been thrown down, and I believe this is going to be a 1 base, 4 gates all in. This is a build that Showtime has been relying on quite a lot over the past couple weeks against MaxPax. We've seen a lot of this build out of Showtime. I mean, not just Showtime, but a lot of the Protoss players out there. Void Rays on the way. We're going for the safety Void Ray. Now, I did jump the gun. I did say 4 gate, 1 base all in. For now, it's only 3 gateways. 2 gateways at home, 1 gateway across the map. So just 3 for the time being. And there's the 4th gateway. Okay, now we can embrace it. Now it's the 4 gate, 1 base all in. Let's go. As Cristiano is leapfrogging forward with those reinforcement points. I do appreciate it. Now, this does mean that his reinforcements will arrive that much faster. It's a really interesting setup here. Now, the reason why we're leapfrogging forward is that we couldn't really set up in this location originally because it was too close, would have been vulnerable to the Zealot. Now we can, as we have map control with all these Stalkers. And we can see that because the wall-off was on the high ground, there's so much more room to maneuver here for Cristiano. He has a lot more freedom, and he is chipping away at the base. Shield batteries are on the way. Overcharge is going to be available as well. Cristiano is building up that Stalker count, and he's getting to the point where he will soon be able to two-shot those Void Rays. Oh, 1 Stalker does go down. Oh, almost a second. Casito. Stalker barely does get away. Prismatic alignment is activated, bearing in mind that MaxPax did activate both Prismatic alignments, so he will not have one available here for the next dive. So that was a risky move out of MaxPax. Now it's on cooldown. And we have a force field. What about force field? 2 of the Stalkers, they're going to be zoned away. We're going for the Nexus. We're going for the base. And a couple more volleys. 1 more volley. It's going to be going down. The base does fall. MaxPax down to 1 base economy. But a 3rd Void Ray has arrived. Cristiano backing the hell off. Does retreat, but a good pick off here nonetheless. Going to be containing MaxPax to a 1 base. But that Void Ray count is getting quite dire here. It's getting higher and higher. We have the 4th Void Ray on the way. And Cristiano, he has to keep that Void Ray count low. Otherwise, it is going to get out of hand. Meanwhile, Prismatic Alignment is now off of cooldown. It's now available here. MaxPax supply block. Ooh, that is brutal. Supply block is real. Losing that Nexus. Oh, wait. Sorry, that was Cristiano. That's both of them, actually. But both of them are supply blocked. Okay. As they're both now breaking out. Backup sentries on the way. Again, they're going to be for the force fields to try to lock down the ground army. Stalkers amassing. I would love to see... Oh, as Cristiano's expanding. Let's go. He's expanding out of this. Catches a Stalker. Ooh, but will lose 2 of his own. A 2-for-1 trade. Not the best trade there for Cristiano. He was caught out. Yeah, the counter force field for MaxPax was worth it. And now we have, oh, quite an abundance of Void Rays. And that is going to be the 5 Void Ray setup. A 6th Void Ray on the way. And this means that Cristiano can no longer push in. With this many Void Rays, I don't see it happening. Not with this kind of army. So Cristiano, again, he's expanding, he's saturating. He does take a slight, I was going to say economic lead. The economy is pretty similar between our 2 players. Threatening the base. Getting some probes. And bleeding out a Stalker. Prismatic alignment is activated. Sorry, is activated once again on every single Void Ray. Bar the 1. Another Void Ray comes in. We got the force field. Catching a Zealot, threatening the Void Rays. Up! Not quite breaking through though, bleeding out another Stalker. Nice force fields. Once again, just deterring that ground army, but we bleed off another Stalker. Like, MaxPax has been so efficient, and what's scary is that he has still not lost the Void Ray. And eventually, MaxPax, he can break out. We're getting to that point. Meanwhile, Cristiano, I really like this out of Cristiano. He's taking a third. You know, take a third base. Try to take that economic lead. Likewise, I'd love to see Blink. For now, it's going to be Immortal production out of MaxPax. Hallucination will confirm. With Robo on the way. Second gateway as well. I believe Cristiano has yet to really embrace any further tech. Cristiano first going for that +1, going for Forge. Now we see the Twilight Council on the way. It's on par. Both MaxPax and Cristiano taking their Twilight Council at the same time. And now MaxPax, he's breaking it out. Yeah, with the help of the Void Rays, Cristiano, he has to give up on this position. He can force with the ramp, but oh, he gets force fielded instead. Oh my god. And now Cristiano's in a lot of trouble. He's in dire straits. As MaxPax, he has broken free. And now Cristiano has to be the defender. He pulls back home. Still relying on pure Blink Stalker. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Void Ray Immortal army moving out across the map. Cristiano has potential to shade in with those adepts, but I don't think MaxPax will come back home. Yeah, he's committed. And can we hold the line? Shield Battery is going to help. Overcharge as well. Second Shield Battery on the way. One adept goes down. Cristiano, he gets 2 probes. That is okay, but not ideal. Nice force field. We lock down that Immortal. Yeah, Overcharge is popped. We have to make Prismatic Alignment. We have to respect it. We have to back off. At the same time, Oracle into the natural, and we are out of position. No Shield Battery. Probes are going down. We do have a Shield Battery in the main, thankfully. But MaxPax, he gets damage done nonetheless. 4 or 5 probes going down. Is Blink done for Cristiano? Did he start it? Charge now on the way. Did he skip Blink? Yo, he's crazy. I could be mistaken. I may have missed it. Yeah, I'm gonna be poking in. His stalkers are going down. Yeah, there's no Blink. Oof. Yeah, so many stalkers. 4 stalkers are gonna be going down. We have to pull the boys. Overcharge is on cooldown. And stalkers are falling left and right. The mass Void Ray is getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. And we cannot fight into this. Not with this many prismatic alignments. And Cristiano, his army crumbles. GG gets called. And MaxPax will take the game in this series. 4-3. GG, well played. Psystorm Na'Vi will be your champions here. They will be your victors. GG, well played. That was a very, very tense PvP. Again, I was really concerned because of the Void Ray count. The Void Ray count was left untouched. Even though we got the base, which was good, we did not touch the Void Ray count. It just built up over time. Got to the point where we could just move Fatty, activate the Prismatic Alignment, and just mow through those Stalkers. Unfortunately, Cristiano could not survive that eventual breakout, the eventual push. It wasn't just the Void Ray, to be fair. There were Immortals as well to support a very hefty army. And Cristiano could not stop the tide of MaxPax. GG, well played. Congratulations here. MaxPax will win it here for himself and for his team. With that, we have tomorrow's matches. It's going to be Offside Esports versus Berserker and Shopify Rebellion versus Weibo Gaming. We'll be back tomorrow with day 3 of WTL. We'll be back with day 3, but we are not done here tonight. We just finished with MSO, with Master Swan Open. We just finished with World Team League Day 2. Quickly to reiterate, earlier today in World Team League, there was also another match that occurred. It was Team Vitality versus Mystery All Gamers that happened while we were casting the finals of MSO, and we will catch up with that event, with that best of 7 in a couple of days. We'll catch up in a couple of days with that best of 7. Right now, we have another tournament, another broadcast looming here, another broadcast on the horizon. Let's quickly switch our scenes over. Bam! And have a look together. Up next, is the WardiTV Summer Bash. I mentioned before, but a shout out to Wardy. Wardy, he has been hosting and organizing his own event, the Summer Bash. Did host the qualifiers, has been going over the group stage. But Wardy is unavailable this week. He's unavailable this weekend specifically. Hopefully everything's okay, but other things did kind of pop up, and there are other things going on. So Wardy is unavailable, and there is still a group to cast. There's still Group C. Group C of the WardiTV Summer Bash is coming up next on this channel. I do need a moment to set things up. I have to set up all the overlays, I have to set up all the matches, but we will be embracing a round-robin group featuring Lambo, Art, Goblin, Oliveira, and Trap. This, as you can see here, is only half of the matches. This is only half, Pappy, so it's gonna be a long one. We're gonna have 8 best of 3s. I say 8, it's meant to be 10, but we have some walkovers. As you can see, we have some walkovers, which we'll be going over once I get everything ready. So, yeah, if you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft, if you want some more content, then we got you covered right after this break. It's going to be a bit of a longer break, like around 10 or so minutes. Again, I do need some time to get everything ready and to set everything up. And then we will be jumping into our round-robin group stage of the WardiTV Summer Bash. Wardy should be covering the playoffs and the rest of the tournament, the remainder of the event on his channel. Did just need a little bit of help covering the group stage. So we are more than happy to oblige. We're more than happy to help out. So, yeah, that's going to be coming up next year on the CranKy Ducklings. Just catching up. Just catching up. Oh. Played you scared with Warriors build up? Yeah, a little bit too much. Ooh. We're here with you, Papi. Today you'll be... What do you say? We got wine and chicken nuggets. Nice, nice. Rowdy. So, yes, we're going to be going on a short break. The stream won't go down. It'll stay up. But we're going to be going on a 10 or so minute break here, getting everything ready. Men 3 game series. Yeah. All good. I understood, Turtle. I understood. Oh. But, yeah, with that, I mean, we casted those matches. That was Showtime Max Packs. Was that during Kung Fu Cup? Was it during Kung Fu Cup, if I remember correctly? But yeah, we did cast that here on the channel. But yeah, for now, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have the Summer Bash. See you soon. Huh. welcome back everyone, welcome back to another day, another group of the WardiTV Summer Bash Group C. I'm of course your host Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome back everyone to our third broadcast of the day. Earlier we were live with Master Swan Open. That was our monthly Bronze to Masters tournament, which we did host earlier today, and we followed that up with World Team League, and now we're back with our third broadcast, and it's gonna be a long one. It's what have I agreed to, Papi? Yeah. So a shout out to Wardy, of course. Oh god, I did not sleep enough today. It's it's gonna be a long one. He of course is hosting the event and has been covering the qualifiers and the rest of the group stage himself over on his own channel, so a big shout out to Wardy. Wardy has allowed us to cast one of the groups as he is unavailable this weekend, and he doesn't want to delay the groups, he doesn't want to delay the event any further, just because there's still so much more on the horizon. There's still the playoff bracket and still the rest of the event, of course, before EWC, before things really pop off here and before the schedule gets a little bit more jammed packed. So yeah, as a result, Wardy, he reached out and we were more than happy to oblige, more than happy to jump in. Again, we're always casting anyway, we always have room for more StarCraft. It's always we're always casting here on the CranKy Ducklings. So what is one more event? What is one more broadcast? But what a broadcast is it going to be? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is pretty massive, it's pretty huge. It is a group, it is a round robin group stage, and let's switch our scenes over and have a look at the upcoming matches ahead of us. We have 8 best of 3s. At first it was 10, but there are a couple of walkovers, you can see them before you. This is a group consisting of 5 players. 5 players. We have Lambo, we have Art, we have Goblin, Oliveira, and Trap. We have a Zerg, a Terran, and 3 Protoss players. I appreciate that we have a little bit of everything. You know, we have players from all around the world. We have Trap from Korea, we have Oliveira from China, and we have Art, Lambo, and Goblin representing the European region as well. This is the final group. Group A, B, and D have already concluded. They were already broadcasted over on Wardy's channel, and we are here to finalize the overall playoff bracket. For those that are curious, top 3. Out of all these 5 players, top 3 will make it out. Number 1 will get a further seed into the playoff bracket. Second and third place will be seeded a little bit earlier on, and we'll have to fight through an extra round to make it further into the playoff bracket itself. So standings does matter. It's not just about making it out of the group, but first place is ideal. First place is what you want to be gunning for here. Oh boy, and we have some heavy hitters, we have some potential upsets. What I'm really looking forward to seeing, actually, I mean, for a couple of different things here. Trap, of course, recently returning from the military. Trap has been on fire, has been really showcasing his skill in these ESL Open Cups, in KSL, in Kung Fu Cup. Trap has been looking on fire as of late. Likewise, not just Trap, we have Goblin as well. Goblin has been very impressive as of late over the past couple of weeks in events like Kung Fu Cup or WTL as well. I've been really shocked and really impressed by Goblin's play here. He's been bringing down some bigger and bigger names. Most recently, he played in WTL, and he played against Raynor, and he almost took Raynor down 2-0. It was crazy. it was a crazy series. It was live last night. I'm sure if you were here last night you would be aware, not just here but on the other channels as well. But Goblin, he went to the late game here against Raynor in game 1 and game 2. I mean, I say late game, he went for carrier rushes both in game 1 and game 2. It worked in game 1. Game 2 it went down to the wire. It was an hour-long game on Crimson Court, which came down to 0 mining. The entire map was mined out, 1 base versus 1 base. It was so close, could have easily gone the way of Goblin. In the end, Raynor brought it back. It was a 1-1 tied score, but still, that is impressive. Very impressive stuff here. What I will say though, even though Goblin's PvZ is looking insane, there's only one Zerg player, Lambo. Just Lambo as Zerg. He has to showcase his PvP and PvT as well. So looking forward to seeing more of Goblin, of course. We have Art, we have Lambo as well. We have Oliveira, of course, who had an insane run in DreamHack Dallas. Looked very impressive, to me even more impressive than Maru, to be honest. At least against Serral and against Raynor in his own TVZ and TVP as well earlier in the tournament. So Oliveira is one to keep an eye on. Art is never one to count out. Neither is Lambo. Lambo, of course, one of the best players in all of Europe. Likewise, Art, a bit of an underdog is what I will say, but has also shown himself to punch up and take down some of these bigger names as well. So I do look forward to it. To kick things off, I do apologize, but there are some walkovers, and Trap does get the default win over Art. Unfortunately, Art and Trap were not able to play out their games. You can see on the title, this is a replay cast, so these games were played ahead of time, and they were submitted. The replays have been submitted here to Wardy. I'm unaware of the results. I don't think Wardy is aware of the results either. Only the players are aware, so predictions will be open in the chat. We'll have the predictions going for our upcoming matches and for what is to come here. But again, there are some walkovers. Trap does get the walkover win, so already a good start for Trap. Already a good start for him in the group. And as you can see here, this is only half of the matches. We do have the other half after a break. So we're going to be covering these initial 4 best of 3s, then we'll have like a 5-minute break just so I can get some water, just so I can just get something to eat maybe, or just settle in, and then go for the second half of the broadcast. Oh boy. So plenty of matches up ahead of us, plenty of matches to come. Up first, we have Lambo versus Art in a Protoss versus Zerg. Let's go. Is going to be a PVZ, and I do just need to find the matches here. Okay, we're good to go. We'll just see diving into our first matchup, the first of many. Again, a best of 3s after WTL and after MSA. Let's go. It's gonna be a long night, man. It's gonna be a long night. It's 2 a.m. here. It's 2 a.m. in Australia. I'm ready. Give me some more StarCraft. As we are gonna be jumping on in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim the series and who will take the first win here of the night. I guess second win, you know, Trap got a walkover, so gets the second win of the night, I guess, in a way. But now we're going to be embracing a more standard opener. I mean, I say standard, Lambo does have the option to try to rush into the gold. We have seen that in the past out of Lambo on this map, but opts not to go for it, is going for the standard hatch gas pool opener hatchery here on the low ground. Meanwhile, Art likewise moving out with the probe scouts, trying to get a read on what's going on, trying to get a read on what Lambo is up to. Setting up on the low ground, going for his own gate expand. It should be settling into a much more standard game. I mean, I appreciate that game 1 is going to be here on Alkione. It is a lot more larger. It's macro oriented. We've seen a lot of late game, a lot of mid to late game as well. A lot of longer matches here on this map, and I'm ready to sink my teeth into a PVZ. Oh, I'm ready for some more StarCraft. I mean, we were able to embrace some Max Packs versus Wayne earlier. True, did embrace that, but some of those were shorter games and shorter matches overall. So I'm ready for something longer. As Lambo is embracing his opener. See the probe being a bit of an annoyance here. Going to be forcing some inefficient mining, but Lambo is keeping up and he's going to be able to get his workers back on those mineral patches. For those that are curious, only 2 workers can mine a mineral patch at a time, so this probe can disrupt mining here and can kind of knock drones around and knock them away from these patches. But again, Lambo is keeping up. And behind this, we're getting ready for our tech of choice. Based on the pylon placement, it looks like a Stargate opener. I say that just because it's closer to the edge of the base, closer to the edge of the main. Would be a little bit more ideal for a Stargate, less so for hiding tech, but we'll see. We shall see. The T-Gen is strong. Yeah, let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Very strong. As is, that Stargate has been thrown down for Art. Meanwhile, Lambo just taking his third base. So the link speed is on the way. I believe we have pulled out of gas as well. So Lambo just being as efficient as possible and settling in towards a mid game or towards a longer game here. And we'll see how Art does mix things up. If you were here earlier, we did cast Art versus Serral. Of course, it was in WTL last night, and Art did end up flexing some unique builds. He went for a Tempest Rush against Serral on Amphion, if you recall. To be fair, Amphion is a little bit more prone to that. It does favor some more Sky play, whether it's Sky Zerg, Sky Terran, or Sky Protoss. So it did make a little bit more sense to rush into Tempest on that map. A little bit less sense here, but it's going to be a Void Ray opener. Okay. you have my attention. It's going to be a Void Ray opener out of Art. With this, the goal is going to be to hunt down these Overlords and to keep the build hidden, to keep the follow-up hidden from the Zerg player. The downside, of course, is we're going to be foregoing Oracle Harass and Oracle Aggression. Scouting as well is going to be a little bit more delayed. This could just be a Void Ray into an Oracle as a follow-up. But again, the goal initially is to shut down the Overlord. The Overlord is being brought down. Oracle is on the way. And the question becomes, from here, does Art go for a standard game? Does he embrace his third base into a Twilight Council, into a Forge, into +1 and Blink? Or does he do something crazy and go for a Fleet Beacon, for example? A Fleet Beacon into Tempest, a second Stargate into Mass Void Ray, Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. We have options. Art does have options, as the Void Ray does move out. Meanwhile, back at home, Lambo's still droning, just droning up, massing up queens, spreading creep, securing himself on these 3 bases. Nothing too crazy for the time being. Lambo's still just settling in and preparing for the worst, as spores are on the way, getting ready for the eventual Oracle play. And that is going to be double Robo, okay! This we also saw from Art. I was focusing on game 1, which is where Art against Serral, he did go for the Tempest Rush, but if you remember last night, in game number 2, Art did this, went Void Ray into double Robo into Mass Immortal. Oh boy. Okay. Let him cook, papi, let him cook. So it's going to be double Robo. We have the Forge on the way for +1. This should be for initially Immortal production. We have the Twilight Council on the way alongside this as well. This is all very tech hidden. I mean, Art has very little to defend. This is his army. 2 Adepts, a Void Ray and an Oracle. That is all that Art has on the map. If there was some kind of Lingbane aggression or aggression in general out of Lambo, then Art would be in a bit of trouble. But for now, he's getting away with all this tech. And there it is. We have the Immortal production commencing for Art. And this will hit like a truck once it really gets going in the mid-game. For now, Void Ray harassing across the map, but with the help of the Oracle, getting 3 drone kills. Not too bad. 3 drones do go down. Void Ray will escape, does get eyes on the would-be 4th. Queens are in position. And Lambo, he's keeping up, he's minimizing his losses. 3 drones is okay for Art, but nothing to really write home about. Lambo has defended, has deflected the harassment, and really we're just getting ready here for the next wave, for the push of Art. Lings, they get across, they catch one of the Adepts, not bad. One Adept does go down, the other will barely get away. Shield Battery does finish and Art does defend, but really what I'm concerned about is Lambo and his scouting and whether or not he can actually come across what's going on. He's going for a Spire. Okay, we have a Spire on the way for Lambo. Bold move. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned. So typically Lambo, as he's for now making a couple of roaches, investing into upgrades, he'll most likely be banking resources to invest into these mutas, and because of that his ground army should be a little bit lacking. And I'm concerned whether or not Art hits first. If he moves out before mutas really come into play, I'm going to be that much more concerned. Otherwise, Art might be contained here by the Mass Muta. Observer going to be dipping in, does not scout the tech. Across the map, Link's just poking and prodding. Yeah, but the scout is denied. Overseer is finishing up. Spore was repositioned as well. Lambo, he has eyes on that Observer. He does force it back. And the Spire so far is unscouted. Now, with this Templar Archives, Art, he should be morphing in some Archons. Archons should be on the way to reinforce, to really allow this push to work out. And that will mean that the main army is going to be safe and secure against the mutas, but what about back home? Well, what about the economy? What about everything else here for Art? As the Oracles, they poke in, they get the Revelation. Queens, they maintain themselves, once again zoning away that Observer, making sure that there is 0 scouting. Spire is now done. And Lambo has banked up quite a bit of gas and minerals, and there it is, 11 mutas. 11 mutas are now on the way, and Art has no idea. Now, Art himself is about to move out. You can see the War Prism on the way. That tells us that once the Prism arrives, we can reinforce and we can push across the map with everything we have. And how much do we have? It's going to be 6 Immortals. Like, this is a beefy army. We're about to have 7 Immortals, and how many Archons? 3 Archons. Art may be forced into an all-in. When the mutas reveal themselves, and eventually they will, when they do reveal themselves, Art has to make one of 2 choices. Either he commits to an all-in and just sends everything across the map, or he's forced to stay back at home, he defends, he keeps his Archons at home, and he turtles up and maxes out instead. And what do we go for? Art does start to move out. Mutas have now revealed themselves. They go for the mineral line. Nothing at home. Probes are going down. And Art does not turn back. He commits. Yeah, it's all or nothing here for Art. One way or another, the game is about to end. The Mutas getting a lot of economic damage across the map. But Art is committed. Now we have to be very careful with these Archons. These Archons are the only thing keeping these Immortals safe from the Mutas. So we have to be very careful with our army movements. Roaches are amassing. We have a handful of Ravagers, only 3. 3 Ravagers, 15 Roaches. And we're pushing in. The force fields are on point. Yeah, we zone away those Banelings. First Archon goes down. Second Archon is barely saved. We still have 3 Archons with the main army. That's struggling so far, but we're getting on top of the Immortals. And where is the buffer? Where is the support? Yeah, Art, he has a back, but he has to spend it. He has to reinforce. As the Immortals, they are breaking through. They shut down the Roaches and pushing into the main army. At the same time, Mutas are still across the map. They do not come back home. And Art, he is pushing in. And he is breaking the miles. Oh, they barely don't connect. Yeah, the Immortals, again, they just completely shut down the Roaches. They melt, Bobby. The Roaches, they melt before these Immortals. And we do have more High Templar on the way. Archons are they're coming in. Oh, but they are denied. Mutas, they shut down the Archons. There's only 1 left. And without any Archons, there's 0 anti-air. And this is what I mentioned before. We had to babysit those Archons. Without the Archons, there's nothing. And with that, Lambert defense. Lambert, he's going to shut this down. The Mutas, they wreak havoc. They clean up every single Immortal, every single Zealot. GG gets called. And Lambert takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, if we were able to morph in 1 or 2 more Archons, if we were able to preserve 1 or 2 more of them in the end as well, maybe that's game then and there. Maybe Art is successful and maybe he's able to break Lambert, but alas, we ran out of those Archons, ran out of anti-air. GG, Lambert takes game 1. Lambert does take game number 1. And with that, takes a lead in the series, but it's a best of 3. You know, we have room here for a back and forth, and I'm curious what Art has in store for us here in that second game. Let's go. As game 2 is going to be on Oceanborn. I feel a little bit spoiled from WTL and being able to feature some of these more unorthodox maps. Now we actually have a veto process, and now we have some more of the standard maps being showcased instead. Coming back to normalcy, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Lambert. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the pink Polish Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. Down in this series, looking and hoping to fight back and bounce back here and now and force that ace match. We'll see if we can. As again, Art had a very unique all-in in the previous game. It was essentially a 3-base all-in with mass Immortal Archon, and the ground army of Lambert did melt, right? The Immortals, the Roaches, the Lings, they really could not hold a candle to the army of Art. But the Mutas, they were the MVPs. They forced the all-in, they harassed across the map. They eventually cleaned everything up. Very tense game there. But now we're calming things down. And I can't imagine that Art is going to go for the same build 2 games in a row. I did mention before that Art did go for that build against Cyril yesterday. And it's possible that he might be tempted to go for the Tempest Rush against Lambert here in game 2. Again, another build that he did against Cyril last night as well. We'll see. We'll see what the plan is. Regardless, I'm sure it's going to be something special. But now we can see that this probe has been a menace, and quite a number of these drones are softened up. Art has been tasing away, stealing some of those minerals. Again, just being as annoying as possible here in the mineral line. Once again, Pylon has been thrown down a little bit more closer to the edge of the main. And Art will soon pick his tech of choice. Now, I love the idea, I mention this all the time, I love the idea of Art opening up Stargate and going Void Ray again, and going for a different follow-up. That's the kind of the power of the Void Ray opener, is that you can shut down the Overlord and you can keep the build hidden, and you can make it look like the same build as the previous game, go for something completely different instead. So we'll see if that's what Art goes for, as we do have that initial Stargate opener. Stargate is on the way. And we'll see if we go Void Ray again, or for an Oracle instead. Technically, Phoenix is also viable, but very out of meta and not often seen. It is technically an option here for Art. As Art is setting up for his expansion, headed towards that third base location. Meanwhile, Lambo just going hatch gas pool into a third base. Standard setup here out of Lambo, nothing too crazy, nothing out of the norm. Art is going to be rushing to third base a lot faster, though. This is going to be a very greedy timing for that third. Pulling a bit of a Hearthstone. I know Hearthstone has been going for this opener from time to time, going for the Nexus before the first unit, before the first Stargate unit is even out. So very greedy here from Art. The downside is that we have been skipping some Adepts. Of course, we delay the second gateway, and we're not being active at all with our Adepts either. We're not really threading the bases here of Lambo, as we have to keep these units at home to survive, to defend. So just a very greedy build here out of Art. Insanely fast third base, and I'm curious where this leads us here and where this takes us. Could lead into a more gateway-heavy composition just because of the abundance of minerals we're about to have. I'm referring to something like a charge-based composition, but we'll see. The Oracle does move out. Queens are keeping up. They zone the Oracle away, and we have our follow-up. It is going to be the Robo initially before the Twilight Council. Interesting. So this could just be hyper greedy here, as I'm referring to fast third base into a Robo, into a Bay, into Colossus. A very tech heavy, more defensive style out of Art. Okay, this is a little bit out of fashion. We did see this become a little bit more trendy a couple of years ago, a couple of months ago, last year. Last year did see this a little bit more often. As Adepts are moving out, it's going to be 5 Adepts on the ground, double Oracle here in the sky. Lambo going for a much earlier Roach Warren. Roach Warren has been thrown down. You would not throw down a Roach Warren this early on against a Stargate opener. So I'm curious if this is just to be safe and just to be defensive, or if Lambo means to be aggressive. He could just be getting ready for something like Glaive Adepts. So Lings do almost commit to the dive, just chasing the shade. Keeping up with Art. Back at home, Immortal production has already begun, and I referred to the charge earlier. There it is, charge is on the way. So Immortals and charge lots. And Lambo is investing into those roaches. Okay, we're setting up for a push. Creep not looking too bad, roaches are amassing. Lair about to finish up. We do not have Overlord speed, so this is not going to be for a German taxi. Otherwise, we'd already see Overlord speed on the way. But we are pushing nonetheless. Lings, roaches, the queens are going to be waddling across the map. Lambo committing to an all-in. And Art, he's going to have Immortals. We have a defensive setup, we have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, we have sentries, and we have the first Immortal already done. Second Immortal about to pop out as well. Immortal's going to be ideal against the Roach Ravager, but what about the Lings? What about the queens? One Oracle goes down. Art does confirm the all-in. Shield batteries are on the way, but are they too late? Are they too little too late? So far, nice force field. Lings are being forced back. Shield batteries, cannons on the way as well in a panic. First shield battery goes down. Massive pickup. The shield battery does fall. Gateway's under fire as well. And Lambo, he's gonna knock them down. Probes are falling as well. The Lings, they're wreaking havoc in that mineral line. And now we're going for the kill. We're going for the main army. Shield battery overcharge is going to be popped. Barely. For only a couple of seconds. Lings overwhelming the ground army. And Lambo, he's breaking through. The Biles, they barely don't quite connect. But we take down the Immortals. The Immortals are going down one after the other. We have just an overwhelming swarm of Zerg. GG gets called. And Lambo will take the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Lambo, he's had enough responding to his opponents and being the defender. Instead, this game went for an early Roach Warren into an all-in. Nothing too fancy. There's no German taxi. There were no drop lords. On Oceanborn, don't even need it. Just walk across the map, Pappy. Just walk across. Art did scout this, did come across this, but was unable to really shut it down. Also, hold on. Wardy. Yes, Pappy, what's going on? So, as a heads up, I got replays. Okay, well, shout out to Wardy. Wardy, he did give me a folder of replays, and I casted game 1 of the series and game 2, and there's a game 3. Now, were they mislabeled, or is this like a fake game 3? I don't think it is. So some of these replays might be a little bit mislabeled because we do have a game 3 here for us. Wardy. what's going on, Pappy? It's also possible that maybe they were handed to him mislabeled. That's also possible. But I will get ready for that. So it looks like there is a game 3 between these two players, and we will of course broadcast it. We'll jump in. Oh, not like this. Not like this, Pappy. Not like this. When does Trap play? Oh, he's coming, Pappy. He's coming. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hold on. Just letting one of our casters know. And we're jumping in. We're jumping in, Pat. Lambo won a best of 3 with 3-0 score. True, true. I mean, that has to be what happened. Of course, of course. Oh, wait. Actually... My apologies, my apologies. Actually, my apologies. No, let's go. No, it was a 2-0. Okay. It was fake. Yo, shout out to Wardy. It was a fake game 3. It was a 2-0. Okay, we're good to go. We're good to go. Wardy, he sent me fake replays. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Pappy. Okay, so 2-0. 2-0 in favor of Lambo. And now we're jumping into our next series. It's going to be Oliveira versus Goblin. So I do apologize for any kind of mix-up. I was fanattering Wardy, but no. Shout out to Wardy. I do have fake replays. All right. And we're going to be jumping into our next series, into a TVP between Oliveira and Goblin. All good. Whenever we have something like a replay cast, it's always ideal to do something like that, just so, you know, no one really knows what's going on. Just so no one knows. But we are getting ready for our TVP here. And shout out to Gemini. I do see he's here for his boy. We will be casting Oliveira versus Trap in a couple of matches. The match order at the moment is going to be Lambo versus Art, followed by Oliveira versus Goblin, followed by Lambo versus Goblin, and then Oliveira versus Trap. So, hold on, Patty. Try to bear with us. We'll get to Trap eventually. We'll get there. We will get there. Is the order of the TL sidebar the order that you're going by? Yes, yes. That is the plan. Is the plan. So Gemini, you have time to get some food, get some food, get some work done. You can come back for your boy. But a shout out to TKL. TKL is also going to be joining us. Going to be joining us here, casting in French, I believe. So massive shout out to TKL and the French boys. Just waiting for everyone to get ready before we jump in. And again, a shout out to Wardy, of course. He's been covering all these groups by himself over on his own channel. Has allowed us to cover Group C, and he even provided some false replays to make sure that no one gets spoiled and that we can embrace this and, yeah, jump into our series. All good. Likewise, if you're in the chat, predictions are now open as well, so you can place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. We're just waiting to jump in. Just need a moment. Need a moment before we do jump into this. When it comes to the playoffs, I don't know if there's a set time or a date for them yet. Apparently in 3 days. Oh my god. Okay, no wonder Wardy needed this to be casted. Apparently the playoffs begin in 3 days time. Aye. So a very strict schedule. Very strict. We gotta get it going. Wardy never made love to me. Feels bad, man. Oh no. Wardy needs to spread the love. Aye. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a longer broadcast here. Again, we have 7 more best of 3s ahead of us. 7 more, in fact. A lot of best of 3s. A lot of matches. Just waiting for everyone to get ready. I might just go on a short break here. And then when we return, we can jump into our next series. That might be the plan here. Okay, so I don't apologize. We're going to be going on a short break. It shouldn't be too long. When we return, we will have our next best of 3. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that brutal OSC as we have returned with our second best of 3 of the group of the Wardy Summer Bash, the WardiTV Summer Bash. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our Croatian Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Goblin. He's teal. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. Here we go. I'm going to be embracing our second series, our second match of the night. Again, shout out to TKL, is casting over in French, also covering these matches at the same time as we embrace the rest of this group. A lot of matches coming up ahead of us. Let's go. As it is a round-robin group stage. And again, we'll embrace trap soon. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get to trap. But now we do see Oliveira opening up with a more economic opener. It's going to be a single gas opener out of Oliveira, going for a faster expansion, going for a Rax expand, and the probe will dip in, and Goblin will confirm. So he does pose a threat and is being a nuisance here to the SCV, forcing a second worker off the mineral line. Forcing some inefficiencies here out of Oliveira. Back at home, but Goblin is going to be opening up. Just going gate, cyber expand, standard opener here out of Goblin. And again, Goblin has been looking very impressive as of late, especially in events like WTL, in events like Kung Fu Cup. It's been amazing to see Goblin really returning to competitive form and threatening some of these otherwise bigger players. Likewise, going to be delaying the CC for a moment, forcing down another SCV. Workers getting low, and again, Goblin does confirm the economic opener of Oliveira, and now it's on Goblin to hide this probe and to keep it hidden, to keep it safe against that Reaper. Speaking of, the Reaper is out, looking for that probe, checks the triangular third base first, rotating around, and the probe does dip back in, once again delaying the expansion, or at least attempting to. Does it tase away at the SCV? Oh, but the probe has arrived, the Reaper has arrived, Marine as well, and the probe is shut down. And behind this, we have quite a setup here, rushing into our factory in our second Rax. Second Rax already on the way. That's going to be a big delay here on the starport. A much more aggressive follow-up out of Oliveira. May have opened up economically, but the follow-up is aggression. And we may opt to throw down a third Rax as well before the starport to double down and to commit. Meanwhile, it's on a Goblin to piece this all together. He's going to be threatening that SCV, and he will not get... Oh my god, the juggling! The SCV dives into the CC. We'll save it. We'll preserve it. Does survive. Behind this is going to be a Twilight Council opener, not a Stargate. Going to be embracing Blink. And we have confirmation. There it is. A third Rax is on the way. Massive delay in the starports. We're going to be prioritizing Stim, prioritizing our Bio Army, prioritizing a force to move out. So it's going to be a very strong timing on the horizon here for Oliveira. This could also be the beginnings of a 2-base all-in. Technically, you can still expand behind this. If you get a starport, you can still get a third CC. So we'll see how committed and how aggressive Oliveira does approach our game one. Shall see. Stim is on the horizon. That's going to be zoned away. The lock-on is barely broken. But alas, we re-lock on. The Adept does go down. Back at home. How many gates? That's a lot of gates. We have one gateway done. We have 3 more gates on the way. It's going to be 4-gate Blink out of Goblin. So a very aggressive follow-up here out of our Teal Protoss player. Embracing all these gateways, embracing a Blink. And that's going to be a great way to counteract the aggression of Oliveira, to slow down the army, to pick away at it, and to shut Oliveira down. But it will come down to the control, will come down to the initial engagement as well. As the Prism is on the way, and Goblin is moving out. Now, when it comes to this build of choice here from Oliveira, again, he's going to be rushing into Stim, rushing into a biocomposition. First tank is out. We have the tank here on the low ground. Soon to be a tank on the high ground as well. There we go. Second tank is on the way. Goblin likewise moving out again. Oliveira is going to be building up quite an army already. He's going to be quite secure against the aggression of the Blink Stalkers. As a result, Goblin shouldn't be able to quite push into the main and wreak havoc. But it's less about that and more about chipping away at the main army of Oliveira and slowing him down before he moves out across the map. Because again, this Stim timing is going to be brutal. So Goblin does go for his move out. Likewise, Oliveira getting ready to move out as well. No starport. Do we pull the boys with this? The answer is we do. Boys are being pulled. We're moving out across the map. We catch the tanks. 1 tank goes down. 2nd tank as well. 2 tanks with 2 stalkers with 3 stalkers. A good trade here for Goblin. Oh, but the Prism will fall. Yeah, nice stim there from Oliveira. Prism does go down, but without those tanks, Oliveira, he has to go back. Yeah, he pulls back the boys. Starport has begun, and Oliveira is forced into a longer game. Didn't really intend for this, but now has to, as he lost the backbone of his army. Again, there are no medevacs, so every stim does hurt. Every stim does slowly kill this army, and Oliveira has to back off. Behind this, Goblin expands. Goblin taking a 3rd base, taking up into a Dark Shrine. I'm loving the use of the DTs here just because Oliveira's on 2 bases, Oliveira's committed, and right now, because of this game state, Oliveira, he wants to mule. He wants to mule his heart out, which means that many less scans available. Stalkers zip in. Don't quite commit. Goblin has to retreat for now. Just testing the waters, containing Oliveira. It's still possible for Oliveira to, at least in Goblin's mind, to pull the boys and commit to a second all-in. So Goblin has to keep eyes on this. Has to make sure that is not the case. Warpism has been rebuilt. Oh. So far, good control. Catching a Marine. Taking a bit of hull damage. But not losing anything yet. Likewise, third base getting up and running. Charge on the way. Dark Shrine now done. And here come those DTs. Dark Templar being morphed in. And do we have a scan? Oh, we have one better. We have a turret. We have a turret in the main base. We have a turret at the natural. Our mineral lines are safe. Oliveira playing careful here. Oliveira, he didn't scout anything, actually. He has no idea what's going on. But, again, playing safe. Securing himself. Back up to 3 tanks. Moving out once again. As Oliveira moves out, DTs are willing to move in. And even though there's a turret, they can focus it down. Observer does confirm the move out. The boys are being pulled. It is a second all-in. If at first you pull the boys and it fails, try and try again. We pull the boys, Pappy. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a Colossus on the way. Stalkers are racing back. DTs do hit the main, but they gotta go. Time is of the essence here. DT engaging with the main army. Does force out one of the scans. Likewise, DT yet to pull the trigger in the main. Another DT waddles in. We have another scan. And turret's on the way. Third base goes down. And Oliveira snowballing out of control. Oliveira shuts down the third, pushing towards the natural. And there's almost nothing here. We have one Colossus. Just the one Colossus. And it looks like Goblin was just a little bit too greedy behind this, assuming that Oliveira had just backed up and teched up and set up for a longer game. We dive on the Colossus. Colossus goes down. The production as well. And there's almost nothing left. GG gets called. Oliveira takes game number 1. GG. Oliveira does take a lead here again. A very aggressive game here from Oliveira. Goblin initially did slow it down, but unfortunately was not quite ready for that second wave. And we will be getting ready for game number 2. Oh. We're getting ready for game 2. It's going to be taking place here on Alcyone. Let's go. Getting ready for game 2. Goblin is up against the wall. I mean, hey, Oliveira is a world-class player, is favored to make it out of the group. We'll see if he can. We'll see if Goblin can bring him to the ace match. So getting ready for that second game. And again, unfortunately, again, the DTs weren't able to do much damage. We were holding on to scans. We had turrets ready as well. Follow-up tech was less than ideal, unfortunately, and now we're settling into game 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Teal Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Goblin. Looking to bounce back, looking to fight back here in game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. 1 game away from claiming the series, representing Weibo Gaming, the Chinese Terran. It is Oliveira. Again, no fear. Even though Oliveira's initial push in game 1 was delayed, even though he lost 2 tanks and was forced to back up, just double down. just rebuild the tanks and just pull the boys again. But he knows the secret of the Terran. Just pull the boys. But we'll keep an eye on him. We'll see if he goes for another aggressive build. It is possible. I'm not really fond of the idea of going for a 2-base all-in 2 games in a row. I'm sure Oliveira is going to mix things up. But we'll keep an eye on him. We'll keep an eye. Likewise, Goblin checking for proxies. Don't blame him. Oliveira known, I mean, he already showed us that he's willing to go for a 2-base all-in. So Goblin just securing himself. Making sure nothing is hidden before moving out across the map. Likewise, once again, single gas opener out of Oliveira, going for the CC. Most likely on the low ground. Could play a little bit safer on the high ground. The SCV does move down, and we will expand. CC won't be delayed for too long. As the probe will commence its harassment. Forcing out a second SCV. Is brought down. And the probe does continue. Reaper is on the way. We'll see if Golan can keep this probe hidden. As it is going to be on the run. Likewise, Oliveira looking for that probe. Gonna attempt to hunt it down. And back at home, Goblin likewise going for his own standard opener. It's gonna be a gate cyber expand, just like the previous game. No proxies, no 2-gate opener, for example. Nothing crazy. Loving the probe there. Oh, the KDA charge! We knock it out! Oh my god, Oliveira, he's crazy! And it looks like we do not save the worker. Ay, ay, ay. But really smart play there out of Oliveira. And what just occurred is that Oliveira actually could not attack that probe. It was on hold position on that gas geyser, sorry, on that steam vent even. Was on hold position. And was within range of the Xel'Naga. But Oliveira with a KDA charge able to knock it out. And likewise hunt down this adept. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? That is a second Rax. Second Rax before Starport. So far, it's looking like the same build. Yep, there it is. Third Rax on the way before that Starport production. Oh boy, things are looking quite similar to Game 1. So once again, Oliveira is going to be focusing on that stim timing. Tech Lab's on the way, building up towards stim, moving up towards, I imagine, 2 tanks, and then move out across the map. And we may, once again, pull the boys. So far, looks to be the same build. We'll see if Oliveira does deviate. Meanwhile, Goblin back at home, opening up Stargate instead. Interesting. Okay, so it's going to be a Stargate opener. I am a little bit concerned. Typically, Stargate openers are a little bit more vulnerable to early game aggression. They're amazing in a longer game, right? They give you map control, they shut down drop play, they allow you to expand and get into Colossus. But when it comes to 2-base all-ins, that's where Phoenixes can struggle a little bit more. I mean, they have potential, right? They can pick away at the mineral lines, they can pick away at reinforcements and catch a tank and catch medevacs and catch reinforcements. True. They can, but still very difficult to make use of. At the same time, it's Goblin we're talking about, right? He's Roddy's boy. Like, Phoenix, like he was born with a Phoenix in his hand. So if anyone can make use of these Phoenixes, I want to believe that Goblin can. Twilight Council's on the way. Phoenixes are amassing, soon to be moving out. Meanwhile, Oliveira building up that army. He's amassing his units. You have the initial eBay on the way for +1. Oliveira getting in position. Oliveira likewise with limited scouting information. So is Goblin. Both players playing a little bit in the dark. So you're building up more Phoenixes. And that is a starport on the way. Interesting. If you recall, the initial move out from Oliveira in Game 1 was without a starport. The starport was thrown down after the first push was deflected. So Oliveira already taking up a little bit further, going for a later timing as he starts up +1 attack. So Oliveira is approaching this in a different way, is what I'm getting at. He is not being as aggressive as early on as Game 1. Meanwhile, Phoenixes move out. They will be able to get into the main. Catching a Marine, rest of the buyers in position. We hold on to the stim. Stim is done, but we don't want to waste it. As Oliveira is now aware of the Phoenix opener. And is moving out across the map. And here we go, some of the boys are being pulled. Not as many as previously. Just a couple of boys to repair, to support the main army. Likewise, Goblin is catching reinforcements, gets a Marine, gets a Marauder, and is slowing this down. Not bad. Catch a couple of stray units, but the main army is still moving out. That's still a lot of Terran. Back at home, what do we have? We have shield battery, sorry, pylon on the way. No shield battery at the third or at the natural. Uh-oh, we're vulnerable. We're exposed. This base is forfeit. And next is going to go down. Phoenix is trying to come in from behind, trying to get into that tank. Going for the SCVs. They get one. But the base will fall. We're pushing even further. And again, we spoke about this. This is the vulnerability that you have when you go for a Phoenix opener. Charge is done. But the SimCity is looking pretty good here. We do kite back. Tank does go down, but reinforcements are on the way. And so far, good use of that turret. Zealots will eventually clean this up. They shut down the tank. They shut down the bio. But the third base was killed. The third was killed. And remember, Oliveira, he was taking up a little bit further. We know we have +1 now kicking in after the fight does conclude. Vikings and medevac support as well. Curious who I do favor here as Oliveira throws down 2 more Raxes, not a third CC. Okay. Goblin double expanding. Makes sense. In this kind of game state, may as well double expand to try to catch back up. Phoenix is trying to catch reinforcements, trying to pick away, add to the production. And Goblin is teching. We have the Bay on the way. Forge, Temple Archives. We are taking up towards Archon, Storm, Colossus production. But I'll be honest, based on this kind of setup, it looks like Oliveira is setting up for another all-in. The longer this game goes on without a third TC, the more I'm concerned for Goblin. As we scan, Oliveira does confirm that Goblin is retaking the third. Is resaturating. At least the workers did survive. We may have lost the base, but we did save the workers. And the Oliveira, he's banking up. He's banking up, he's building up, and we're getting ready for our move out before the Colossus pop out. We are pushing. And there it is. We pull the boys. So we have a second all-in here from Oliveira, sending everything across the map. Oh boy, and can Goblin hold on here? I mean, we're gonna have one Colossus. We're gonna have one Colossus to defend. No shield battery. No shield battery, no overcharge. A little bit concerning. The Shade may have just caught a glimpse there of those SCVs. Charge us, they do commit. But they're gonna be shut down. The Zealots, they melt. They're being forced back. Boys being pulled away. We give up on the base. But the Colossus has arrived. And is it enough? That I'm not so sure about. Yeah, the Zealots, they just get shut down completely. We're snipping on top of the army again. No shield battery, no defensive position here whatsoever. The Colossus goes down, and Oliveira has broken the natural and has broken Goblin. GG gets called, and Oliveira will take the 2-0. GG, well played. A very short best of 3 here. Oliveira going for very similar builds, both in game 1 and in game 2. All roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to 2-base all it. Just pull the boys. Unfortunately, Goblin, he wasn't quite ready, wasn't quite set up for it. Again, Goblin with the double expanding let us know that Goblin was getting ready for a longer game, was getting ready to try to recover and get into the mid game. That's why he invested into that second Nexus, or I should say into that fourth Nexus, a Nexus that didn't come into play, a Nexus that really didn't add any value. It was more of a waste of resources just because it was that much less to work with when it comes to an army and when it comes to our defenses. GG, well played. Goblin getting caught with his pants down a little bit there, and now we're getting ready for our next best of 3. We're getting ready for our next series here. It's going to be best of 3 between Lambo and Goblin. Here we go. We are getting ready for our next series here. As Goblin may have gone down to... Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I have to get the predictions going. May have gone down to Oliveira, but that was a very different matchup. Very different matchup as we are jumping into our next best of 3. And predictions in the chat will soon be open. Let's go. I just realized I didn't have predictions for the last series. No. Didn't have them. Now open in the chat, and here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our German Zerg player. The blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Croatian Protoss player, the purple Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Goblin. Now, we've already seen some insane PvZ out of Goblin over the past couple of days. If you were here yesterday, you would have been here for World Team League. WTL Platinum R8 versus Basilisk was insane. It was wild. We were able to showcase Goblin versus Raynor, and it was almost a 2-0. Almost a 2-0 in favor of Goblin. Now, as a reminder, as a bit of a refresher as to what happened previously, in both Game 1 and Game 2, Goblin did rush into carriers. He did rush into carriers off of a 3-base economy. Once he found an opportunity to do so, he was very quick to throw down the fleet beacon and to rush into carrier production, which was, for the most part, unscouted. By the time it was revealed, I mean, Raynor was stuck with Ling Bane. Hydra Locker Viper, and the game did progress. You know, Goblin was able to defend, able to get into another base, or move out and kill his opponent, and we had more of a back and forth in the mid game, in the mid to late game as well, even the super late game. And that's what Goblin relied upon in both Game 1 and Game 2 against Raynor. I'm curious if he does the same here against Lambo, or if we see something very different out of Goblin. Do we rush into the Sky Toss, or do we embrace something else? We shall see. See the chat. Lambo watched Spider-Man movies 50 times. He's prepared. Ah, he's ready for the Green Goblin. Let's go. I'm excited, man. This guy has zero hesitation. Zero, man. For now, Goblin opening up Stargate. No surprise here. Going to be a Stargate opener out of Goblin. I'm curious if Goblin is going to open up Void Ray once again to hunt down these Overlords and to keep Lambo in the dark. It's possible. See if he does embrace that. Otherwise, we could just see an Oracle opener into a standard 3-base setup. Again, we're loading into Alkione, and I want to say that we can see a longer game here and really sink our teeth into a back and forth. But honestly, we've had some pretty fast games so far. We had Lambo being hyper-aggressive against Art, Art being aggressive against Lambo in Game 1. We had Oliveira with a non-stop 2-base all-ins. We haven't really been able to settle into like a 3-base versus 3-base sort of dynamic. Is this the series? I'm hoping so. I hope so, man. For now, Oracle opener. It's going to be an Oracle here out of Goblin. Going to be moving out. We're going to hunt down that Overlord to provide some high ground vision and allow the Stalker to hunt it down. Meanwhile, back at home, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Lambo. Droning up, link speed is done. Pulling back into gas a little bit earlier. Interesting. The Oracle is revealed. Third base is being taken, and we'll keep an eye on the tech of choice here for Goblin. He is taking his third, and we'll see if we embrace a Forge alongside a Twilight Council into +1 and Blink. We'll see if we throw down a bit of an earlier Twilight Council instead into Glaives, or even that Fleet Beacon. The Oracle does move out. Queens are in position, all taking a lot of damage already. Oracle does take a lot of hits. Thankfully, no hull damage. The Oracle does back off. Back at home. Additional Oracles on the way. We have 2, soon to be 3. And there's the follow. We have a Twilight Council and a Forge. Meanwhile, that is a bit of an earlier Roach Warren. Now, I'm of two minds here. On the one hand, it is quite early, so Lambo could be opening up aggressively. There's no reason to get a Roach Warren this early on against a Stargate opener. But because of how popular Glaive Adepts have been, it's possible that this could just be safe play from Lambo. Could just be playing safe, just, you know, setting up. I mean, even here, we have SimCity, we have the Evo Chamber to fully wall off to defend against Glaive Adepts. So Lambo is preparing for potential aggression. Meanwhile, Goblin throws down the Forge, is going to be embracing Blink and +1. He's going for a much more standard follow-up here instead. Still looking for a way in. A bit of a gateway explosion behind this. We're getting up to 6 gates. 2 gates on the low ground. We have 4 gates in the main, 6 in total. Adepts poking in, just focusing on creep. And we'll see if we throw down 2 more gates. I'm referring to a 3-base, 8-gate all-in. We are taking an extra gas geyser though, and setting up for a 4th. Meanwhile, as you know, Goblin is taking, as he's focusing on his follow-up, we do see a Spire. Spire's been thrown down. When I saw +1 melee from Lambo, I thought it was going to be Ling Bane into Hydra, but no, we're going into the Mutas instead. Bold move out of Lambo. Now, this did work out quite well for him against Art. If you remember, Art went for an all-in, went for a heavy Immortal style, had limited anti-air, and just died to the Mutas. Art was shut down. This time, though, Goblin will have Link Stalkers, and plenty of them. Meanwhile, Lambo moving on the right-hand side, looking to try and deny that fourth base. Fourth is on the way, Stalkers are in position. Goblin will defend. He will defend. What I'm concerned about, though, is that these Oracles, they haven't really been too active. Less so about getting worker damage, but more so about scouting. They haven't seen much at all, and because of that, we have no eyes in the main and no eyes on the Spire. These mutas, they will go unscouted. The Oracles instead, they're going to be focusing on supporting the main army. We catch a Queen! Yeah, one Queen goes down, second Queen, third Queen as well. But the Lings, they get us around, and the Stalkers have to get the hell out of here. Yeah, they're going to be surrounded, they're going to be shut down. These are brutal losses for Goblin. Yeah, forced to recall, more Stalkers going to be falling. At the same time, drones, they are going down. 9 and 10 worker kills, not too bad. The Oracles do get some economic damage, but without those Stalkers, do we have enough to defend? We do. We do have enough here. Add to the fourth base. Likewise, Stalkers in position here at the third. Lings, they commit. Yeah, they don't even care. Whole position here on those Lings. They take down the probes. 14 workers going down. We just flood Lings across the map, and Goblin, he's in trouble. Even without the mutas, the third base goes down. Goblin, he is punished for his move out. He lost too many Stalkers. He lost map control, and now the third base barely survives. We respect the Oracles. The Oracles activate their pulsar beams. Lings, they back off. But Lambo, it's a 1-2 punch. The Lings popped off, and now it's time for the mutas. As the mutas have arrived, they shut down the prison. They have been revealed, but again, Goblin doesn't have much left to work with. We have some Stalkers, but the mutas, they're not alone. They have the Lings. The Lings are here to support. They're here to shut down the Stalkers. Nice stasis. Stasis does connect. And it may barely save the base now. Not even. One more volley, and the Nexus will go down. Mutas, they do pull back. A couple of drones in the mix as well. Get out of here. A couple of workers do fall. But that is a kill on the third base. The fourth is still up and running, thankfully. But Goblin is up against the wall, and the muta count is still looking very healthy. Very healthy muta count here as we do dip between the bases. Catching out some of these Oracles. 2 Oracles go down. We do shave off some of these mutas at least. That was around 3 or 4 mutas falling. Not bad. But Goblin does need more. Back at home on 3 base saturation. Revelation does connect here with the mutas at least. Mutas are caught out, and Goblin, he has to push. I mean, there's so much pressure on Goblin. We'll get another Queen. Gets on top of the gold base. Gold is going to be knocked down. Not bad. But Lambo is still on a 4-base economy, and that muta count, how many? 21! 21 mutas, soon to be 27 mutas here for Lambo. That's a lot of mutas. Yeah, the muta cloud is moving out. Likewise, Goblin racing back home. You got a hatchery, not bad. Races back. Getting in position, will defend his fourth. But the mutas, they can just ignore the fourth base and go into the main. They can, and they will. Bleeding out a handful of mutas. Less than ideal. The army forced to recall into the main base. We do keep up. Keep up with the mutas. Alas, they just turn around. They turn and fight. They go for the Stalkers, and they're just not enough Stalkers to hold their own. And as we distract the main army, Lings, they hit the fourth. They hit the fourth base. I say that. Colossus are in position. Not bad. Goblin is holding on. He's trying to. As 3 more probes go down. Lambo backing off. And Lambo, he's about to max out here with Ling Muta. Is a bit supply blocked, but again, close to maxing out. Hasn't thrown down a Baliness, so not really interested in investing into that. Could throw down a Lurker Den. Ultra Cavern, what I meant to say. If we take into Hive Tech, Ultras could be on the horizon. For now, just purely Ling Muta. And I'm afraid to look. How many mutas do we have? 30. 30 mutas for Lambo. We shut down the shield battery. We go for the Stalkers as well. The Archons can hold their own, but less so the Stalkers. At the same time, Lings, they hit the fourth base. Nice stasis, though. Oh, my God. Without the stasis, this base would have gone down. It's a Goblin. He's holding. He's surviving. Surviving that much longer here. Link's being forced back. Meanwhile, Muta's back into the main. They catch a cannon. Shield battery as well. Ooh. And even though we're bleeding out some Mutas here, Lambo, he has no economy behind this. He has 79 workers, basically 80 workers. Full saturation. He can trade. Goblin cannot. So we bleed out another 14 probes. Meanwhile, another flock of Mutas are amassing, joining the first. So 34 Mutas, soon to be 40. 40 Mutas on the way. We collapse on the base. Once again, another good stasis. The stasis traps have been pretty impressive here by Goblin. We Magic Box on the Archon. On the second as well. Yeah, now we can just go to town on the main army. And Lambo, he's just swarming out of control. He shuts down the main force. Stalkers are holding their own at the third at least. But what about the fourth base? Yeah, the fourth under fire. Goblin down to 50 workers. As the Mutas, they make their way into the main once again. And probes are going down left and right. We're just rallying Mutas at this point towards the third base. Goblin does go for a big counterattack. I mean, at this point, we have to do something, right? We have to somehow alleviate some pressure. Forcing Lambo back home, but that's going to be 30 probe kills across the map. Oh my god. We get a mineral line. Goblin does find 15 drones, not bad. Mineral line goes down, but really this is the last army here. The final move out of Goblin. It's all he has left. Stasis gets triggered. We collapse on the main army. We go for the recall. And that's all Goblin had left here. This is his standing army. We have 19 Stalkers, a handful of Archons. Down to 25 probes. The economy's in shambles back. Barely an economy. Lambert, he's just pulling a Goblin apart. Going for the last two Archons. Archons are good, but they need their numbers, and GG gets called. Lambo takes the lead. GG. Lambo does take game one here, and again, the Spire unfortunately was unscouted, and Goblin wasn't being aggressive initially either. He was just taking up, getting to a fourth base. Was decently successful with his first move out of Stalkers, but outside of that, wasn't able to get much more done. Was just stuck perpetually defending against the Mass Muta, and eventually was unable to keep up. Was torn apart. And with that, we have Lambo with a lead. Does take a lead, and as a reminder, this is a best of 3. Do have more games ahead of us. I want to believe that Goblin can force the ace match. Again, he looked very impressive yesterday against Raynor, but that was a more standard back and forth. We didn't have to deal and contest against something like Mass Muta quite like this. We'll see what we embrace in game 2. A spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta. We have our German Zerg player. The blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Croatian Protoss player, the purple Protoss, switching colors, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Goblin. We go. It was teal earlier against Oliveira. Now purple. I appreciate that we're not casting like teal and blue. I appreciate it. Now Lambo is forced to take the unnatural. Natural. We're loading into side Delta. Side Delta, quite an open map. There's a lot of attack paths here and a lot of potential to try to catch out an army. Goes both ways. Likewise can lead to longer games as well, just because of how large the map is. But we'll see. As in the previous game, Goblin was unable to get into his 4-base saturation. Attempted to. Almost did, but was shut down by the aggression of Lambo. And hopefully this time Goblin is a little bit more attentive when it comes to scouting. I was referring earlier in, the early the early minutes of game number 1 about how Goblin wasn't really being too active or active enough with his oracles. He had 3 oracles full of energy. He wasn't really harassing the mineral lines. He wasn't harassing bases. It looked like he was more concerned with fortifying and supporting his Stalker move out, which meant that he had that much less scatting information, and as a result he was caught off guard. Was not ready for the mutas. So we'll see how Goblin does approach this next game. For now, expanding. Gate expanded to the Cyber Core. Pro being as annoying as possible. Let's go. Tasing away at that drone. Behind this, based on our pylon placement, yep, Stargate opener from Goblin. Stargates. I imagine oracles into a 3rd base. But we'll see. We shall see. Likewise, Lambo is able to slip into the natural base as well. It does threaten the probes. We shouldn't lose too much, though, as the Adept has arrived. And yeah, Goblin should be safe. Should be safe and sound. We'll be able to shut down those initial lings. But Lambo should also likewise get the full scout. Yeah, dipping into the main. Has yet to confirm the opener, but now he does. We get eyes on the Stargate and on the Oracle opener as well. Eyes on the Oracle. So Lambo fully aware. Likewise, Adept going to be threatening a shade. But Lambo is in position. Oh, we actually commit though. And the Adept is going to go down. That is a pretty big pickoff actually. Adept falls. That means that the 3rd base is going to be that much more exposed. When the Goblin does choose to expand. Speaking of, expansion's going to be on the way. Lambo is droning. He's just droning up. Going for a bit of an earlier Evo chamber. It looks like it's going to be +1 melee once again. We did have fast +1 melee in game 1, which led into Spire play and mutas. But Hydras are also still an option as well for Lambo. So I don't want to rule that out. Meanwhile, Lings, they check across the map. They threaten the 3rd. They confirm it's on the way. Oracles are amassing. That is a much earlier Twilight Council. And because of the fast +1 melee, there is no Roach Warren. Uh-oh. Okay. we're cooking, man. We're cooking. So Lambo, he's going to be skipping his Roach Warren. He's going for +1 melee. This can lead into a Baneling Nest, and we're going to need that Baneling Nest sooner rather than later because this looks like this screams Glaive Adepts. As there's no Forge, 3rd base is not done. Again, this has been a trendy build as of late. Baneling Nest is on the way. And we have seen Banelings completely shut down Glaive Adept play. We saw that yesterday when Art tried to go Glaive Adepts against Serral, and Serral shut it down. Was it Serral that shut it down? Or maybe I'm thinking of another series. Regardless, we saw it shut down recently. And I'm concerned here for Goblin. There it is. Glaives are on the way, as we did mention. Again, this has been a very trendy build as of late. It's been very meta. All the Protosses, all the cool Protosses have been bringing it out. I mean, we even saw Max Packs do this earlier today. True. Even Max Packs has been embracing this build. But the Bailey Nest is now done, which means we have the tools to defend. But that is still only a piece of the puzzle. Lambo still has to confirm, as Lings are amassing. And once we realize what's going on, we need those Banelings. Lambo is droning up. And there we go, does confirm the Adepts. Does spot the warp in. And here we go, we're shading across the map. Lambo racing back home. Banelings are in production, 4 of them so far. And we're looking for a surround. We need a surround and shut down these Adepts with those Banelings. Otherwise, things can very quickly get out of control. Banelings are done. They are done. Queens, they hold the line. And do not commit to the shade. We cannot, not when there are Banelings. And so far, so good. Lambo is shutting this down. He's going for the surround. He's going to try to shut down these Adepts. Banelings, they waddle in. Oh, decent spread. But alas, they do connect. Adepts, they shade across the map. They get into the mineral line. Drones are going down. Not bad. We get 6 drone kills so far. We get something. 7 drones even. Shade once again. Oracle gets picked up. 7 drone kills. We try to shade away. Force to recall. And this is not worst case scenario for Goblin. Ideally, he was hoping for more damage, he was hoping for more economic damage, but gets 7 drones, recalls back home. Goblin does take a worker lead, at least for the time being, until the next drones do pop out, and Lambo is going Lingbane Hydra. Goblin is still in this. Did do an okay amount of damage. Back at home is secure, is safe. Now, what I'm concerned about here is the follow-up. Usually we see Immortals. We see like an Immortal-based follow-up. We do have some Immortals, but we have something else. Gateways. We have a gateway explosion on the way behind this. 5 gates on the way. That's going to be 9 gates in total. Which means it looks like we're getting ready for a push. Yeah, Goblin, he's going for a second wave, for a second push, this time with Immortals and with Force Fields. Now, what's important about this is that there are 0 Ravagers. What does that mean? That means that there's nothing to do with the Force Fields. Force Fields can slice up Lingbane and completely shut them down. So Force Fields is going to be something a bit of a resource that we have to keep an eye on here for Goblin, as he can have his way with this army. Goblin has potential, he's pushing forward. Another massive warping of Adepts. Banelings are on the way. We don't throw down the Force Fields yet, and we're going to be locking Lambo out of his own natural. Yeah, we're up the ramp, Lambo out of position, and there are the Force Fields, and there's no answer, there's nothing that we can do. We Force Field the ramp, we shut down the Queen, Spore goes down as well, and we can just keep Force Fielding over and over again. Now, at the same time, we have the 3rd base. Lambo, he shuts down the 3rd base, but he gets the natural and the main. And again, he can just keep Force Fielding over and over again. Ravagers are on the way for Lambo, thankfully. Does have a handful of Ravagers in production. Natural base goes down. The Ravagers, they're in the main! No, they're in the main base. They're on the wrong side of the wall. This is not where the Ravagers need to be. Yeah, we Force Field the ramp. Lingbane, they're locked out. They're just locked out of the main base. There's nothing they can do. Another Force Field. Oh, the Biles! They take down 1, but there's still another. There we go, more Ravagers morphing in. But again, Goblin, he has the high ground. He has the main base. Another Force Field as well. Viles, they do not connect. GG gets called. And Goblin ties up the series 1-1. GG. Let's go. For the first time here tonight, we have a back and forth. We have an ace match. We're going the distance here, and again, it was a bold move out of Goblin, but that again is one of the weak points of this army composition that Lambo was going for. That is the Force Field. Lambo was aware, that's why Lambo was rushing to those Ravagers. Unfortunate that his first 2 Ravagers were morphed in the main, so they weren't really a factor. They couldn't really help the main army get into the main base, so that was a little bit brutal. We had backup Ravagers, but by that point it was too late, and yeah, in the end, Goblin able to just outposition Lambo, able to find himself in the natural on the ramp, and GG. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. Oh boy. We're going to game 3. And we're going to be loading into a very interesting map. We're going to be loading into Ghost River. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Being forced into a tied-up series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Croatian Protoss player, the Purple Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. Tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. Can he bring it home? It is Goblin. We go. And Lambo, interesting, opening up pool first. Okay, our first sign of deviation, Lambo going for what looks to be, I imagine, a safer opener, going pool into expansion. With this, we'll have additional lings on the way, and he can move out with his first 6 lings to try to apply pressure and to knock down this initial pylon, or even get some probe kills. Okay. So Lambo is going to be the initial aggressor in the start of game 3. Meanwhile, Goblin going for his own gate expand, going for a setup, and we're just lying in wait, waiting for those lings to pop out. We go. There it is. 6 mutas are on the way. Sorry, mutas? my mind are on the mutas, papi. 6 things are on the way. The goal here is to move out across the map and either go for the pylon or just get past the wall and go for some economic damage and go for probe kills. As it's not just 6 things, we have 8 lings on the way. Okay. Going to be committing a little bit further to this. Lings are moving out. The reason why this can be that much more effective on this map is because of the rush distance by ground. It is very short on Ghost River. Aggression is favored on this map. The map itself is so small, it's so congested, it's so confined. And Lambo is moving out. Probe will confirm. Does spot the lings. Does race back and will be able to just barely wall off. We do wall off, but we have some nice surface area on the gateway. Gateway is going to be cancelled. Oh, that was killed! No shot, that was a kill that was cancelled. The gateway goes down, the pylon's under fire. We're going for the adept, it's halfway done, but the pylon is going to fall, and that's going to deny the adept. Oh, the adept will barely not come out. The gateway is depowered, and we're in trouble. Goblin is in a lot of trouble right now. Adept is going to be able to rebuild. We break through, we break in. Going for the pylon once again, Adept has arrived. Nice control. Lambo does pull away the weakened lings. Does pull them back. Going for the probe as well. Behind this, Lambo's droning. Lambo's taking a third base. Again, this was not really designed to kill, but it's getting so much damage done already. It has paid for itself. And from here, we can just back off. The damage has been done. What did we get exactly? We got 2 pylons. We got a gateway, which was a lot of resources, a lot of minerals, and a probe. Not just that, but we delay any kind of economy. We disrupt the build here of our opponent. Stargate is on the way. And from here, Lambo can just drone to his heart's content. Drone, and of course, make queens. Our queen count is a little bit lower than we would like at the moment, but we have a 3rd and 4th queen on the way, and they should pop out in time for the Oracle, or the Skytoss unit of choice. So a very strong start for Lambo. Meanwhile, there's a lot of pressure on Goblin now to fight back. Moving out with double adept. Of course, double adepts can one-shot workers, can one-shot drones, and link speed is nowhere near being done. So these adepts can pop off. So they do shade towards the natural. They commit, they get a drone. 1 drone kill is okay, but we were hoping for more than that, as the adepts are going down. 1 adept falls. The other will escape, thankfully. But I would say a better trade for Lambo, only losing 1 drone. Behind this, we can see Goblin is expanding, is opening up Oracle, waiting for a 2nd Oracle as well. Maybe hoping that Lambo does skip out on those Spore Crawlers. Meanwhile, Lambo going for an earlier Roach Warren. Oh boy. Roach Warren has been thrown down. Lambo has not confirmed the tech of choice, so this could just be a safety Roach Warren. Not necessarily aggressive, but I mean, we are on Ghost River, so I mean, a defensive opener can very quickly turn into an aggressive one. Very quickly. As the Oracles are moving in. Spore is done, Queens are in position. And we do focus down the first Oracle. Ooh, barely does escape. Not too bad. 5 drone kills. Goblin does get away. At the same time, Lings, they get across the map. They get on top of the pylon and the adept. Oof. Big losses here for Goblin. Losing both adepts. And can we force a cancel? No shot. Okay, the Oracle has arrived. The Oracle is here, is in position. Lings are being forced back. But still brutal losses for Goblin. Likewise, Lambo is just going to be droning up, getting his third base saturated, taking gases as well at the natural. Gases are being taken. Lings likewise checking the third base, at least forcing the Oracles to stay back at home. Trying to bait out a beam as well. As Goblin has got into a 4th Oracle. My god. That's a lot of Oracles. Meanwhile, Lambo falling back on what worked in game 1. What was that? The Spire. Spire is on the way, hidden behind the main base. Mutas are on the horizon. Bit of a bold move to go into Mutas on a map as small as this. As small as Ghost River. So we'll see if we can get away with it. As the Oracles are across the map, but we have an army back at home. We have 2 Stalkers, we have shield batteries, we have an overcharge. We're okay. Goblin can hold his own for the time being. Does secure himself, meanwhile across the map. Oracles are going for the base, but there's too much regression on this hatchery, and the hatchery should survive. Taking a bit of damage, but nothing too major. Amber does defend. Oracle's forced to back up. And the Spire has yet to be scouted. Oh boy. Goblin actually never really seeing the main base at all. He's unaware of the tech of choice. Lambo is investing into his roaches, so again, playing it safe. Just in case he needs to mass up a roach army, he will have that available. Likewise, Lambo going to be being active as possible with these things, catching out some of these Stalkers. Stalker goes down, we threaten a counterattack. This is keeping Goblin busy. Keeping him pinned. And behind this, Bowls move, we're going for a Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. We spoke about this before at the start of the series. This is how Goblin was able to bring down Raynor. Was to rush into Sky Toss, but we're going to get a scout off. Phoenix on the way. It looks like we may have actually scouted what's going on in the mutas. They have been spotted. We are aware. With this, we can go into Anion Pulse Crystals. Phoenix range. So not a bad response. Mutas, they get 5 probe kills. We do lose a handful of them. It's going to be 2 mutas for 5 probes. And Phoenixes are going to be amassing. So Goblin is getting ready. At the same time, though, Lambo has map control, massing up his lings. Stage traps are set up. But Lambo, he sees! Oh, he sees one! Oh, doesn't see the other. And Master Stasis does catch a good chunk of his army. At the same time, a lot of lings are being shaved off. Hydra Den on the way. Looks like Lambo is going to try to deviate away from the mutas and embrace Hydra. We'll see. See if he does go for the Hydra switch. Has it just in case. Going for the Oracles. Oracles are going down. Phoenixes as well. Ooh, as they do fly too close to the mutas. They do get burned. And we're down to 2 Phoenixes. Mutas, they do break out. More Phoenixes on the way. That wasn't the worst trade here from Lambo. And he's investing into his Hydra upgrades. So is getting ready for that tech switch. So he's going to be respecting the Phoenixes, is aware that especially with the second Stargate, Goblin will have quite a few of them. And will eventually shut down the mutas. Oh. So far, good control of the Goblin. Phoenix range is done. Overlords are falling. Mutas forced back, and yeah, we're done with the mutas at this point. We're embracing the Hydras. And even though Lambo is close to maxing out, he's gonna be stuck at home, and Goblin, he has a moment to breathe. He can calm things down, take a 4th base. His ground army is still stuck at home though, and I mean, Lambo still has momentum. As we are building up more Hydras, and Lambo has a choice to make. We could throw down an Infestation Pit, throw down a Lurker Den, work towards Hive Tech, and get into Hydra Lurker Viper. Or we could just max out and push. And we're maxed. So may as well push. Meanwhile, the mutas, they want to trade. At this point, the era of the muta has come and gone, and we're going to throw them away. Yeah, the mutas are being thrown away at this point. We trade and we get 13 probes. Not bad. Did I say 13? Getting up to 16, 17 probe kills in the main. 17 probes go down. As we bleed out mutas, replace them with more Hydras, more Lings. Infestation Pit is on the way. The main armies are posturing. As the mass Hydra is revealed, and we're not quite ready for this. Where's the splash damage? No Colossus, no Storm, no Disruptors. We have a carrier, but in low numbers, they are vulnerable here to the Hydras. Carrier is revealed. We back up. We pick up the Interceptors. Bailings, they crash into the Stalkers. Being forced back, the carriers themselves are exposed. Lambo doesn't commit though. Once he bleeds off those lings, does back up, playing it carefully, playing it slow. trading with the Protoss. Massing up more Ling Hydra. And again, without splash damage, Lambo is going to snowball out of control. Zealots, they come in from behind, but we have Ling Bane. We shut down the Zealots. And the Zealots are being shut down, and Lambo, he's coming in for the kill. And the carrier count just not high enough. And the swarm here is getting out of hand. We pick off those Phoenixes. There's only 2 carriers left. Barely a standing ground army. Zealots do morph in. We have the one bailing. And GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and Lambo will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Lambo will take it. But a shout out to Goblin, because even though Lambo is known, of course, as being one of the best in Europe, Goblin does make him bleed, does force him to the ace match, and did pop off in game 2. Goblin did manage to pose a threat here to Lambo. Here in game 3, though, Lambo was in control from the start of the game. The initial pull first did get so much damage done, and it gave Lambo just so much freedom early on to do whatever he wanted. There was potential for the Oracles to get some counter damage, or the Adepts as well, but Lambo, he kept up and he did shut them down. And with that, GG, well played. Lambo does claim the series. And with that, we're getting ready for our next best of 3. We're getting ready for our next best of 3. It's going to be Oliveira versus Trap. We've been focusing a lot on players like Oliveira and Lambo and Goblin and Art, but there are other players. Well, there's another player in this group. That is, of course, the Korean Protoss, Trap. Back from the military. He's been back for like 2 months. I think 2 months now at this point. Maybe a little bit more than that. But Trap has been rising through the ranks here of the Korean region, of the Korean scene, has been getting better and better results, and is one of the big favorites for this group. Oh boy. And we'll see how he compares to a player of the caliber of Oliveira. And if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on how you believe this series will unfold. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Chinese Terran player, the blue Terran representing Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Here we go. Lablin versus Gombo. Oh no. All the names, they're merging together, Pat. They're merging together. SCV pool again. True. As a reminder, Oliveira did nothing but 2 base all-ins earlier in the day in the broadcast. I'm curious though, does he do that? Does he attempt that against Trap? Reality is Trap is a bit of a higher caliber Protoss, so I don't know if it's wise to rely on that too often in this series. I do expect to see it at least once. I do expect at least, once to see Oliveira embrace a 2 base all-in. But I don't know if we're going to see it more than that. Even if it works. Meanwhile, this isn't the best map for it either. We're loading into Site Delta. One of the big features of this map, of course, is the ramp coming into the natural, so this does create a much more defendable location, much more difficult to really embrace an all-in and try to push up and try to break the Protoss. So we'll see how Oliveira does approach this, as it is going to be an economic opener. Single gas. It's going to be a Rax Expand out of Oliveira. To be fair, we did see this same opener every game previously, even though it did eventually lead into that all-in in Oliveira's series against Goblin. Did see the Rax Expand every single game. Meanwhile, the probe does race back home. Meanwhile, the Reaper on the hunt, looking for that worker, looking for that probe. But the probe will make it back. Likewise, you have our tech of choice going for a Twilight Council opener. Reaper does poke in. But the Adept is in position, and the Reaper is going to be zoned away. Doesn't quite commit up the ramp, or up the cliff. Trap is going to be going for his Blink-based opener. I'm assuming Blink. I mean, technically, this could be something crazy like a DT opener or something of the sort. But I imagine Trap is going to be calming things down a little bit with Blink. Back at home, we do have our 1-1-1. Okay, for the first time here tonight, Oliveira is not setting up for a 2-base all-in. This is going to be a 1-1-1 opener, setting up for some drop play. Let's go. As a reminder, the tell of the previous builds that Oliveira was going for was the 2nd and 3rd racks before the starport. That was the tell. Here with a 1-1-1 opener, again, should be setting up for some drop play, or maybe something a little bit different. That is a fast tech lab on that factory. And I'm curious if we're going to be opening up Banshee. Banshee builds have been quite popular as of late over the past couple of months, or maybe just really this year, 2024. Yeah, there's the add-on swap. And Tank Banshee specifically has been quite trendy amongst the Korean Terrans. The European Terrans picked up on it as well. And my apologies, I assumed it was going to be Tank Banshee, but no, it is going to be instead Raven. Okay, we have Interference Matrix on the way, Raven on the way as well. So we are setting up and settling in. But again, I just appreciate that, again, Oliveira, he's showing us a wider berth of play. Not relying on the same build all the time. We are better than that. And as we're settling into our TVP, a shout out in the chat, Fappy. Oh my god, to Air Orange. Thank you so much, Fappy, for resubscribing. A long-time supporter of the channel for 32 months. That's a lot of months, Papi. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Gracias, Papi. Gracias. Big shout out, Air Orange. Oh, as we are settling in. What do you see behind this? Oliveira going to be working towards Stim. Meanwhile, Trap, when it came to his build of choice, did go for a fast 3rd. It was just 2-gate Blink into a 3rd base. Very economic opener out of Trap. Is embracing a faster 3rd. And taking up towards the Templar Archives. Are we going towards Storm? Let's go. Most players would embrace something like Colossus production, and we do have our charge on the way. So it could just be Charge or Archon. We'll keep an eye on that tech structure. See if we do embrace Storm. Meanwhile, Trap rotating over towards the main. No tank in position. And we will be able to pick away at these Marines. Threatening the Raven as well. Trap does commit in. Boys being pulled. We do slap the Raven. Raven does go down. Big pickup. The Raven does fall. That means the disable, the Interference Matrix, was a wasted upgrade. Not coming into play. But it is going to cost us most of these Stalkers, if not all. Oof. Yeah, 1 Stalker does survive. Looking at the trades, that was 5 Stalkers for 4 Marines and a Raven. That was a costly trade. You could argue that it was worth it just because the Raven holds so much value, but with all those dead Stalkers, that means our ground army is that much weaker. We barely have a standing army to begin with. Meanwhile, Storm is indeed on the way. Is going to be our splash damage of choice. High Templar already morphed in, gathering energy for those storms. We're getting ready for the bio push. But again, our army, our ground army for Trap is going to be that much smaller. We shut down the Observer. Is going to be cleaned up. Oliveira not going for an all-in. 3rd CC's on the way. We are expanding, but Trap does not know. Trap is in the dark. As Oliveira is setting up for a mine drop, Observer does confirm. Trap is aware. And Trap is getting in position. Stalkers do rotate over. At the same time, Oliveira moving out on the right-hand side. Going to be pressuring that 3rd base. So a bit of a multi-pronged attack here from Oliveira. Will delay the 4th. Does take down the probe. Probe does fall. Oliveira, he's spotted by the worker and by the Zealot as well, so he doesn't quite commit. Mine drop is in position. We boost in, but the Stalkers are ready. And we shut down the Metamac. Oh, I spoke too soon. What do I say? Burrow. Ooh, a chaotic split. 6 probes go down. We still have 1 more mine left. And we drop into the main. And Trap. Oh no! Late reaction. 11 probe kills. Oh my god. Well worth it for Oliveira. And the Metamac does survive. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh! Metamac runs into the Stalkers. At least that does go down, but still worth it here for Oliveira. Gets 11 workers, does scout the tech, does confirm the storm, is aware, and now we're pushing. Oliveira is moving out. taking his third base alongside it, taking up into Ghost. Ghost production on the way. And the mine drops, they continue. Widowmine does burrow in. Ooh, does barely not go up. Oh, the Widowmine takes down the Observer. The Observer gets sniped with a scan, which means the mine survives. We should be able to... Yeah, we have a backup Observer. We're okay. But a cheeky move there by Oliveira. Sniping the Observer of all things. We're getting cheeky, Patty. As Trap is now moving out. He's had enough defending. It's time to attack. We have 3 High Templar in that prism, each with at least 1 Storm. Bear that in mind. Trap is moving out. Oliveira back at home, has Ghosts. We have to rely on the EMPs. The army is spotted. The army is spotted. We do get 1 EMP on the Gateway army. But here come the Storms. Oh, EMP a little bit too late. 1 Storm does connect. 2nd Storm as well. And we have 1 Storm left. Meanwhile, the Zealots, they peel off. They catch reinforcements. They go for the main. They drag back the army, getting a Ghost. But they will be cleaned up. And Oliveira, he keeps up with the main army as well, going for the High Templar. Now the Storm does connect, but connects mainly with Marauders. Yeah, nice juggling. We save the Marauders. Oliveira does hold his own. His army is battered and bruised, but it survived. That's what's important. Oliveira does preserve his army. 4th base getting up and running. But with that defense, now Oliveira can move out. Now Oliveira, the pendulum does swing from one player to the other. Trap getting ready for the move out. Once Oliveira pushes, Trap is going to go in with the Zealot run by. Oh, but he lost all of his High Templar, and we have 3 High Templar left. They're gathering energy as we speak. Colossus are on the way. No extended thermal lands. They do not have range. Not yet. It is on the way. Oliveira going for a split push. His army is spotted by the Zealots. Trap is aware. He rotates over. At the same time, another push towards the top. Trap has to spread out his army. Has to split. Keeps the Colossus here at his 3rd. Has a Storm here towards the south. Oliveira is aware. And it looks like he's going to be caught out. Decent EMP. Does he go for the Colossus? Alright, it's tempting. Dust him in. Takes a Storm to the face. Takes another Storm as well. And he does not get the Colossus. At the same time, Zealots, they hit the natural. We spoke about it. Once Oliveira moves out, the Zealots, they move in. They get 10 SCVs. Not a bad run by it. Well worth it for Trap. It's 10 workers, catches reinforcements. Whew. And we have a back and forth. Trappy holds onto the 4th base. Oliveira takes his own. And we're settling in. Calming things down. We have a back and forth. Extended Thermal Lance is finishing up. We're getting into Colossus Storm. How many High Templar left? 1. 1 High Templar remaining. But 4 more on the way. So plenty of Storms are going to be ready. Trap is taking a 5th base, and Oliveira should be investing into more Vikings. There we go, getting into his Bio Ghost Viking production. Once again, they're going to be heavily reliant on the positioning of the Vikings and on the EMPs, but Oliveira, he misses the move out. Oliveira out of position. Trap is pushing in. Oliveira does respond. But again, it's going to take a while to rotate over. The base is under fire. Yeah, we're going for the 4th base. SCVs are going down. Oliveira was not ready for this. And the Planetary will fall. Massive Storm as well. Is forced to recall. Does catch both Colossus though. Not a bad fight out of Oliveira, but he lost the base. He lost the base. GG gets called. He trades too poorly as well. And Trap will take game number 1. Whew. GG. 1 wrong move is sometimes all it takes. Again, Oliveira, he was down towards the south. He was getting ready for his own move out, and he was caught with his pants down. He lost a mineral line, lost the base. May have gotten the Colossus towards the end, but still was not the trade he was hoping for. And Trap takes the lead. Oh. Trap does take a lead. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go as we are setting up for our lobby. Setting up for our game. We are jumping in. Whew. Let's go. And I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth series here, but the pressure is now on Oliveira to bring it back here against Trap. As we're loading in to Oceanborn. We are going to be loading in and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. We have our Chinese Terran player, the blue Terran representing Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, leading the series 1-0, representing Gen G Esports. South Korean Protoss, it is Trap. We go. And again, I do appreciate here that we had a back and forth game as well. It's very intense. A very intense back and forth between Oliveira and Trap. Both players being very active, both players having their own strengths and weaknesses and having their own edges in that game, while swinging from one player to the other. Very high octane. Now we're settling into game 2. And we'll see where this takes us. We shall see. As for now, we do see Oliveira going for an economic opener, going for a Rax expand as one gas has been taken. Again, Oliveira has been going for this kind of start here every game so far, at least in these TVPs here tonight. Not really embracing double gas play. Not yet, at least. Also, I will set up an alias. Hold on. I haven't noticed. There we go. Did notice for the player intros that it wasn't showing Trap's team. So I'm on it. I'm on it. We'll fix that up. So his team should be showing for future games. Meanwhile, we are going to be taking our expansion on the low ground, as we did mention. Just an economic opener out of Oliveira. So he does move out, checking for any proxies, any hidden probes. Look for anything that Trap could be up to. Meanwhile, Trap didn't even go for a probe scout. No scout whatsoever, not concerned with what Oliveira is up to. We can see, oh, let's go. This should look familiar to you if you're in the chat. If you were here for Oliveira series versus Goblin, what do we see? Factory, and we see a very fast second Rax as well. We're going to be working towards Stim. This is the beginnings of a 2-base all-in setup. I say the beginnings because this can still lead into a longer game with a starport into a third CC. But what I can say with confidence, this is an aggressive setup here by Oliveira. Very aggressive. Has the potential to become an all-in. Especially if we throw down a third Rax. Throw down a third Rax as well. Keep an eye on him. For now, it is now on Trap to figure out what's going on. Going for a Twilight Council opener into Blink. Another gate's on the way. And there it is. There is the third Rax. Third Rax is in production. Tech Lab as well for Stim. This is the same opener that Oliveira went for every game against Goblin. Oh boy. I mean, I feel a little bit sad just because I really liked game 1. Like, game 1 was really intense. Really back and forth. But we'll see. We'll see if Trap can piece this all together and how he does open up. For now, it's going to be Blink. We do have our 2-gate setup. Now, I'm concerned because it looks like Trap is going for a third Nexus. Yeah, he's going 2-gate Blink into a third base. This is ideal for the Terran, as Trap is going for a safer economic opener. I don't know if I want to even say safe, but a really economic opener here by Trap. Going for the third Nexus. Does mean that Trap has how much less to work with, how much less map control as well. And how many less Stalkers. And back at home, Oliveira is building up. Tanks are on the way, Stim about to finish. Still building up his force. Trap should soon be moving out, and thankfully is going for a hallucination scout. Very important. If Trap can get into the main base, he can get an eye on all the production, on the setup, and get ready. NG base on the way, that's going to be for +1. Ooh, the scout is denied. I mean, the hallucination does confirm the army position at least, and the composition as well. Trap is somewhat aware of what Oliveira is working with. Thankfully, safety immortals on the way. Stalkers are being active. And likewise, the Observer also dipping in. But here comes the move out from Oliveira. As he moves out, boys are being pulled. Can we catch a tank? Up! Tank is under fire. And the repairs are up just in time. We save the tank. The tank lives. Oliveira catching out some of these stalkers, and we're pushing. We're going for the move out. And back at home, we have shield batteries on the way as quickly as possible. We do have one shield battery at the third, one shield battery at the natural. Trap has the high ground, and he can try to focus down those tanks. Is going for the tank, and it looks like he will get one. One tank goes down. Massive pickoff. Back at home, starport. Yeah, Oliveira, he's working on the next step. He's working on +1, working on the starport. Getting ready for the next wave, and once again, the tank gets targeted down. Oh my god, the pickoffs! Trap, he gets both tanks and the cyclone, and just like that, Oliveira has to back off. The push, it falls on its face. Oliveira has nothing left here to really sustain his army. He has to retreat back home, and Trap holds. Trap does hold on. Very impressive stuff there out of Trap, sniping both tanks and the cyclone. Now the question becomes, we've seen this before. We've seen something very similar here, where if the first push fails, I think was it game 2 between Oliveira and Goblin, or was it game 1? When Goblin sniped both tanks and Oliveira backed off and just went for a second all-in. Regardless, that happened previously and it could happen again. As the Stalkers, they do manage to blink away. Nice control. Trading as efficiently as possible. We go for the add-on swap, Medevacs are on the way. What's interesting to me is that we never started +1. That's what's interesting. I assumed that we were going to be hitting a +1 timing when we pull the boys, but yeah, no upgrade whatsoever. Instead, going for Medevacs. Here comes the second wave, the second push across the map. At the same time, the army is spotted. We do catch the Observer. This will slow Oliveira down. This Trap does drag the army out. Likewise moving out results, and here we go, we pull the boys! It is going to be the secondary 2-base all-in, but the boys are being caught out. Trap does confirm, does catch the SCVs, and a Marauder as well. But back at home, what do we have? Shield batteries. Sorry, we have shield batteries, we have force fields as well. We have force fields available. We can try to wall this up. We can wall this off. At the same time, Stalkers, they're coming in from behind. Force fields are thrown down. Overcharge is popped, but the shield battery gets targeted. Tanks are sieging up, and here come those Immortals. They focus on the first tank, and they focus on the second. Both tanks go down, and now here come the Stalkers. Yeah, we completely surround the army, and Oliveira, he gets shut down. GG gets called a very clean defense, and Trap takes the 2-0. GG. Very impressive defense there out of Trap to be able to shut down the initial push, to focus on both tanks early on. That was wild when he was able to catch both tanks with his Stalkers, and with that, Oliveira had to back off. He fell back on a secondary all-in, but again, Trap had eyes on everything. He was playing it safe. He had shield batteries back at home as well, had the overcharge, had force fields, was able to shut that down and have a beautiful defense. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Trap will take the series. And that is going to be Trap's first win on the board. Let's go. With that, we're going to have a look at the rest of the group here, as that we're halfway done. We're halfway through the group. And I might have to input some of these updates here. Yeah. Going to have to update this. One moment. As we do set things up. Huh. There we go. But we have our first half done now. Again, we did have a walkover between Trap and Arch that did occur. Did have that initial walkover, but outside of that, we played out our series, we played out our matches. You can see here that Lambo took down Art 2-0, Oliveira took down Goblin 2-0 as well, and then we had more of a back and forth. Lambo versus Goblin went to the ace match. I appreciate that Goblin was able to fight back against Lambo and have a back and forth. And then, of course, Trap with his own win as well against Oliveira. Again, Trap in good standing, Oliveira in the middle of the pack, and Lambo leading the charge. I mean, I guess technically Trap is ahead of Lambo just because it was a walkover and a 2-0. Lambo did drop a map, but so far Trap and Lambo at the top of the standings. As a reminder, this is a round-robin group stage, and we're now halfway done. And we're getting ready for the other half. Here we go, scrolling on over. Bam! We have our next set of matches. We have Goblin versus Art in a PvP, followed by Lambo versus Oliveira, Trap versus Goblin in another PvP, and then we end the night with Lambo versus Trap. Unfortunately, there was another walkover here. Art was unable to schedule his matches with Oliveira. So Oliveira, he gets a walkover over Art as well. So Art wasn't able to play against Oliveira or against Trap. That's why those matches aren't going to be played out. But we have 4 more best of 3s ahead of us. Until then, though, now that we're halfway through, we're going to be going on a short break. I'm going to refill my water. It's empty, as you can see. There's nothing here. I'm going to refill my water bottle. I'm going to quickly take a moment here, take a break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the second half, with the remainder of Group C. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast, second half of the WardiTV Summer Bash Group C. We are here at the tail end of the round robin group stage. Group A, B, and D have already been casted. They've already been showcased over on Wardi's channel. And here we are with the finale here, the final group of the group stage, and we're jumping into our PvP. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player. He's pink. He is Art. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the purple Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Goblin. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, Miguelito, papi? Oh my god. Shout out to Vindicta, of course, was casting, or I think maybe even still is, covering some Platinum Heroes events, I believe fundraising for his team. So I hope the cast went well. Hope it went well, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? As we are embracing our PvP, the first of many, as we have additional PvPs on the horizon as well. Again, we are halfway through the broadcast. We have 4 best of 3s remaining. It's been a long day. It's been a pretty long broadcast. We casted Master Spawn Open earlier. That was around a 5-hour cast. Of course, Kuro covered that. Then we had WTL World Team League, and now we are here with the WardiTV Summer Bash. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready to go all night long. It is currently 4 a.m. here in Australia. 4 a.m. All night long, papi. As we're going to be opening up double gate. 2-gate opener out of Goblin, 2-gate opener out of Art. We're settling into things that so far look pretty standard here in our PvP. Goblin is going to be hiding one of his probes, ideally hiding one of those pylons as well. And we'll see if we embrace it. We'll see if we commit to a proxy. As the pylon has been thrown down. Meanwhile, Arch is going to slip in, does go into the main base, and does confirm that the pylon is missing. Second pylon should be somewhere in the main, and might even check a little bit further in to make sure it's not hidden further back in the main base. Yeah, it does confirm the pylon is nowhere to be found. And is there a real proxy or a fake? As we can see, the proxy is real, is not an all-in, but is a way to harass and get ahead economically. Do have a Stargate being proxied for Goblin. I think I said Art before, but Goblin does go for the proxy. I think I may have said, yo, pink versus purple. What do you want from me? What do you? But Goblin does go for the proxy Stargate. Meanwhile, Art was scouting, does again confirm that the pylon is missing and is looking for that pylon. So I think I did like shuffle the names around a little bit there. I apologize. Like, it's 4 a.m. What do you want from me? Yeah. And we're looking, we're scouting, and we barely do miss the proxy. We're checking towards the northern side of the map, but not the edges of the map on the right-hand side, so we are in the dark. And I hope that we play this out a little bit safer here, that we might go for a safety shield battery. Meanwhile, Double Adept does move out, but is shut down by those stalkers. Again, Art is in position. Adepts, they will shade past, making their way across the map, threatening that mineral line. Art's going for his own tech of choice, going for a blink opener instead. Twilight Council into blink. Meanwhile, stalkers are keeping up with the shades for the most part. We are in position. Oracle's on the way. We do force a recall. Yeah, Deathstay will survive. They will recall back home. Will recall back as Goblin is expanding. So is Art. Art's expansion a little bit later. Meanwhile, the main base is very exposed, very bare bones. There's nothing here. No shield battery, no stalkers, not in position. We're moving out across the map with all 4 stalkers, and the Oracle has free reign. Oh boy. The Oracle, send it, papi, send it. The Oracle is parked outside of the main base. Longer this goes on, warp-ins are going to be available soon as warp gate is now done. Stalkers are pushing in, and that is a sign for Goblin to pull the trigger. As the stalkers are revealed, which means we should be moving in with that Oracle because with the there's nothing holding us back. There we go. But now it's a little bit too late, and stalkers have been warped in defensively. There was a big window there available, but alas, no damage is dealt. Goblin does defend it back at home, but this Oracle hasn't done any damage. As we now have another warp in as well. Again, warp gate did finish. Stalkers are getting ready. We can see Art races back home, getting in position to catch out that Oracle. Barely does miss it, as the Oracle does rotate around. Oh! Did we get to the main? This 4 a.m. sounds legit until 6 a.m. Yeah, I mean, this this broadcast will go until at least 6 a.m. I was ready for that thing. I was prepared. I ordered some food earlier, you know. I have an enchilada inside me. Oh, it's inside me, man. I'm ready. But the Oracle is deflected, doesn't get any damage done. Arc will be moving out across the map. Blink has completed. And now it's going to be Goblin on the back foot. Has the Immortal, has been amassing Immortals as we speak. Again, to make up for our lack of Blink Stalkers. The Adepts will shade out, keeping Art busy. And as Art chases down these Adepts, takes the third base. He has map control, takes the third base. Likewise, Goblin doing the same, as he's aware that the army is out of position, or is across the map. And we're calming things down. And again, Goblin does need to mass up these Immortals. Bearing in mind, because of the Stargate opener, we lack Blink Stalkers, we lack a Twilight Council, we lack a lot of that mobility. We make up for that with these Immortals. Does mean that Goblin is a little bit less maneuverable compared to Art, that is true. But in a head-to-head fight, he can take it. Can take a head-to-head fight here. As one Stalker does go down, but Art has to back up. Cannot commit in. Oh! As we trade out our Observer. Nicely done. Goblin does snipe the Observer, saves his own just barely. As we are now up to 2 Oracles. Main base, we did not throw down the shield battery, but more importantly, I mean, we can one-shot workers anyway. Double Oracle is on its way across the map. Making its way towards the main. And Art, okay, thankfully does have 4 Stalkers in the main base. They can respond, can blink, and will shut the Oracles down. Gets 1! Manages to catch 5 probes. So okay, 5 probes, 1 Oracle, it's better than nothing. As Art once again is rotating over to knock this down, or to lock this down. And back at home, Goblin taking up quite quickly here into a Bay. Bold move! We're working towards Blink, Fortune +1, and a Bay as well for Disruptor production. Disruptors are on the horizon, and I mean, that's going to be the ideal here. We have a little bit, we don't actually have that much to support the army and to buffer for those high-tech units, but Goblin is taking that chance. Taking that risk, taking that chance. Technically, he could go into a Colossus first. I mean, there is a place for Colossus in PvP, true. So keep an eye on Goblin. As our players are backing up and we're expanding. Art taking a 4th base, working towards charge on Archon. Meanwhile, Goblin just skipping charge entirely. And there it is. It is going to be the initial Colossus. It's just a more secure way to just settle into this. Ooh, as we catch out some of the Stalkers. Yeah, 3 Stalkers go down. Nice big off here out of Goblin. Colossus on the way. Meanwhile, Art setting up his own proxy to harass across the map to reinforce. And there's a second Robo as well. So it should be initially Colossus, then Disruptors. Of course, Colossus, they do allow you to have some more consistent splash damage early on. Before embracing something more chaotic like the Disruptor. But the army is here. Art is massing up. There's Archons, there's charge lots. Is getting ready for a push. First Colossus has arrived. We have cannons, we have shield batteries. Goblin is aware. I mean, his Observer is parked right on top of the army, so Goblin, he sees everything. He's aware. He knows. And against all these Zealots, I mean, Colossus are an alternate way to deal with them. If we're not going into Archons, Colossus, next best thing. War Prism is zoned away. And we do see the Bay now thrown down for Art. Also, could be working towards Disruptors. Now I'm assuming we're going to be stopping Colossus at 3, but we'll see. I don't. I'm feeling a little bit less confident about that now. Like, Bappy, we're just going to keep going. Are we going to go full Skilless? Just get up to like 6 Colossus? We're getting up to 4! Okay. Alright. Let him cook. Yeah, you have my attention. I'm a little bit concerned if Goblin is going to mass up Colossus and Art masses up Disruptors, just because it is a little bit more awkward for Colossus to avoid Novas and to avoid those shots, and Dynamic isn't ideal for our purple Protoss. We're still making more Colossus. He's not stopping. Not yet. Okay, up to 4. Meanwhile, Art has that first Disruptor on the way. Yo, do we get a 5th Colossus? Do we just do we just keep going? We'll see, we'll see. As Art doesn't commit, he's still posturing outside of the bases. Art's gonna be the first to max out. There we go, we're up to our 4 Colossus. And now we should be seeing some there we go. Okay. We're not going crazy, we're not gonna get a 5th or a 6th Colossus. Disruptor's now on the way. I mean, again, like, we're gonna be quite safe against the Matt Zealot, right? Like, the Zealots, they shouldn't be able to break this position. But that is a kill! Uh-oh. That's a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. Meanwhile, the move command, oh my god, a bit of a misrally! We throw away so many Stalkers! Oh my god. Yeah, the Stalkers, they run into the lasers of these Colossus. Stalkers go down, we shut down the proxy, and now we can go for a move out. We can go for a push. As I say that, though, Disruptors are amassing, and pushing into Disruptors is never an easy thing to do. Not gonna be easy. More Disruptors are on the way. We have our first Disruptor here for Art. Sorry, for Goblin. Goblin does not move out. Trying to reclaim his 4th. I mean, there was a lot of chaos ensuing from both sides, right? Like, the 4th base was killed before, but did catch a lot of Stalkers. Speaking of, the other 2 Stalkers going down. Not bad. At the same time, War Prism boys to come in from behind. Goblin pushing forward, catching a Disruptor. 2 Novas going off, a little bit premature. Does zone away the army, but that means we only have 3 Novas left. Still a hefty amount. As Art doesn't Goblin doesn't commit, he pulls back. Why do I keep saying Art? What's going on? Zealot Rabbi does go for the natural. Art comes as well. War Prism set up. Yeah, Art's going for a tri-pronged attack. You have Zealots into the natural, with the main army towards the 4th, and the Prism towards the main as well. You know, we're coming in from behind, we catch the Disruptors. Ooh. We dodge the Novas. Novas do not connect. But we save the 4th base. Meanwhile, the Zealots were cleaned up, and the Prism does not commit. We have Stalkers! No! The Prism! Prism goes down. A massive pick-off, and Goblin, he shuts down the harassment. He can move out across the map. He goes for the Disruptors. Once again, avoids the Novas. Does avoid those shots. Another flanking Nova coming in. Not a bad split here out of Goblin. Oof. Yeah, it does have some nice micro here. He avoids the shots. Colossus has arrived, and he's shutting down the main army. Yeah, Art, he's crumbling before the might of not just the Stalkers, the Colossus. Let's go. But again, that was some slick micro against those Novas earlier. That was crazy. Did avoid the shots. We have flanking Nova shots as well. We're trying to come in from behind. But Goblin, he controls well enough. He shuts down the Stalkers. So Disruptors are exposed, but GG gets called, and Goblin will take game number 1. GG. Oh my. GG, well played. Again, looks like, hold on. that is not correct. GG, well played, as I should quickly refresh this scene. Bam. There we go. Goblin does take the first game. Again, had some really nice control, really nice micro against those Purification Novas. Able to blink and split his Stalkers. The Disruptors of Art, they really didn't come into play. And weren't able to really impact the fights or impact the armies much at all. Now we're getting ready for game 2. Alright, getting ready for that second game. Going to be loading into Ghost River. Let's go. Getting into that second game. So now we are going to be settling in. into a much smaller map, a much more aggressive map as well. And we'll see where this takes us. Spawning in at the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our pink Protoss player. The Polish Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series, looking to bounce back here and now to force the ace match. It is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Croatian Protoss player, the purple Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes as well, as this is a team kill. It is Goblin. We go. Are settling into that second game. Again, Goblin having some smooth control against the disruptors of Art. Able to fall back on the initial Colossus as well, have just a robust army, have a solid backbone to his force as well, and yeah, just really impressive play there from Goblin. Able to keep up with and overwhelm Art. Now the pressure is on. Pressure is on the Polish Protoss. And what is our plan? Where are we headed? Initially across the map. Going for our probe scouts. It's going to be a 2-gate opener from Goblin. Art. Yo, we're crazy. We're going for a gate expand? We're going for a gate cyber opener instead. Okay. Art. You have my attention. Art, he's pulling a Max Packs. He's going for a gate into Cybercore, into a Stargate, followed by the expansion. Going for the Max Packs opener instead. Bold move. And that means that the ball is going to be in Goblin's court. As Goblin will have the option to commit to an all-in. Did go for a fake proxy pylon, and Art has no idea. He misses the pylon hidden at the natural, and as a result, Art might overcommit. He might overreact here. For now, there's the Stargate, followed by the expansion on the low ground. Goblin, meanwhile, has yet to scout much of anything, but now is moving with that probe, and will confirm. So the probe does waddle in. Gets eyes on the gateway, gets eyes on the Stargate, and the Cybercore as well. Yeah, the expansion has been taken. Again, Art being a little bit greedier here. And Goblin, how do we respond? What's the plan? Meanwhile, Zealot and Probe, they're looking for the proxy pylon, trying to get a read on whether or not there's an all-in. Stalkers are moving out. Ooh, a little bit supply blocked. Yeah, the supply block means we have to cancel the third and fourth Stalker. We go for the expansion instead. It looks like Goblin did want to be aggressive, but that supply block does stop him, does slow him down. And is going to be behind in that expansion timing. So not exactly what Goblin wanted to go for. There's a shield battery on the way, so you can see here that Art, he still hasn't scouted the pylon, doesn't know what's going on, but now confirms that there's a nexus. So Art should be feeling pretty safe. Should be feeling pretty safe here. As Goblin did go for a Stargate at that pylon. Interesting, so Goblin, he scouted the tech, or he scouted the Stargate. He's aware of the oracles, so let's cut Art off here, as we're going for the Phoenix instead. So let's say Stargate, of course. But the Phoenix has arrived. We shut down the Oracle. We don't quite get a kill, but we force a recall. And already an amazing start for Goblin. He completely just shuts down the initial tech. And now he's looking for that Oracle. He wants it, Papi. He wants it. The Oracle going to be hidden towards the south. Phoenix is looking. As we have invested into a second Oracle. Remember, 2 Oracles do one-shot probes. And Art does manage to get away. Goblin does miss the move out, gets an Adept, takes a bit of hull damage. Back at home, what do we have? We have Stalkers in position. Thankfully, Goblin is ready for this. He is ready in the main and the natural, more or less. Meanwhile, Art doesn't commit. Gonna be pulling back for now, and now we can just calm things down. We're settling into our 2-base setups here. Art taking towards Blink, and Goblin yet to do so. Oh wait, Twilight Council is done, so not too far behind. Not going to be too far behind, as the Phoenixes, they do end up finding the Oracles. And one of the oracles is going to get picked off. Bearing in mind that these oracles, they have not done any damage yet. 0 probe kills. At the same time, stalkers, they head towards the natural. Getting up to 6 stalkers. First stalker goes down. Shield battery is not done. And Art, he barely has anything to defend. Before we can settle into 2 bases, Art, he's getting caught out. As more reinforcements are on the way, Goblin takes the 3rd base. Keeps up the pressure. And the Phoenixes, they can rotate over, they can support the main army. They can go for some lifts. And speaking of, they lift up the Stalkers! There's 2 Stalkers left on the ground. One of them gets started, the other as well. And GG gets called. We snowball out of control, there's just nothing left. We don't get to sink our teeth into game 2 as Goblin takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Goblin able to shut down the Oracle opener with his own Phoenixes as a response, and likewise as we had Art taking up a little bit faster in towards Blink, in towards a later game. He was caught off guard just by extra Stalkers. We just warped in an extra wave of Stalkers. We delayed Blink purposely in favor of those Stalkers, and Goblin takes the win. GG, well played. Goblin will take the 2-0. And now we're getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for something a little bit different, a little bit spicier. We're taking a break from the mirror matchups for now, and we're going to be embracing Oliveira versus Lambert. Let's go. We have a ZVT ready for us, and I'm curious to see how Lambert approaches this. Likewise, I'm curious to see how Oliveira has adjusted as well. Obviously, you know, during DreamHack Dallas, Oliveira, he was able to showcase some 8-racks play, some hyper-aggression from the side of Oliveira, able to even find success against Cyril. But we've been casting Oliveira post-DreamHack, and, you know, it's not like that's the only build he relies upon. He does excel and does succeed with some more standard play as well. Doesn't just have to rely on the 8-racks. For now, though, we're settling in, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our German Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambert. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Chinese Terran player, the red Terran representing Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. We go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think this series will unfold, whether it goes the way of Lambert or the way of Oliveira. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. So we are going to be opening up. It is going to be Hatch Gas Pool. Interesting starting map here. We're going to be loading into Amphion. Has some unique features, of course. Has a ramp leading into the natural. It has a very secure 3rd base as well, as you have to mine through minerals and knock down rocks to gain access to the side of the map. Can favor drop play as a result. Curious how we settle in. For now, Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener out of Lambo. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too wild. I mean, we did see earlier that Lambo was willing to go pool first, at least against a Protoss player, but that was on a smaller map. That was on Ghost River. See what our plan is here. Likewise, Oliveira going for the racked expand. We have seen a lot of Zerg players, I say a lot of Zerg players, seen players like Dark, players like Shin open up pool first on this map just to try to skirt around and get some economic damage to avoid the initial Reaper scouting pattern. But again, we can see the Lambo is not really going to be embracing that here. Not this time. So our bases are getting up and running, going to be settling in. I don't really expect too much deviation this early on. You know, ideally, Oliveira goes for a 3rd CC before Starport. Likewise, Lambo going into either double Evo chamber or for a faster lair. But now Reaper gets across the map and will threaten the drones. Does force out an Evo chamber, but the drone does survive. 3rd base on the horizon is going to be delayed because of that Evo chamber. Bear that in mind. So the 3rd base is going to be a little bit later, but is now on the way, and it won't be delayed for too much longer. So just a slight delay there as Lambo's expanding. Likewise, back at home, Oliveira is going for that 3rd CC. Is on the horizon. Recently, Clem has been very aggressive in his own TVZs, and we rarely see 3CC out of him. We've seen a lot of 1-1-1s, especially over the past week or so, ever since he's been in Korea. So I appreciate that we can just calm things down a little bit, settle into a more normal setup. Starport's on the way. Should be seeing a tech lab momentarily. And Oliveira won't quite find a way in. Threatens the tumors. Is going to be fended back. There's that tech lab on the way. Set up for a bit of an add-on swap. Ooh, one tumor is going to go down. Not a bad pick-off, but the queen should reposition, and the Reaper will fall. Wasn't the worst pick-off, especially considering that Reapers do fall off over time. Don't scale amazingly into the mid-game. I'm going to say that. KDA charges can do surprisingly well against Ling Bane. As that is a much earlier second gas for Lambo. Okay, interesting. I'm curious what we're going to be embracing here. Link speed was researched. And that is a very fast lair. Lambo, calm down. Okay, so we get a fast second gas, we get a fast lair. That was a 4-minute lair timing out of Lambo. And what are the possibilities here for our Zerg player? We could be doing something crazy, going for 2 more gases and going for 2 base muta. True, if we take extra gases, that is a possibility. Otherwise, we could double down. I mean, we are droning, and there we go. More gases are being taken. Are we rushing into the Spire tech? Okay, you have my attention. I mean, we spoke earlier about how drop play is a little bit more favored here because of the map and because of the terrain. Likewise, muta play makes sense as well. You can see that we're able to defend with our queens, able to keep up with the rotations of those Hellions. Spire is almost done. Sorry, lair is almost done. I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to calm down. Back at home, that is a fast armory. Okay, we've been focusing on Lambo and what he's up to, but Oliveira back at home setting up for a Hellbat push. So it's not just 3CC into Banshee, it's going to be 3CC Banshee with Hellbats as well. That's a lot of Hellions. Spire is on the way, but Oliveira, he's getting ready for his push. Getting ready for those Hellbats. Hellions poking and prodding. Banshees are amassing. And now, what I'm concerned about here is that we're going to have to rely on purely Lings and Queens to defend. And how many Queens do we have? 7 Queens, soon to be 8. That's a decent Queen count. If they're all together, I want to believe that Lambo can defend, but if they're spread out, that's a different story. It is going to be a different story here. As we are rallying across the map, how many Hellions is this? 12! That's a lot of Hellions! I should say, that's a lot of Hellbats. Oh boy. Meanwhile, the Spire is halfway done. Bailey Nest on the way, likewise halfway done as well. And here comes the move out, here comes the push. Oliveira moving out deep on creep. And here come the Hellbats. They morph in, waddling on forward. Bailey Nest still not done. Making our way towards the natural. Bailey Nest gonna finish up in a couple of seconds. Queens, they hold the line. And the Bailey Nest has completed. Bailey's are on the way, but we're breaking through. Queens are falling left and right. And before we can embrace the muta, it looks like Oliveira is breaking through. GG gets called, Lando gets called out, and Oliveira takes game number 1. GG. Oliveira does take a lead here, and that was just an unfortunate setup. Unfortunate that Lambo was going for something a little bit cheeky and was banking up resources and working towards something like a Spire. It meant that, of course, other things fell by the wayside. Unfortunately, was not ready for what came from Oliveira. Not ready for that committed Hellbat push. Just caught Bailey with his pants down. Again, the Bailey Nest, it finished up as the all-in, or as, I shouldn't say all-in because it was a 3rd CC, as the push was already knocking down his front door. Just too little too late. And with that, GG, Oliveira takes a lead. Oliveira does take a lead. And now we're going to be settling into game number 2 on a bit of a more standard map. On a larger map, on Alkyone. Let's go. Let us go. We are going to be settling in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone. We have our German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. down in this series, but I mean, we shouldn't really be seeing a repeat of exactly what happened in that first game. You know, try to be cheeky, try to make mutas work, try to rush into the Spire, caught out, but looking to bounce back here in game 2. It is Lambo. I pressed the wrong button. Hold on. Representing Shopify Rebellion and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Weibo Gaming, leading the series 1-0. One more Unamas is all he needs to claim this series. It is Oliveira. All the trumpets, all the fanfares. Let's go. So again, Lambo just cutting corners, being a little bit greedy last game, and rushing into the Spire tech, was called out by the committed Hellbat push of Oliveira. Wasn't too much more to that, and again, when it came to the build of choice, that was very unique and very specialized to Amphion. Again, Muta play is seen a little bit more often on that map, and we should not be seeing that here in Game 2. Especially on Alcyone, I'm expecting, you know, just hatch gas pull into a third base, into a more standard setup into Ling Bane. I'm not really expecting Lambert to spice things up too much. I guess really my eyes are on Oliveira. He has a lead, he has momentum, he has the opportunity, he has a bit of he has the leeway to embrace a much more aggressive build himself, even more so than the last game. We shall see. For now, hatch gas pull out of Lambo, Oliveira going for the Rax expand. Nothing too crazy yet, a little bit too early for that. We are just going to be settling in. So first Reaper is moving out. They're going to be moving out across the map, ideally just trying to get a read on what's going on, a read on what Lambo is up to. Looking to even delay the expansion. Third base has been thrown down, this time not delayed compared to the previous game. So nice timing on the third base for Lambo. Reaper dips in, dancing with the Lings. The initial dance has begun. But Lambo should be able to hold his own. The Queen has arrived, and Oliveira will have to retreat. Oh, going for the tumor. Doesn't quite get it. Reaper's a little bit too late for that. So nicely done here out of Lambo. Doesn't really lose anything. And back at home. Oh, interesting. Oliveira is being more aggressive, is being more assertive. That is a 1-1-1. What I mean by that is a delayed third CC. It's a lot more commonplace than we saw it in the last game, going for a third CC before starport. This time we're going straight for the starport instead. With this, we should be settling into a much faster Banshee production, faster Banshee setup. Into Cloak, but we'll see. As there's the add-on swap. Banshees are on the horizon. And Oliveira is going to be that much more aggressive and that much more in the face of Lambo with this. Oh, my apologies. No add-on swap? Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, so we're going for a medevac into a 2-1-1? 3CC 2-1-1. Wait, what is happening? Okay, interesting. The Overlord is spotted, and Oliveira should respond, ideally denying the scout. And this may catch Lambo off guard. So what's happening here as the medevac is kept hidden, set up as well. Oliveira does move out. And this is going to be a stim timing. Going to be a stim timing here from Oliveira. Third base is on the way. It's not an all-in by any means. But third base was delayed in favor of this initial drop. For now, looking to hunt down Overlords. Maybe a Queen. Ooh, nice juggling. We do save the Reaper. Reaper is saved. Likewise, catching an Overlord as well. Moving out across the map. 2 Overlords so far. 2 Overlords, some Lings. Map control, keeping Lambo at bay. And getting ready for that follow-up with additional medevacs and Marines. So we are banking up. Meanwhile, behind this, Lambo opening up standard. Did go hatch gas pool into a third base. He's going double Evo chamber. He's going for a delayed lair this time, prioritizing upgrades, followed by a bit of a later lair timing and later Banelings as well. Basically, Lambo's cutting corners and prioritizing upgrades. It is going to fare better in a longer game, but he is losing quite a lot of Overlords. And this does also mean that he's going to have delayed Baneling production. And we'll see if that comes into play. As Oliveira is reinforcing, and here we go, moving out with 2 more Medivacs, and this time has Stim. Oh boy. And this early Stim timing may catch Lambo off guard. His Lings are still 0-0, but he does have a lot of Queens. He has a good amount of Queens here in position at the 3rd base. Job has arrived. Bathing on the way. And we are pushing forward. Our goal here to deny the 4th. And we Stim in. Do Stim forward. Lings getting caught out as well. Be very careful so far. Be forced to pick up. Oh, the Medivac's getting so low. They get low, but they survive. We drop into the main base. Medivac is going to be targeted down and will fall. A lot of Marines fall as well. Nice pick up. Catch a Medivac. Half full of Marines. Drop is being forced back, and Lambo, he does defend. Yeah, the Queens are keeping up. And Oliveira is being shut down. Oh, that cost him how many? A Medivac and 10 Marines. Ay, ay, ay. Almost another Medivac. No! Oh my god. Medivac will barely escape. But Lambert, he holds. 4th base is going to get up and running. We maintain our Queen count, maintain our Lings. But now we have another double drop towards the left-hand side. As Oliveira is establishing his 3rd base. And it looks like Oliveira will at least deny the 5th. And does force a cancel. 5th base is denied. But last at least, Lambert has his 4th up and running. Taking up into a fast infestation pit. That should be for Hive Tech, Vipers, Adrenal. And this looks like the setup for Ling Bane into Ultra. The reason why I say that is because there's no other tech structure. There's no Spire, there's no Hydroden. It does seem to be a setup for Ultras. Again, embracing a longer game. Hive now on the way. But Oliveira is moving out. Again, Oliveira's been quite aggressive so far, but hasn't achieved too much. Denied a 5th base, but not much more than that. I mean, got Overlords and some Lings, but no other economic damage. Once again, wants to deny that hatchery. Does catch a Queen. Not bad. Queen goes down, and so does the base. Another cancel on the 5th. Ling Bane rolling forward. The Mine Shots. Mine Shots not going to be as ideal. Yeah, we shut down the bio. We force back Oliveira at the same time. Liberators here towards the main base. Drop towards the 3rd. Drones are going down. Yeah, we are popping off. 12 workers do fall. We're not done. We hit the 3rd base. We're pulling Lambo apart. Liberator is dealt with, but we don't pull away. Late reaction there from Lambo. 20 drone kills. Liberator to the main base. We deny the 5th base once again. We catch the Queens. And Oliveira, he set a pace. And Lambo cannot keep up. Dropping back into the main as well. We're still not done. Nowhere close. As the drops do continue. 31 drone kills. And finally, Oliveira backs off. Finally, I spoke too soon. He wants more drones. Pulls away for a moment, and he's going to get even more workers. Meanwhile, he's rallying across the map, sending out his Marines, his Widow Mines as well. Gets 40 drone kills. And he wants to go for the kill. He's snowballing out of control. He has a massive supply lead. Across the map, we had a bit of a run by. We threaten some workers. 3 SCVs go down. But Oliveira, he's not slowed down for too much longer. 4th base on the way. Lambo setting up a massive Ling counterattack. And his hope, his goal is to force Oliveira to turn around, to race back home. The Vipers! They will escape. They will get away, thankfully. And Lings, hey, they hit the 4th base. SCVs are going down. We do catch reinforcements. Not a bad trade here out of Lambo. Trading nicely against those Marines. Meanwhile, across the map, baiting our mine shots, collapsing on the main army. That's a kill in the 4th base. And even if we clean this up, that was worth it. Mine shot goes off. And Oliveira, he keeps pushing. He holds his own. The hatchery has fallen. Lambo down to 3 bases. The Vipers get caught out. GG gets called. And Oliveira will take the 2-0. GG. An interesting build here out of Oliveira, as he opened up 1-1-1 into a medevac, not into Banshee play, into a follow-up stim timing, just really drop heavy, really bio-heavy here from Oliveira, very aggressive. And even though he didn't deny the 4th base, he denied the 5th, and he was able to successfully pull Lambo apart. Very fast, very intense play there out of Oliveira. GG. GG, well played. Oliveira pops off and once again shows off his TVZ prowess. Oh, and he's looking quite solid here in the standings of this group. Does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for another PvP between Trap and Goblin. Oh boy. Are getting ready. Are getting ready here for the final mirror matchup here of the group. We get some more Trap. Let's go. So far, I believe Oliveira's only loss has been against Trap in this group so far. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, who comes out ahead in this mirror matchup. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our teal Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Goblin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. We go. The second structure is just closed. We can't see it, but it was there. I know what you're referring to. You're referring to the lack of add-on swap in that last game. It was crazy. But yeah, really interesting opener build out of Oliveira in that previous game. But for now, we can focus on our PvP. We're focusing on what is before us. Trap versus Goblin. Here we go. I was referring earlier, Oliveira's only loss so far has been to Trap. Meanwhile, Trap, so far, undefeated in the group. Trap with no blemish on his record, not yet. As we are opening up 2 gates, going to be a 2-gate opener out of Goblin, likewise 2-gate opener out of Trap. If you're in the chat, predictions are about to close, so best of luck. Best of luck with your Gamba, with your channel points. As both players are going to be scouting each other, keeping an eye out on their setups. We can see that the second pylon is thrown down for Goblin in the main, likewise thrown down for Trap as well. So there's no proxy and there's no fake proxy pylon either. No one is faking anyone out. Not this time. So chasing down that initial probe. We have our initial units of choice. It's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Trap, likewise Stalker Sentry out of Goblin, mirrored openers, mirrored builds. Again, Stalker Sentry is kind of the tried and true macro opener. It allows you to have some DPS to work with early on, and likewise some scouting information as well. Sentries are quite common nowadays just because of the most recent buff. I say recent buff. The latest patch did buff the Sentry, did allow them to be a little bit more robust and a little more effective, specifically in the PvP matchup. As a result, has now kind of become the standard go-to opener. Has its place in the meta of PvP. As especially early on, it's difficult to deny an hallucination scouts from those sentries. And that does allow you to get a read on what your opponent's up to, get a read on their tech, on any hidden structures, any shenanigans. Speaking of, there's that hallucination moving out across the map. Hallucination does move out. Trap back at home, opening up with a robo opener. Goblin not too far behind him with his own robo. Expansions have been taken, and both players will be scouting each other with their hallucinations. We confirm the expansion. Both players do. And likewise, we confirm the tech as well. Hallucination into the main of Goblin. Likewise, hallucination across the map as well into the main of Trap. So everyone sees everything. It's the beauty of these sentry openers. We We do confirm what's going on. We can see that Goblin is going to be opening up Robo into a Twilight Council. Meanwhile, Trap is opening up Prism first. Now, this should be to harass across the map. The goal of this, I imagine, is going to be to move out with Adepts. As I say that, though, get to morph them in. Prism is on the way. And there we go. There are the Adepts for Trap. And Hallucination will confirm this. Basically, Adepts, they can wreak havoc. They can, or two Adepts can one-shot probes, but they can have a hard time shading into the main just because of the probe that's in position, just because of the wall off. How do you bypass that? With a War Prism. With a War Prism harass instead. Main army moving out as well, alongside it. Goblin and not going to be opening up with Blink, going for Glaives. Okay, this has been quite trendy here in PvP. Going for Immortals and Glaive Adepts. Meanwhile, we see Trap, he threatens a Shady Collapse on the main army, and we are vulnerable. No shield battery! Yeah, no shield battery whatsoever. Goblin, he was expecting harass. He was not expecting a push. Boys are being pulled. The probes are going down. Trap catching Goblin off guard. Forced to recall back. And we get 10 probe kills already. There's so much damage being done. We force field the ramp. We can juggle on over. And with the help of the Immortal, we should be able to hold on. We force back the army. But the damage was done. Oh, the Prism! No! The Prism goes down. Oh my god. The Prism falls, which means that Goblin is stuck at home. He cannot counterattack. He is going to be stuck for now. And great minds think alike. Both players going into Glaives. we have similar builds and similar goals here for both Trap and Goblin, but Trap has a massive economic lead after that successful push. Again, Goblin, he had his army split up. He was expecting Prism harass into the main, not expecting a main army, and was caught off guard. Now we see Trap moving out. We have a 6 gateway explosion. It's going to be an all-in. So a 2-base all-in at a Trap. Adepts will not... Oh god! They could have made it through. Unfortunately unable to wall off, but they don't quite commit. Gave me a heart attack back. I was not expecting the Shades to make it into the main. But the drop has arrived. The Prism is here. The Immortals, they shut down the Robo. They do depower it. Nice pickup. Bearing in mind there is no blink, so there's no way to punish this Prism. Trap does get away. Supply blocking Goblin, delaying the production. Now we have a gateway explosion, but again, because of the delayed economy, Goblin is one step behind. The gateways are already up and running here for Trap. He's going to be the first to rock up with his 2-base all-in. And Trap, he's not ready. He's not ready. 0 shield batteries, no overcharge. We have a bare bones army here at the natural. And Trap, he's pushing in. Takes out the would-be shield battery. Going for the Prism. Collapsing on the Immortal. And just warping it into the face of Goblin. Trap, he's snowballing out of control. He's breaking through the front lines. The Immortal, it does go down as well. Unable to keep it alive. GG gets called, and Trap will take game number 1. GG. A solid start there for Trap. Again, it all did begin with the initial move out. Unfortunately, Goblin just wasn't aware how committed Trap was when he moved out across the map, hit the natural, and arrived not just with Adepts, but with Stalkers and Sentries as well. Goblin was caught with his pants down, and with that, Trap takes a lead. Does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Oh boy, we're sailing into game 2. Gonna be loading into, once again, Ghost River. We've seen this map quite a lot here tonight. It's it's a little bit surprising, at least in the PvPs. We have not been vetoing this map. We've been embracing it back. Let's go. Here we go. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River. We have the Croatian Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. Down to the series, hoping to bounce back here and now and force an ace match. It is Goblin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. One game away from claiming this series, it is Trap. we go. As a reminder, there's only one series left after this best of 3, and that is Trap versus Lambo. One series to go. So Oliveira's already played out all of his matches. As a reminder, he got the walkover over Art. So we're nearing the finale here of the broadcast. I'm hoping we can get a back and forth between Goblin and Trap, but the pressure is now on our Teal Protoss, so he's opening up in an interesting fashion. Okay, 2-gate. For a moment there, I was like, yo, we gotta be skipping it? Are we gonna go for a gate cyber opener? Never mind. 2-gate opener out of Trap, 2-gate opener out of Goblin. Calming things down. Side, of course, now on the way, and we'll see what kind of units of choice we have. Goblin hiding his probe. It looks like he wants to hide his pylon. There we go. Pylon has been thrown down. And the idea here is he's trying to make it look like he's going for a proxy across the map. As Trap does confirm that the pylon should be in the main, and is not. As the pylon is suspiciously absent. Across the map, we can see the pylon thrown down for Trap. No proxy, no fake proxy. Out of our red Protoss. And a Trap, he does double check the main base. Does check the edges. Now being forced out, it's going to be a double adept opener out of Goblin. He checks the natural. He does check the natural, does find the pylon, and now Trap, he's fully aware of what's going on. He's aware he's safe and sound. Did we? I swear we had 2 adepts on the way. We cancel the one, going for the Stalker, or maybe I'm seeing things. It is 5 a.m. True. It's over. But it's going to be a Stalker Adept opener instead. First Adept's moving out. Likewise, back at home we have our Sentry. Trap just going to be calming things down and easing into a bit of a longer game. But is following up with 2 more Stalkers, not with another Sentry. Okay. You have my attention. As a Goblin, he delays his expansion. Goblin going for some further tech. We do have a Stargate on the way. Meanwhile, Trap going for the faster Nexus instead, as the Adept does shade in. We shade into the main base. We get 2 probe kills so far. Not bad. Okay, almost getting a 3rd. Almost, but not quite. But again, Goblin does confirm the expansion, is aware that Trap will have a bit of an economic lead. But it all comes down to that Oracle to make up for that. The Oracle is on the way. Hallucination will confirm, does get eyes on the Stargate and on the Oracle that's in production, so Trap is fully aware of what's going on. And Trap will intercept. He's making his way over. Oracle about to pop out, it's going to be close. Up! And the Oracle will barely bypass the army. Whew. Remember, Blink is not done. Trap barely does miss it. Well, the Oracle is taking a lot of damage, and back at home we have Stalkers in position. But at least the Oracle survives. This could have been so much worse. Oracle could have gone down. Dipping back in, taking some hull damage. Likewise, across the map, Hallucination confirms the 2nd Oracle on the way. And Trap fully aware. Likewise, gets into the main base as well. No Robo, no Immortal production. It's going to be a Twilight Council into Blink. Blink is on the horizon here for both players. Oracle's being forced back. Trap getting in position. Remember, he's aware of the 2nd Oracle. So Trap taking it very seriously. The Oracles are moving out. And where they can one-shot probes together. I'm moving out across the map. Hallucination. Ooh, I think barely caught a glimpse. Able to get eyes on this. Oracle's being forced back. This is a little bit concerning. We're investing quite heavily here into the Stargate, into the Oracles. They have not paid for themselves yet. Goblin instead taking a 3rd. Trap not too far behind him. And we're calming down. We're calming things down. We're settling in. Both players are expanding. They're teching. Building up towards their 3rd bases. We're calming down. And what I should emphasize as well is that even though these Oracles haven't done any damage yet, at least they're still alive. They still have potential. They have potential to get into a mineral line to eviscerate the economy here of Trap. Can still get some work done. Especially as Trap spreads himself thin. Meanwhile, Trap, as he's expanding, as he's settling into his 3 bases, we have a Dark Shrine on the way. Dark Shrine, Forge for upgrades, Robo for detection. I hope we do have, we have the Oracles anyway from the side of Goblin. So we'll have detection available in some way, shape or form. Assuming we don't lose them as one Oracle goes down. One Oracle does fall. Goblin does not have a Robo. There we go. I was a little bit concerned. The Robo is on the way. We'll have access to observers. But I believe the Dark Shrine, or the DTs, should hit first, as the Dark Shrine is halfway done. And it doesn't take long at all to get across the map. This nation checking the main base will get eyes on the Robo, is aware. Despite detection, DTs can still wreak havoc. As the Dark Shrine is now done. Trap can get ready. There we go. DT's now being morphed in. And yeah, by the time they do morph in, we have the Robo. We're going to have detection. There we go. Observers on the way. We're going to be okay. I'm hoping so, at least. DTs are waddling in. Oracles with the main army. And I don't believe a Goblin has taken notice yet. Cannons on the way. DTs, they split up. One towards the natural, one towards the main. Goblin, he's focusing elsewhere. Getting caught out in DTs. They do hit the main and the natural. Probes are going down left and right. Detection's on the way. But it may just be too late. Even with detection, we're losing quite a lot of mining time and quite a lot of workers. Yeah, 10 probes going down, 11 probes going down in the main base, going for the pylon as well, but it looks like we will save it. Just barely. Pylon is saved. And the DTs, they have popped off. Finally, they'll be cleaned up. But 14 probe kills is quite a large amount. Trap takes a massive worker lead, getting a 4th base, now getting ready for his own push. The DTs, they've done enough. They've done well enough here. Goblin up in Stalkers. Trap up in Immortals. The Immortals, they do make up for the lack of Stalkers, forcing back the army. Oh, almost catching the Observer. Almost. You have to be careful. Should we maintain our detection? +1 is done for both players. Again, the Immortals are kind of the big deciding factor for Trap, as he has a bit of a more diverse army with Immortals, with Archons. Is higher tech. Meanwhile, Goblin gonna be relying on purely Stalkers. And GG gets called. He doesn't like his chances against the main army. And Goblin does tap out. Oof. GG. I mean, Goblin did lose a lot of workers, so he was already behind in the economy, and he was staring down a pretty intimidating army as well. GG, well played. Goblin taps out. And Trap, he will go through this group undefeated. Oh wait, no, my apologies. I was, for some reason I was like, yeah, Lambo versus Oliveira coming out next. Trap is currently undefeated, but we have 1 series left. We have 1 series remaining here as we pay out those predictions and get ready for Lambo versus Trap, the final series of the night. Let's go. We have 1 series left here, the final best of 3, Lambo versus Trap. All the other players have played out all their matches. Nothing else is outstanding. And we'll see if Trap can be stopped. Again, he hasn't dropped a series yet. Has he dropped a map? The answer is no. Trap, he has not dropped a map yet either. So will he go for the perfect score, or will he be stopped? Will he be slowed down by Lambo? I want to believe. I want to believe that Lambo can bring him down. Bearing in mind that Lambo dropped a series to Oliveira, Oliveira dropped a series to Trap. But I believe the 3 of them are still in the upper echelons of the group. So just determining standings, essentially. here we go. We are jumping into our final best of 3 of the evening. And if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Oh, the alias didn't work. Wait, what? I will fix it next time. Fix that next time. As for now, we're going to be settling in. It is going to be a hatch gas pool. We do force the unnatural natural out of Lambo, forsake the third base location. And I'm curious to see how Lambo does approach this. As a reminder, we have already seen Lambo face off against some of these Protoss players already here tonight. Lambo went up against Art. Lambo also went up against Goblin. And we have seen Lambo flex his muta play. We've seen quite a decent amount of mutas from Lambo already tonight. I'm curious if he tries to embrace them here against Trap. Also seen some all-ins. Did see an all-in out of Lambo on Oceanborn, if you recall. But we're loading into a larger map. You know, we're here on Site Delta. All-ins aren't really seen too often. They're not too common. And my eyes are gonna be on Lambo. When it comes to Trap, recently Trap has also been embracing Glavid Eps. If you remember, he went on a tear in ESL Asia last week. I want to quickly double check. I don't want to get it wrong, but I want to say that Trap took down Dark and Rogue in a very convincing fashion. It was crazy how well Trap looked, specifically in this matchup, in PvZ. It's something that we haven't been able to see here today. Not yet, until now, as there were no other Zerg players in the group. But quickly double checking. Here. He 2-0'd Shin and 2-0'd Dark, that's it. So he 2-0'd Dark and he 2-0'd Shin. This was an ESL Asia 236. This was 2 weeks ago. And it was impressive. It was very impressive stuff. Trap, he had some really clean and really crisp Oracle control. He was doing so much with his Oracles. Not just that, but he was embracing Glavid Eps, as many Protoss players have recently. A lot of Glavid Eps, Pat. So probe is shut down. Third base is being taken. Meanwhile, back at home, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Trap. Exclamation mark title. Yeah, the title should be good. Should be correct. Should be good to go. I see that does shade into the mineral line. Oh. Oh, right. Sorry. Someone's asking in the chat, why is Wardy not streaming? Wardy is not available today. Shout out to Wardy. He's not available today, so he did provide me the replays for Group C. Wardy has been covering Group A, B, and D. He covered all the other groups, but he did reach out as he was unavailable this weekend. And, yeah, has allowed us to cover Group C instead. So just as a heads up, that is why we are covering Group C instead of Wardy. Just because Wardy needs to wrap up the group stage as quickly as possible and was unable to cast. So we were more than happy to fill in. More than happy. And we are unaware of the results other than the players. Like, the players know the results, and I guess Wardy knows the results. But no one else. Just as a heads up. And Wardy should be covering the playoff bracket. The playoff bracket begins in a couple of days. I think in like 2 or 3 days' time is going to be the playoffs for the Summer Bash. So Wardy will have you covered there. We're just filling in, you know, for a day off. Shout out to Wardy for hosting the event, of course. And we can go over the rest of the playoffs once we wrap up with the group. For now, we're focusing on our best of 3. As Double Oracle does hit the third base, we do go for a bit of a drive-by. 4 drones go down, not bad. We got 4 workers, links across the map, they don't get much done. Nice warp in. The probe is barely saved as well. Trap, calm down. We do pull away, we save the worker, not losing anything across the map. We shut down those 4 drones, and we're still not done. We dip into the main, getting a 5th drone as well. Oof. And barely not the 6th. So Lambo will hold. Meanwhile, in the main base, we do have a +1 on the way. Does tell us that Lambo plans on skipping the Roach Warren. As a result, we have a Baneling Nest instead. So initially going to be Ling Bane aggression here from Lambo. And Trap is following this up, not with Glaive Adepts, but with +1 and Charge instead. Interesting. You don't see this too often, but it's going to be Charge Lot Archon as the follow-up for Trap. It's going to be embracing those Charge Lots and Archons. Likewise, Lings they poke in. Trap able to hold on. Does deflect the Lings. And I was curious if Lambo was going to double down and try to bust the third base, especially with Ling Bane, but no, we're droning. We're droning up, we're saturating our third. Fourth base is on the horizon, Lair is on the way. Lambo should be taking up towards, I imagine, Hydra Tech. Technically, we could try to throw down a Spire. The option is, or the choice here is up to Lambo. Whether we go Muta or Hydra. As we have already seen Muta play earlier in today's broadcast from Lambo. For now, Lings are moving out. Keeping tabs on the army. I mean, seeing these Zealots is a tell. There's no reason to see Zealots at this stage of the game, so we should be aware of the charge lots. Banelings are amassing right outside the third, and it is in fact going to be Ling Bane Hydra out of Lambo. Now, as Trap is moving out, this third base is going to be exposed. Banelings are waddling in. They do waddle into the Mineral Lion, and a Trap does react. He pulls away. Going to be leading off 3 workers. Meanwhile, Trap is pushing, moving out with the Prism, with our Archons, and our Zealots. Everything being sent across the map. The Baneling run by was okay. It did get some probes and did deny mining time, but I'm sure we were hoping for a little bit more. And here comes a Trap. Just massing up his army. Hydras are in production. We have some Banelings to work with, thankfully. And Trap actually pulls away. Okay. The Banelings, they do keep him busy, and Trap, he does delay his push. Never mind. Okay, just delays. Forced to warp in back at home. Is still moving out, and how much do we have to work with? We have 3 Archons, 10 Zealots. A pretty hefty army. Now, Baneling's going to be key here for Lambo as we catch out the Queens. Ooh, yeah, some of these Queens are out on creep, or they're out off of creep even. Banelings do crash in, Zealots go down, but the Archons, they break through. They're getting on top of these Hydras, and Banelings, they still need a little bit more time. We force a cancel. The Banelings, they do not finish, and Trappy's going for the kill. Going for the natural. Nice control so far. The Hydras do pull back. Zealots go down. We pick up an Archon. 2 Archons left. And Trappy's running out of units. He's running out of steam. Zealots are going down, and without Zealots, there's no support for the Archons. And Lambo, he's holding. Lambo is barely holding on. He shuts down the Archons, takes down the Prism as well. And Trap, what do we have behind this? We weren't really building up towards a later stage. I mean, Storm is on the way, but Lambo holds. And Lambo doesn't just hold, he also maintains his economy. He's on 80 drones, or 78 workers, soon to be 80 drones back at home. 4 base saturation, 5th base getting up and running as well. Lambo did lose Queens, but did preserve his economy. Now Lambo can get out of hand, he can get out of control. The upgrades are on the way. Baneling speed, Hydra speed. We're looking good. We're looking solid. Like, that push was designed to kill, and it didn't. Whew, okay. Lambo, we're looking good. We are looking good, Bob. We survived the aggression. Storm is done, but Trap is stuck on 3 bases. We need a 4th. We do need a 4th bases, but unfortunately we have very little to support the army. We need more warp ins. 4th base now on the way. And Lambo, he's looking to max out. Still needs a little bit of time for the upgrades to kick in. Baneling speed still on the horizon. But Lambo's getting ready for his push. He's had enough defending. It's time to attack. He's making his way over towards the 4th. Looking to deny. Still has to respect the Storms, but again, I mentioned before, we have so little to support this army. No Archons, barely any Zealots. Lings, they collapse in. And these high Templar, they're so exposed, they're so vulnerable. Banelings are rolling in. Oh, they don't quite connect. 1 High Templar goes down. Storms are being forced out. We zone away the army. We're headed for the 3rd base. More High Templar in position. Nice stasis. But we're catching Trap off guard. We're catching him out. Yeah, High Templar force him morph into Archons. We get into the Mineral Line. Banelings, they connect. probes are falling, and we have the third. Yeah, Lambo, he has done it. He's snowballing out of control. Trap barely has a standing army. Barely anything left. GG gets called, and Lambo takes game number 1. Oh my god. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Trap, he was undefeated up until now. He has not dropped a single map. Until Lambo. Lambo, he does rise to the challenge. Does take the first game. Again, things were looking quite tense there. Trap's push was delayed, if you remember, because of the bailing run-bys, because of the bailing aggression. Trap's initial timing was delayed. That did play a part. Likewise, the bailing connections from Lambo were on point. What I'm referring to, it was barely off screen, if you remember. But Trap, his Zealots did kind of move out ahead of the pack, ahead of the Archons. They ran into the first wave of bailings, and just like that, the first wave of Zealots, they went down. And that took away a little of the momentum that Trap otherwise had. And with that, Lambo barely able to survive. Did hold, did snowball into a win. GG. And with that, we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our blue Zerg player from the land of Germany representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Let's go. Let us go. And after what happened in game 1, I imagine that Trap is going to take a different approach. I can't imagine we're going to be going for another charge arc on timing. It was very committed out of Trap in the previous game. I wouldn't necessarily say all in, but very committed nonetheless. It did need to do more damage. Didn't do enough. So I imagine we're going to be calming things down and settling into a much more standard game. Meanwhile, we are loading into Oceanborn. And the last time we were here, we did see Lambo go for an all-in. A big reason for that, Oceanborn is known for some roach all-ins, whether it's German taxis, whether it's queen walks across the map. The reasoning for this is the third base. The third base here is very vulnerable, it's very exposed. Unlike some other maps, there's no high ground advantage. You can get onto the same point of elevation as the third base by the ramp here in the center of the map. So because of that, this base is a little bit easier to really lay siege upon, to really push into. That's why we often see those roach all-ins, or those queen roach all-ins. Not saying that we have to see that, but it's in the back of my mind. In the back of Trap's mind as well, I'm sure. For now, we're settling in. It's going to be a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Lambo. Forced to take the unnatural natural once again. Forced to expand elsewhere. This Trap is just being as annoying as possible. Tasing away at those drones. Keeping Lambo in check, making sure there's no earlier gases, no earlier tech. Just being a nuisance here. Getting quite a bit of damage done. But we'll pull away. Here we go. Now we are waddling in. You can see Trap even forcing a delay on the third base. Does delay for a time, but we will take the third. We'll get up and running. Adept doesn't make it across in time. And we are settling in. Likewise, Lambo also sips by the Adepts for a bit of a scout. Doesn't see too much. Not yet. Dipping into the main and does confirm the Stargate, does confirm the Oracle opener as well. So nice scout here from Lambo. Is fully aware of what's going on. And can set up back at home. And Queens are on the way. We're going to be droning up. Queen's going to be in position. Spores on the horizon as well. And my eyes are going to be on Trap here. To see whether he does go for a faster Twilight Council and whether or not he embraces something crazy like Lavedeps. We'll see. For now, Oracle's moving out. Making its way towards the main. Third base on the horizon as well. Is going to be taken. Again, Lambo should be in position. We have two queens at the third. Despite that, we get one drone kill. Nice flanking Queens. Oracle takes a lot of hull damage. There it is! It's what I mentioned. Twilight Council's on the way before the third base is really even up and running at all. Glaives. Let's go. This has been a very trendy build as of late. I mentioned before that this is how Trap defeated both Shin and Dark in ESL Asia 2 weeks ago, was with this Glaive Adept build. And this can get out of hand, this can get out of control, and we'll see if Lambo can get a read on what's going on. As the Twilight Council is now done, gates are on the way, and there it is, Glaives are in production. Oh boy. Meanwhile, we do have quite an early Roach Warren out of Lambo. So far, so good. Roach Warren should finish in time for those Adepts, so we have the tools to defend. But the downside here is because of the positioning of the Roach Warren, we don't have no SimCity. Ideally, you have the Roach Warren here at the natural, Evo Chamber, and then you can wall off. Then you can wall off and you can deter those Adepts. So we're going to be lacking that. Meanwhile, Lings, they do manage to catch some Adepts, not bad. Adepts go down, probe as well. We threaten the base, we force back the Oracles. The Oracles race back home, force activate the Pulsar Beam. Pylon goes down. Nice pickoffs here from Lambo. And back at home, he is amassing Roaches. Lings and Roaches are on the way. At the same time, Trap amassing up his Adepts, getting ready for his move out, getting ready for his push. But in a weird turn of fate, Lambo's going for the all-in. I spoke earlier about how Roach Queen all-ins are quite common on this map, and we're going for it. I don't know who I favor. I mean, look, I favor Lambo. He's got Roaches. He's moving out. He's going for the all-in. The Queens are waddling across the map. What do we have to defend? We have Adepts. Oh boy. Adepts move out. Lambo does confirm, and he backs off. Lambo, he does race back. Doesn't want things to get out of hand. So the Adepts, they will force back the all-in, and Lambo drones. Lambo, he's like, okay, you have Adepts, I'm going to drone up, I'm going to try to get into a longer game and defend against your Adepts. So far, so good. We go for the Shade. We have plenty to deal with it. Queens, we have Roaches, Lambo, he survives the initial Glaive Adept aggression. And now we have forced into a longer game. It's a really weird game state where Lambo was setting up for an all-in, Trap was setting up for a Glaive Adept timing. They kind of bounce off each other, and now we have to macro. Now we're droning, now we're probing up. We're calming down. Trap still has all these depths, of course. Still has potential. He's shading across the map. Lambo has to keep up. Adepts, they hit the fourth base. They force a cancel, not bad. But they shouldn't commit. Should not commit here. Just containing Lambo to 3 bases. And my eyes are on Lambo here as he has 6 Overlords on the way. We have Overlord Speed as well. Interesting, alongside a Baneling Nest. 4th base denied for a 2nd time. And the longer we deny the 4th, the more I'm looking at Lambo to see if he does commit to his own all-in at this point. Overseer Scouts, we confirm the gateway setup. There's no Robo, there's no... Well, there are Immortals, but there's no Colossus setup, no splash damage. And yeah, Lambo, he's massing up Ravagers. Ravagers are on the way, Lings are on the way. We've denied the 4th base for far too long, and Lambo, he's doubling down. He's cut worker production here at 69. Nice! 69 drones for Lambo, and we're massing up purely Ling, Roach, Ravager, and Balings as well. We're done droning, we're maxing out, and we're getting ready for an all-in. We're getting ready for a push off of 3 bases. Is going to be quite committed. We're not taking up into Hydras or Lurkers or Hive Tech. We're not joining the 4th base. We're massing up an army. And can Trap survive this? He has a feeling of what's going on. Shield batteries, cannons are on the way. We have a lot of static defense. We're getting ready for a push. Storm has begun. Trap has not expanded, not taken a 4th base yet. Here comes Lambo. Again on the cusp of maxing out. And can he break this position? Trap walling up. Be walling off the right-hand side. 2 Immortals. Soon to be 3. Storm will not be a factor, bear that in mind. It's only halfway done. It might finish up towards the end of the fight. Possible. And show us the force fields. So far, so good, but the Plows, they knock down the force fields. Banelings are rolling in. That's so many Banelings. Oh my god. And they do trickle in. They connect with the sentries, with the High Templar as well. Yeah, there's not going to be a storm. Not available, not anymore. And Lambert, he has broken the third base. He shuts down the main army. Gets into the mineral line. The High Templar go down. We do save the Immortals. We do have another warp in. Can we barely hold? Stalkers, they warp in behind the army. And the Roach Ravager is being forced back for a moment. The Immortals are holding their own, but here come the Lingering Reinforcements. Yeah, we get on top of the Immortals. We force them back. And we should get a kill on the third. At least the third base. I mean, again, Trap trying to hold on as best he can. Does micro his heart out, saving those Immortals. But with reinforcements on the way, Lambo should have enough. Should. Yeah, he's breaking through. That's going to be a kill on the third base. That's all we wanted. We kill the third. We get on top of the Immortals. Archon goes down. And Trap, he's microing his heart out, but it's not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Lambo will take the series 2-0, knocking down Trap. Let's go. GG. GG, well played. An interesting dynamic where, again, Trap was going for Glaive Adepts, but Lambo was going for his own all-in. Because of that, the Adepts did nothing. We had plenty of Roaches to deal with, and in a sense, we saw that Lambo, he was actually preparing for a longer game. He was droning up as he was expanding, but the fourth base was denied one too many times. It was denied like 2 or 3 times, too many times at that point, and at a certain point, Lambo was like, screw it, you know, you want to deny my fourth? Fine, deny my fourth. I'm just going to max out. I'm just going to go for the all-in. And Trap did recognize what was going on, but perhaps a little bit too late. Did have some stack defense to work with. He was working towards Storm, but again, Storm was too little too late as well. Was not a factor in that final fight. We had 3 Immortals, but mainly Glaive Adepts to defend, and the Banelings, that was the key factor there for Lambo. We had some insane connections. We shut down the Sentries, the High Templar, the Adepts, thanks to those Banelings. And Lambo takes the win. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have wrapped up our matches. We have finished up our games here, and let's quickly take a look at the group, because I'm actually not entirely certain as to where the standings lie. This 2-0 for Lambo does complicate things. Let's switch over for a moment. Let's switch on over and have a look at our matches and have a look at our Knight of StarCraft. Okay, we have Goblin. Goblin took down Art 2-0. Oliveira took down Lambo. Trap took down Goblin, and Lambo took down Trap. Now, quickly having a look at the standings here. We have a very, very close scoreline. Actually, it's going to be easier if I just show off the Wikipedia page. All right. Un momento. One moment. I appreciate the spreadsheets, but one moment here. There we go. Hold on, I have to make things look a little bit cleaner. Okay. On the right-hand side, of course, shout out to Wardy. Wardy was covering the other groups earlier in the week. Even last week as well, was covering Group A, Group B, and Group D. So, let's wrap things up. We have Skillis, DNS, and Björn making it out of Group A. Very impressive stuff there. Our Zergclair, Scarlet, and DRG did struggle and did fail to make it out of the group. We have Rogue, Max, Pax, and Classic making it out of Group B. We have Group D scrolling down a little bit further. We have Creator, Nightmare, and Spirit making it out of Group D as well. Wait, do we have a Zerg player in the... Oh, yeah, we have Rogue. We have Rogue coming out of Group B. And now we have our group, Group C, as we scroll back a little bit. Zoom out a little bit here. There we go. We have Trap, Oliveira, and Lambo. 3-1s, by the way. All these players had insane performances. They dropped single series to each other. And I guess thanks to the head-to-head, we do have Trap with the #1 placement, Oliveira with #2, and Lambo with #3. But very, very close here in their overall head-to-head. It came down to the map score. Again, Lambo did drop a map to Goblin. That is, I'm sure, a deciding factor, as Lambo, he did drop a map, which did affect his overall standings. Meanwhile, Trap and Oliveira, with their head-to-head, if you remember, Trap did defeat Oliveira here 2-0. So thanks to the head-to-head, Trap comes out ahead against Oliveira, and Oliveira ahead against Lambo, because Lambo did drop an extra map against Goblin. So, Yeah, very close though. It did come down to the wire, did come down to specific maps. But we do have Trap Oliver and Lambo making it out of the groups. My apologies to, or my condolences to Art and Goblin. Did play well for themselves. They did have some good moments as well in this series, especially Goblin versus Lambo went all the way to the ace match. But alas, they do get knocked out in the group stage. Why is Wardy not streaming his bash? He's not streaming specifically today because he's unavailable. I did not like pry into the reason why, but Wardy, he was unavailable this weekend. That's also why Wardy did not cast World Team League earlier. We were covering WTL, but Wardy was not. Again, has I imagine other prior engagements, something happening IRL, I imagine. So it's unavailable, but Wardy should be back tomorrow and the day after for the playoff bracket. Scrolling down a little bit here on the Wikipedia page, I believe the start time is already set up. You can see here it's going to be in 2 days and 15 hours. So that's going to be at 9 p.m. Let's go. But in 2 days and 15 hours here, we are going to be having the playoff bracket. It is not constructed yet. I believe Wardy is going to be handling that. He's going to be seeding the bracket and piecing it all together. And he'll be covering the playoffs on his channel in a couple of days, in just under 3 days time. So make sure to check out Wardy's channel, of course, and a shout out to Wardy for hosting this event and facilitating for all these players, for gathering the replays as well. Again, Wardy, he got in contact. He was like, Papi, I need a caster. I'm like, man, I got you. we cast every day anyway. We're good to go. So yes, we were just filling in for a day. Wardy should have you sorted for the rest of the event. Should have you covered, man. Should have you covered. But a shout out to Mazeroth in the chat. Thank you so much, Mazeroth. Gracias, papi. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the content. If you're maybe tuning in for the first time here on the CranKy Ducklings, if you're maybe not too familiar with us, we do stream and cast on a daily basis. We casted 3 events today. We casted Master Swan Open, which was our Bronze to Masters event that we host on a monthly basis. We casted World Team League, and then bam, right into the Wardy Summer Bash. 3 events back to back to back. It is 5:30 a.m. in the morning here in Australia. It's time to go to bed. It's time to calm down. If you want some more StarCraft action here, if you want some more content outside of course, following Wardy with the Summer Bash, got you covered, of course. We're going to be live tomorrow with not just World Team League, as World Team League is going to be taking place tomorrow for day number 3, but also the Sparkling Tuna Cup. If you're curious, the hell is the Sparkling Tuna Cup? Why are there so many animals? There's a duck, there's a tuna, there's a swan. It's our theme, papi. It's our theme. The Sparkling Tuna Cup is an open weekly tournament where we feature players from all around the world. Players like Nightmare, like Keen, like Björn, for example, when it comes to the Koreans. We have players like Christiana, Eba, Geralt, Nicaract, Wayne when it comes to the Europeans, and sometimes players like Mia Micah and Hon Mono representing Southeast Asia as well. Rex, Nice from Taiwan. So it is a weekly open tournament that we cast on a regular basis here on the CranKy Ducklings. That is what our Patreon is for. You can see just under Trap's name, there is a Patreon setup. The Patreon is constructed to fund our weekly events and our monthly events as well. So if you're curious about that, you can check it out there. Otherwise, just follow the channel. We're live on a daily basis, multiple times a day, as tomorrow we have two casts back to back, STC and WTL. And Monday is ESL Asia, Tuesday is ESL Americas, Wednesday is Kung Fu Cup, we have Code for Giants, we have a whole schedule, we have just every single day, papi. So plenty of content if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Check out Wardy's channel if you want the conclusion, the finale of this event, of this tournament. He's got you covered there with the rest of this. Sorry, I'm just catching up in the chat. But yeah, Wardy has you covered with the rest of the events, and yeah, I guess we'll see you guys. Oh, the previous thing didn't end. But yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another streamer a raid. We'll see who is live at the moment. I do see Forjumi is streaming, Coconuts. Coco streaming as well. I saw Migs. He was casting the Platinum Heroes tournament earlier, so he might send people over if he's still live. We'll find someone. We'll find someone to support. So yeah, stick around if you're interested. Otherwise, follow us on all the social medias: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.